Chapter 41-33. Let's go. They walked forward. Along the way, they saw many such bones. Finally, they saw a mountain in front of them. That mountain was very special, as if a dragon and a tiger were coiled together. It was very strange. Moreover, the aura on it was even more terrifying. Even Lin Xian saw through the heavenly secret divine eye. He saw that there were traces of blood on the steps of this mountain. And the blood was from who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. However, the aura on it was still incomparably terrifying. Murong Qingqing and the others all activated their defenses. Lin Xian also activated his 9-yang divine body. He frowned slightly. What were they waiting for? Hurry up. The toad and the dark red dragon took the lead and rushed out. The toad jumped high, wanting to jump directly onto the mountain. The dark red dragon swung its tail. The two of them were very fast. However, in an instant, they were bounced back. Puff! Ah! 2 screams sounded. The two of them rolled down the mountain and even spat out a mouthful of blood. They were injured. Lin Xian was surprised. He used the law of wood to heal the two of them. At the same time, he asked, "Are you okay? Don't move. This place is not ordinary. Damn it, they actually want to be so strong. They were actually injured." The dark red dragon was stunned. He was a divine dragon. How strong was his physique? But at this moment, he was actually injured. On the other side, the toad was also scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, it did not dare to act rashly anymore. Let's take one step at a time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian pulled Murong Qingqing and walked forward. When they walked up the first step, they felt a huge pressure. It seemed that the higher they went, the greater the pressure. The two of them walked up 5 steps in a row. Murong Qingqing stopped. She said, "Look, these steps." Lin Xian also looked carefully. He found that the material of these steps was neither gold nor stone, but a kind of jade. There were even some great Tao runes carved on it. Murong Qingqing found that some places were even inlaid with divine crystals. Moreover, it was an extremely precious divine crystal. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. The grade of this divine crystal was too high. He had never seen it before. Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. She waved her hand and summoned the illusionary figure of the phoenix, trying to grab the god crystal. It took him a lot of effort to dig out one. This was good stuff. The eyes of the dark red divine dragon and the others also turned red as they started eating. They began to knock and knock. Lin Xian took out the great destruction spear and started hammering it with his sacred artifact. He wondered what kind of expression the great demon clan's people would have when they saw their legendary holy weapon being used as a shovel. Just like that, they dug for treasures as they walked up the mountain. Sometimes, he would even stop to comprehend the great Tao. Everywhere he went, he left behind a mess. At the same time, the 5 mysterious men and women walked in. They heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect the entrance to be so difficult. What a surprise. The 2 women wiped their fragrant sweat and said, "It was nothing. It was expected that the entrance would be difficult. There shouldn't be that much danger inside, right?" They also looked around. This place was indeed not ordinary. It couldn't be the legendary place. "Let's go." The 5 of them took out pills and swallowed them to recover their strength. At the same time, they moved quickly. Soon, they passed through the huge white bones and came to the front. They saw a mountain that was shaped like a dragon and a tiger. "Let's go." They carefully went up. When they took a few steps, they frowned. "Why do I feel that someone has been here? Look, there are traces of being pried open, and they are very fresh. There should have been a supreme-grade divine crystal here before. Was it dug out by someone?" The corners of their mouths twitched. Who was it? It was too much of a robber. How could the things that paved the way be pried open? Could it be that a group of fierce robbers had come? A purple-clothed young man snorted coldly. What fools! It seemed that they didn't know what the treasures here were. "Let's go up. We can't let them destroy any more." If they trigger some restriction array, we will be in trouble. The few of them sped up. At the same time, on the mountain, Lin Xian was still busy. The dark red divine dragon and the others stopped. They revealed suspicious expressions. Why did I hear the sound of something breaking through the air? Me too. Murong Qingqing asked. Brother Xian, you should investigate. Let's do it. Lin Xian nodded. His heavenly secret divine eyes scanned the surroundings. This place was extremely mysterious. They seemed to feel a sense of oppression and were unable to fully unfold their souls. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes were much stronger than theirs. In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned. Be careful. Someone actually came. What? That's impossible. Other than me, no one else knows about this place. The toad had a look of disbelief. However, they knew that Lin Xian wouldn't be wrong. Sure enough, not long after they discovered it, 5 figures appeared on the mountain path below them. The auras of the 5 of them were extraordinary. And they were very young. From the looks of it, they should be young geniuses. They didn't know which holy city they were from. Lin Xian frowned. He had seen most of the people in the holy city, so he could recognize them through some of their auras. However, the auras of these 5 people stunned him. He couldn't tell. The 5 people below naturally saw Lin Xian and the others above as well. When they saw a snake and a toad holding a holy weapon and crazily smashing the ground, the corners of their mouths twitched. The corners of these 5 people's mouths twitched, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As expected, they were low-level trash, ants. Their eyes were filled with disdain. When they swept their gazes over again, the disdain in their eyes became even stronger when they saw Lin Xian. There was also an ant. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like much. He was also trash. When they saw a woman in white standing beside Lin Xian, they were stunned. Especially the 3 youths. Their eyes shone with a shocking light. A beauty, and a peerless beauty. They didn't expect to see such a fairy here. What a surprise. The 2 companions snorted coldly. They were obviously very jealous of the other party's appearance. Sensing their gazes, Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. There was a hint of disgust in her cold eyes. The youths withdrew their gazes and smiled awkwardly. Soon, they walked up to her. I didn't expect to meet other people here apart from us. And such a beautiful fairy. I'm really lucky. I'm Lu Qifeng. How should I address you, fairy? Murong Qingqing directly ignored such people. She held Lin Xian's arm. The 2 men behind also changed their expressions. What was going on? In their opinion, Lin Xian should be Murong Qingqing's servant. But now, the 2's actions made them realize that it wasn't the case. They were a couple. How could it be? What did this kid do to have such a beautiful Dao companion? They wanted to snatch her away. There was a hint of madness in their hearts. Chapter 41-34. Who are you guys? How did you guys get here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He was very confused. Lu Qifeng and the others rolled their eyes in anger. Was the other party questioning them? What a joke! How dare an ant like him ask them such a question? Moreover, they should be the ones asking. Only they knew about this place. How did he know about it? Seeing that they didn't answer, the dark red divine dragon also jumped over and said, Kid, be careful. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. Although these 5 people were arrogant, their qi wasn't weak. They were all late minor saints. Especially Lu Qifeng, he was also a peak existence among the late minor saints. Such a cultivation base was absolutely amazing in the saint city. Could it be that they weren't disciples of their generation, but disciples of the previous generations? After all, it couldn't be said that they were in the same generation. It could only be said that they were all enemies. Lin Xian had seen many disciples of the previous generations. He had even fought with some experts of the older generation countless times. These people looked young, but they might be old monsters. Lin Xian asked again. Seeing that these people didn't answer, he shook his head. He ignored them. The toad jumped out from the side and said, Damn, I'm so unlucky to meet a few mutes. Forget it, let's do our thing. Lu Qingfeng and the others were so angry that they vomited blood. Mutes? What kind of joke is this? We don't want to answer, okay? Where did this toad come from? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Get lost, or I'll trample you flat. The green-robed girl said with a look of disdain. The toad was enraged after hearing that. You're the toad. Your whole family are toads. Open your dog eyes and look at me. I'm handsome and mighty, a divine beast, okay? Even if you want to shout, you have to call me Lord Toad. Junior sister, don't be afraid. I'll help you vent your anger. Another man walked out and said coldly, Little Toad, how dare you come here to kill me? I think you're the one who wants to die. The dark red divine dragon also stood out. The chi between them was getting more and more terrifying. From the looks of it, no one was willing to give way to the other. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the mountain. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the newcomer, who didn't attack. You idiots, which paradise are you from? Grotto Heaven? What Grotto Heaven? Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't the other party from the Holy City? Seeing this scene, the 5 people were also stunned. What was going on? Could it be that the other party was not from the Grotto Heaven, but from this place? That shouldn't be the case. How could the people here know about this? They were truly stunned. Seemed like he wasn't someone from the paradise. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to continue living. A cold aura was emitted from their bodies. At this moment, Murong Qingqing asked indifferently, Which paradise did you guys come from? Lu Qingfeng and the others stopped. If it was someone else who asked, they would definitely not care. But when Murong Qingqing asked, they all smiled. Fairy, if you want to know our identities, you can come over and I will personally tell the fairy. No need. Murong Qingqing said indifferently. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian and the others. The place these people came from was called the Grotto Heaven. Weren't they from the second astral realm? Lin Xian's eyes flickered after hearing this. He looked at the toad. The toad was the one who led them to this place, so it should know best. The toad thought for a moment and said, What's so great about the Grotto Heaven? Do you think we're not from the Grotto Heaven? Let me tell you, I'm from the Gourd Grotto Heaven. On the other side, Lu Qingfeng and the others were stunned. Did the other party really come from a Grotto Heaven? Lin Xian and the others covered their faces. Damn, you should make up a better story. What is the Gourd Grotto Heaven? Do you think the Gourd Grotto Heaven is the Grotto Heaven? He was very regretful now. He felt that the toad was a little unreliable. What Gourd Grotto Heaven? Why haven't we heard of it? The woman in green sneered. The toad sneered. How could you ants have heard of it? Do you think there is no difference between the strong and the weak in the Grotto Heaven? Hurry up and get lost. Don't provoke me, or I'll make you suffer. The more the toad spoke, the more excited it became. The woman in green was so angry that she vomited blood. Another man said, You're courting death. With a wave of his hand, a biting cold law quickly condensed and slashed forward. The toad jumped. At the same time, the dragon and tiger on the mountain shook. A terrifying aura spread and directly crushed the law. Moreover, a huge force hit the man's body and sent him flying. Pfft! Blood dyed the man's body red. He was about to fall off the cliff. At this moment, the woman in green waved her hand and formed a whip of law that swept out. It enveloped the man and brought him up. Are you okay? I'm fine. This place is too evil. I can't act rashly. The injured man's face turned ugly, and he hurriedly swallowed a pill. When Lin Xian and the others saw this scene, they snorted and shook their heads. They hadn't even made a move and the other party was injured. How pitifully weak. Ignore them. Let's continue. These people were preparing to dig up more divine crystals. There was no such good thing except for this place. Even if they didn't use it, they could exchange it for other resources. Damn it. How dare you look down on us? The woman in green waved the whip of law in her hand. At the same time, the necklace on her neck floated up and shone. It formed a defense to resist the pressure. This time, it abstract Murong Qingqing. It seemed that it was jealous of Murong Qingqing's beauty. Murong Qingqing frowned slightly. Lin Xian took a step forward and grabbed the whip of law with one hand. Then, he pulled hard. The power of the divine body erupted and tore the whip apart. The law fragment shattered, and Lin Xian walked down with large strides. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword soul cut through the power. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. With a roar, he slapped out his golden palm and flew out. The green-clothed woman screamed in fright. She quickly dodged and avoided the attack. However, her complexion became incomparably ugly. Damn it! The woman in green gritted her teeth. LV Qifeng and the others narrowed their eyes. The other party didn't seem to be affected by this place. It seemed that he must have a treasure on him. If they could get it. Thinking of this, a hint of cold, killing intent appeared in their eyes. How about it? Should we fight? They discussed. LV Qifeng thought for a moment, and said, No, this place was too strange, especially the dragon and the tiger. The pressure they produced was too strong. We are suppressed here, but that kid has a treasure on him that can offset this suppression. If we fight, we will be at a disadvantage. That was because none of them knew if Lin Xian was the only one with a rare treasure, or if all of them had one. If the effect of the treasure was too strong, they would suffer a serious blow. So they said to leave this mountain first. I don't believe that they won't come down. When he comes down, we will kill this kid. Chapter 4135. You want to leave? Lin Xian said coldly. You think you can come and go as you please? Aren't you looking down on us too much? Damn it, what are you trying to do? Lu Qifeng and the others turned their heads and said coldly. They were really mad. If they were outside, they would have killed such a person with a slap. Damn it, the terrain of this place was so strange that they couldn't attack so easily. Lin Xian said that if you want to leave, you have to tell me your identity. What if we don't? The woman in green gritted her teeth. A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. If you don't tell me, I'll search your soul. These people were too despicable. Although this was a mystic realm, everyone had come in to look for their treasures, and everyone else was looking for their own fortuitous encounters. However, these people showed killing intent towards them the moment they came up and even wanted to kill them. If it weren't for their strength, they would have died in the hands of these people long ago. Now that they couldn't beat them, these people wanted to leave? It wasn't that easy. You want to kill us with just you? You want to take our souls? Who do you think you are? Can you do it? Let me tell you, if you offend the grotto heaven, you will die miserably. Lin Xian smiled. There were already countless people who had threatened him. However, it was useless. If you want to leave, show me your true ability. Otherwise, you will have to bear the price of provoking us. This kid is too arrogant. I have to teach him a lesson. These 5 mysterious young people were really angry. When had they ever been provoked like this? I'll do it. The young man with dark skin walked out. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes and endless runes appeared on his body. A Dharma idol of heaven and earth appeared behind him. Kill! With a roar, the Dharma idol moved. 6 arms accompanied by 6 types of laws slapped down from the sky. It had to be said that these people did have the capital to be arrogant. They were much stronger than the geniuses of the sacred lands. They used 6 types of laws in one attack. On the mountain, a dragon and a tiger let out a low roar, forming a terrifying force to suppress. However, this time, the young man with dark skin spat out a small cauldron to defend himself. No matter the price, he had to kill the other party. As for Lin Xian, a biting cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. Was he going to attack him? The great dragon sword soul on his body erupted, and his entire body turned into a sword light as he rushed forward. Boom! 10,000 swords returned to origin-activated sword chi. Countless rays of sword light blossomed between heaven and earth. It continued to slash forward. This attack was truly too violent. Everything in front of him was blown apart. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the cosmic form shattered. The black-skinned youth spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Many sword marks appeared on his body. How was this possible? The surrounding companions were about to go crazy when they saw this scene. Their mystiques and laws were extremely extraordinary. If they came here, they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. But now, a young man whose cultivation was weaker than theirs was actually able to defeat them. Damn it, could it be that he wasn't from the second astral realm? Did he come from a heavenly abode like them? Thinking of this, their faces turned cold. The dark-skinned young man stood up and said, "No, I'm being suppressed by the dragon and tiger here. The other party is not suppressed. Therefore, I might not be his match in a one-on-one battle. Let's attack together." The 5 of them nodded. "All right, let's attack together." With Lu Qingfeng taking the lead, the law of wind on his body quickly condensed and turned into a wind sword. Its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, the sword light slashed in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. "You want to play with swords with me? You're not worthy." A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He waved his arm, and sword chi fell like rain. One sword after another. The wind sword was instantly shattered. Not only that, but these terrifying sword lights also swept forward. Lin Xian alone swept up 5 people. The 5 of them were stunned. Damn it, does he want to fight 5 people alone? He actually dares to underestimate us. They split up and attacked from different directions. Lu Qingfeng gave the order and faced him head-on. As for the other 4, they charged out from different directions. Lin Xian fought with them, and all kinds of sword chi were astonishing. The dark red divine dragon was furious when it saw this scene. "Damn it, are you bullying us because we don't have anyone here? I'll slap you to death!" He roared, turned into a dragon shadow, and rushed over. The toad also said, Come, I'll fight you for 300 rounds." He spat out endless saliva, which was highly poisonous. On the other side, Murong Qingqing also made her move. The phantom of a phoenix swept through heaven and earth. The battle erupted abnormally fierce. Among these people, Lin Xian was the only one who wasn't suppressed. Lin Xian's dragon sword soul was very powerful. The others were more or less suppressed, but they could resist. Buzz! Murong Qingqing charged towards the woman in the green dress. Previously, the other party wanted to make a move on her. Now, she had to teach the other party a lesson. The 2 beauties fought earth-shattering, and all kinds of magical powers were used. The woman in green was extremely shocked. She did not expect the other party to be so strong and not weaker than her. Damn it, who the hell are these people? Their cultivation was weaker than theirs, but their combat strength was not inferior to theirs at all. At this moment, Little White, who was in Murong Qingqing's arms, rushed out and slapped the woman in green's face with its furry little claws. The woman in green was dizzy. In the next moment, she was sent flying by a 7-colored phoenix. Her delicate body was almost smashed. At this moment, her graceful body was stained with blood, and she was exceptionally miserable. The other people were also injured. Lu Qingfeng was even sent flying by a sword. The sword marks on his body could not be erased. Damn it! He was too terrified. Was there an indelible sword intent? Could it be that the other party cultivated an immortal sword intent? Quickly leave. Lu Qingfeng quickly retreated, and the other 4 people also fled. They were no match at all. When they fled to the foot of the mountain, the terrifying suppression of the dragon and tiger gradually weakened. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Damn it, do you dare to come down? They shouted at the foot of the mountain. Lin Xian and the others snorted coldly. Challenging us and asking us to go down? Aren't you being too arrogant? Want to come over and die? Otherwise, hurry up and get lost. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Qingfeng and the others were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it! However, they did not dare to go up again. Instead, they waited at the foot of the mountain. They did not believe that the other party would not come down. However, After waiting for a few days, their faces were completely green. The other party really did not come down. Moreover, they were still digging for treasures on the mountain. It made them go crazy. What made them vomit blood was that Lin Xian disdained to pay attention to them, but the dark red divine dragon and the toad were two thick-skinned guys. Every night, they would quietly come to the foot of the mountain and set up various formations. Lu Qingfeng and the other four roared crazily and resisted. They were not afraid of these formations, but they could not stand the annoyance. In the end, they were all made nervous. The slightest movement would scare them as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 41-36. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. In the end, that night, Lu Qingfeng and the others couldn't take it anymore. They surrounded the dark red dragon and the toad. Wow, the toad was startled. The dark red dragon also said, "Kid, come quickly, I've lured them up the mountain." "Go to hell, you two reptiles." Terrifying attacks rained down like rain. They were really mad with anger. The toad and the dark red dragon released array formations to resist. But this time, Lu Qingfeng and the others took out a weapon. It was a small black sword the size of a palm, but it was abnormally terrifying. It directly cut through all the array formations. The toad and the dark red dragon were both injured. Dragon blood dyed the steps red. The dark red dragon roared, "Damn it, what is this thing? Humph! Do you really think that our grotto heaven doesn't have a foundation?" They were really angry. They came from a mysterious grotto heaven and were extremely powerful. How could they not have a trump card in their hands? They just didn't use it before. Now that they took it out, it really hurt the other party. "Damn it, retreat quickly!" The dark red dragon and the toad quickly retreated. At the same time, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also rushed down the mountain. Lin Xian directly slashed out the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, the blood on the dark red dragon's body merged into the mountain. Then, the entire mountain shook violently, and the roar of a dragon sounded. The first sound was the voice of the great dragon sword soul. Next, it was different. On this mountain, a dragon and a tiger seemed to have come alive, turning into terrifying phantoms of the dragon and tiger. The whole place was completely boiling. Not good. Lu Qingfeng and the others' expressions changed. Even the toad and the dark red dragon were stunned. Could it be that they had violated some array formation? This attack had exceeded their imagination. Lin Xian's expression changed. He pulled Murong Qingqing. Using the void escape, he came to the side of the toad and the dark red dragon and took them away. At the same time, he entered the great sage tower. In the next moment, the dragon and tiger phantoms collided, and a terrifying power erupted. It seemed that everything was destroyed. "Fuck, you scared me to death." After entering the great sage tower, the crimson dragon god and the toad heaved a sigh of relief before gnashing their teeth. "Damn it, you actually dared to injure me." He wanted to use his soul spirit to investigate, but Lin Xian said, "Don't. It's too scary outside." His heavenly fate god eyes couldn't even see the outside clearly because there were countless black storms outside, as if the world was about to be destroyed. After a long time, he felt that the storm had stopped. Just as they reached out their souls, they were stunned. There was still no change in the surroundings. It was the same as when they came, which made them suspect that the previous storm was an illusion. However, they truly felt it. If it wasn't for the great sage pagoda, they would have already been annihilated by the soul-seeking giant. "Are those 5 dead yet?" The toad and the dark red holy dragon jumped out and looked around. In the next moment, they saw that far away from here, there were 5 figures who were in an extremely sorry state. Among them, the black-skinned young man's body had already been torn apart. He was deader than dead. The other 4 people were also injured, and their faces were filled with fear. Obviously, they had also used their trump cards to escape just now. However, they still couldn't block it. Moreover, one of their companions had died. "Haha, you still dare to clamor with me?" The toad and the dark red dragon laughed wildly. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. In the distance, Lu Qingfeng and the others gritted their teeth in anger when they saw this scene. Damn it, just you wait, this matter won't be settled so easily. They rode the small black swords and quickly left. Let's go. Be careful, don't touch anything else. Lin Xian also reminded them. The previous storm was too terrifying. They continued to set off towards the mountain. On the other side, Lu Qingfeng and the others arrived at the entrance in a sorry state. They used their small swords to the extreme. Countless black sword lights hung down. Senior brother Lu, what should we do? Those people asked. Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, this matter definitely wouldn't be settled so easily. However, we can't beat him. Moreover, the trump cards in their hands are very strong. Those people frowned. Lu Qingfeng's expression was also ugly. Indeed, in such a terrifying storm, they were seriously injured and almost wiped out. The other party was actually fine. It seemed that they couldn't fight the other party head-on anymore. For now, there was only one way, and that was to spread the news of this place and attract more experts to hunt them down. Next, they put away the body of the dark-skinned young man. The four of them began to swallow pills to heal their injuries. 3 days later they stood up. Although their injuries hadn't healed yet, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Lu Qingfeng and the others went outside. Then, they used the small black sword to the extreme. They slashed out towards the universe. A terrifying aura quickly spread in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The people in the nearby worlds were alarmed. Some saints came over and looked at the small black sword. Their eyes were burning with passion. Could it be a Saint King's weapon? This was only a saint of the fifth heaven. He had never seen a Saint King's weapon. In fact, he had never even seen a Saint King's weapon. However, this aura had far exceeded his understanding. In his opinion, even if it wasn't a Saint King's weapon, it was still a terrifying treasure. Thinking of this, the old man revealed a sinister smile. He wanted to seize the black sword. And now, there was only him, and no one else. This was the best opportunity. He stretched out his palms, which were like two universes, and grabbed at the sword. The black sword was shrouded. Below, Lu Qingfeng and the other three sneered when they saw this scene. They didn't know what was good for them. They activated their terrifying power. The black sword slashed down and split the old man in half. His body and soul were destroyed. Behind them, more and more saints came over, wanting to seize the sword. In the end, their souls were destroyed every time. Soon, 10 corpses floated in the sky. The smell of blood made their scalps tingle. The weak ones were saints of the fifth heaven, and the strong ones were small saints. There were even 2 late small saints who were killed in a single move. This made everyone know that although these 4 young men were young, their strength was abnormally terrifying. Perhaps only a true holy venerate would be able to fight against it. Sure enough, although more and more people came, no one dared to make a move. At this moment, 2 streams of light came from afar. A terrifying aura also rushed over. It made everyone's scalps tingle. The Saint King was here. It seemed like these 4 people were in danger. They looked like they were waiting to watch a show. Lu Qingfeng and the others opened their eyes. Finally, they are here. This is great. He didn't care about those trash before. Now that the Saint King was here, it was enough. In the sky, 2 figures appeared. They were the 2 Saint Kings. One of them stepped on the yellow spring, and his aura was unusually cold. The other one also had a desolate energy. They were the Saint Kings of Great Desolate Mansion and Yellow Spring Palace. When the 2 of them arrived, they looked at the small black sword with a fiery light in their eyes. They felt that this sword was better than the Saint King's weapon they were using. Chapter 4137. At this moment, LV Qingfeng snorted coldly. Why? How dare you covet my things? Are you tired of living? His voice was filled with endless coldness. The surrounding sages exclaimed. Who was Tianya? How could he be so arrogant in front of sage venerables? The 2 sage venerables also frowned. Judging from the other party's appearance, he seemed to be fearless. This surprised them. Who was this person? Which holy city did young master come from? What holy city? LV Qingfeng said proudly. Can holy cities like yours accommodate us? Let me tell you, we are from the Hollow. His arrogant words caused an uproar among the crowd. Even the two great sage venerables frowned. The other party actually looked down on the holy city. What a joke. The holy city was the most terrifying existence in the second astral realm. Could it be that the other party came from above the holy city? Was there such a thing? When they heard about the Hollow, the two sage venerables were also puzzled. In fact, the surrounding people were all stunned. What was that? Which sect was more powerful than the holy city? Seeing these people whispering, LV Qingfeng frowned and snorted coldly. He thought that a few sensible people had come, but he did not expect that they were all useless. Don't they even know who we are? He was really furious. The sage venerables did not know where they came from. Damn it, did he have to ask the sage king to come personally? What an arrogant kid. The two great sage venerables' faces darkened. They had never seen such an arrogant person. How dare he look down on them? What heavenly abode? We've never heard of it. I don't know, which mountain corner did you come from? However, since he dared to provoke them, he had to pay the price. The aura of the two sage venerables spread out, and the surrounding people retreated. It's over. These four people are definitely dead. Stop! However, at this moment, an old voice sounded in the void. Then, the crowd saw a locust tree flying over from afar. Those tree roots seemed to have turned into an endless storm, and their speed was extremely fast. This was also a sage venerables. Moreover, it was a plant-type beast. It seemed to have a very long lifespan. This was because many of those tree trunks had decayed and broken. It was unknown how many years he had lived. Fellow Taoist from the Myriad Demon City, are you going to stop us? The two great sage lords frowned. That old locust tree said. They couldn't take action. His status wasn't ordinary. If you make a move, perhaps the holy city will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, the two saint venerables were stunned. What's going on? They asked. The old locust tree didn't say anything. Instead, it looked ahead. Did it really come from that place? Oh, it seems that you know who we are. That makes things easier. LV Qingfeng looked at him and snorted coldly. Open your eyes wide and look around. Where is this place? The old pagoda tree had already lived for over 9,000 years. It was a very long time. Although Xiao Chun was still an early-stage holy venerate with mediocre strength, he was still an early-stage holy venerate. However, due to the fact that he was a plant mage and had lived for countless years, he was very experienced and knowledgeable. He also knew a thing or two about some ancient secrets. Thus, when he heard the words paradise, he was scared out of his wits. Could it be that it was about to open again? When he saw the other party take out a token with a mysterious scene drawn on it, the old locust tree finally understood. Although he couldn't understand what the token was, he didn't know what it was. However, the aura that came from it terrified him. That was because he had seen it once before. That was something that happened 3,000 years ago. He didn't expect it to appear again. It seemed that it wasn't far from that date. The old locust tree took a deep breath and said, Young masters, why are you looking for us? The surrounding people were all stunned. This was a saint venerable who had lived for countless years. How terrifying was his status! However, at this moment, he was actually so respectful to four little saints. Who exactly was he? What exactly was paradise? They went crazy. They felt like they were dreaming. They asked around frantically, but other than the old locust tree, no one else knew. When they asked the old locust tree shook his head. He said, I only learned of this matter by chance. I can't spread it, or there will be a disaster. I can only tell you that their status is something that even saint kings have to treat seriously. The two saint venerables gasped. Their expressions became incomparably shocked. This was too incredible. They thought of some possibilities. Could it be? The two of them didn't say anything, but the shock in their hearts was like a stormy sea. Although the Saint Realm was powerful, it wasn't the end of the universe. The most powerful one was only a Saint King. There were more terrifying realms above that, but there were none in the second astral realm. However, it didn't mean that there weren't any in other universes. Obviously, the paradise that they had never heard of didn't exist in the second astral realm. The other party had crossed over. The two of them didn't dare to think about it anymore because they weren't qualified to know what happened next. The two of them also said respectfully. They hoped that the few of them would forgive them for offending them earlier. The surrounding people went crazy. The third great sage had such a respectful attitude. Who exactly was he? LV Qifeng revealed a cold smile. Well, I naturally have a reason for looking for you. Did you see the world behind? The 9999th gourd was a world within a world. It was an independent world. It was left behind by an extremely powerful existence 80,000 years ago. It probably contained endless treasures and secrets. Countless people gasped. The eyes of the third great sage also lit up. Was it left behind by a supreme existence 80,000 years ago? It was too shocking. Perhaps even the Saint King would be jealous if he saw it. However, they soon revealed puzzled expressions. Why would the other party tell them such a thing? Could it be that the other party couldn't enter and needed their help? Now I'll give you a chance. Spread the news and ask the strong ones to come. It's best if the Saint King can come too. I can let you in. However, I have a condition. There's a young man inside who must die. Moreover, I want him to die without a burial place. The hearts of the surrounding people beat wildly. What kind of person could provoke so many terrifying existences? The three great sages were also surprised. Could it be that there was already someone inside? Who was it? Was it the Saint King? Who were they? I don't know who he was. I only know that there was a peerless beauty by his side, followed by a toad and a dragon. Those two B** stars are so annoying. Hearing this, the corners of the three great sages' mouths twitched. The eyelids of the surrounding people twitched wildly. A toad, a dragon, and a peerless beauty. Why were they so similar to the great Demon King? Are you talking about Linwoody? That's right. Didn't he have a toad, a dragon, and a little white monkey by his side? Discussions broke out one after another. Chapter 4138. The three sacred venerables were stunned when they heard that. Could it be that Linwoody was inside? That was impossible. With Linwoody's status, how could he dare to provoke these people? All right, I'll give you 5 days. After 5 days, I'll teach you how to enter. You'll go in and help me kill. The voices of LV Qifeng and the others could be heard. They were filled with hatred. Lin Xian had to die. The toad and the dragon had to die too. They had to die. That peerless beauty was going to be enjoyed by him. Everyone started to move, wanting to spread the news. However, they were soon unable to move. The third great sage had joined forces and sealed them. Don't say anything. Whoever dares to say anything will be killed without mercy. The third great sage quickly left. It was impossible for them to let all the sage realm cultivators come to such a good place. Since they knew, they had to seize the opportunity. Therefore, they quickly returned to inform their sacred lands. Great Desolate Mansion, Acheron Palace, Demon City. After receiving the news, they were extremely shocked. Even the Sage King was alarmed. Soon, they gathered their forces and sent out their men. Many young geniuses were selected, and many sacred venerables were also going. This time, they were going to explore the world of 80,000 years ago. They would not bring the weak. Moreover, it was very likely that the Sage King would go personally. As for the others, they did not know. After all, this operation was very secretive. The Great Sage Mountain had first sealed those who knew about it, and then secretly moved. They were very fast and flew towards the gourd world. However, it was still discovered by someone. Fu Hongye was training outside. When he wanted to return to the Sage Realm, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force coming quickly. He held his breath, and used a secret technique to hide himself in the void. Soon, he found the people of Demon City. Those great demons were extremely powerful, and there were even many sacred venerables. Where were these people going? This kind of trip was too unusual. Was there going to be a sacred war? He did not know. He quickly returned to the sacred city and informed the unparalleled Sage King. On the way, other people also discovered them, but many of them were killed. After all, Fu Hongya was a top genius of the previous generation, and he had many opportunities. That was why he was able to dodge it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave. When he returned to Peerless Saint City, he immediately met Peerless Saint King and told him the news. Peerless Saint King felt that something was amiss. They hurriedly gathered some experts, and then they also secretly followed someone. The Gourd World. A group of people had already come in. After these people came in, they looked at everything around them with red eyes. Great, there are treasures everywhere. They made a fortune. These people wanted to attack in a frenzy. In the end, they triggered some array formations that nearly destroyed the world. Many people died instantly. Those who were still alive were trembling in fear. They knew that this place was not an ordinary place. They might not have even heard of some of the methods left behind from 80,000 years ago. Therefore, these people did not dare to be too arrogant. Moreover, they had a mission to complete this time. That was to come in to kill someone. That guy was on a mountain formed by a dragon and a tiger. It should be easy to find him. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to find such a mountain. He discovered that the steps on the mountain were extremely extraordinary. That's right, this is the place. The surrounding people were all excited. Quickly go up. When they reached the top, they found that there was a huge pressure that made them unable to breathe. Those below the Minor Saint realm could not reach the top at all. Fortunately, those who were sent this time were all elites. Basically, there was no one below the Minor Saint realm. However, it was also very difficult to reach the early and middle Minor Saint realm. Only those who were at the late Minor Saint realm could walk faster. The situation of those Saint Venerables was much better. However, they also felt a chill down their spines. They did not dare to act recklessly. Under the lead of the Saint Venerables, their speed was much faster. They set off toward the top of the mountain. Finally, they found a figure at 2/3 of the place. There was indeed someone in front. These people were extremely shocked. It seemed like what those people said was true. This should be the person they wanted to kill. Above them, Lin Xian and the others were very satisfied. They had obtained a lot of resources just by digging for treasures. Soon, they reached the top of the mountain. They did not know what was at the top of the mountain. However, at this time, they frowned as they walked. Because they sensed that someone was coming from below. Moreover, the aura this time was stronger than before. Damn it, what's going on? Why are there more people coming? They looked down and then screamed. Damn it, there are so many people. Lin Xian frowned too. There was no need to check carefully now. He could see that there were many people. Damn it, could it be those people from the Grotto Heavens? The dark red divine dragon also felt his scalp tingle. Those people from the Grotto Heavens were very terrifying. However, Lin Xian was surprised. His face was cold. It's not the people from the Grotto Heavens. I see an old acquaintance. Damn it, it's the people from the sacred city. How did they come in? Could it be that they found out? At this moment, they still did not know what LV Chi Feng and the others did. It's you. Those Saint Venerables also brought the others up. When they saw Lin Xian and the others, many of them screamed. Damn it, is it really the Demon King? They had doubts before. But now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were still shocked. They already knew how terrifying and extraordinary the backgrounds of the 4 people outside were. Who dared to provoke them? However, Lin Xian provoked them again. Kid, do you know that you're dead meat? Obediently hand over what you have on you, and I'll give you a quick death. Humph, how dare you provoke those people from the Grotto Heavens? Even God can't save you. A series of angry shouts sounded. Lin Xian frowned after hearing it. These people knew about the Grotto Heavens too. It seemed that the arrival of these people should be related to those 4 people. Could it be that those 4 people wanted to kill with a borrowed knife? Lin Xian's face darkened. 4 pieces of trash. Why? Do you think you can defeat me? Lin Xian stood above them and looked down. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. You're too reckless. This place is an independent world. Do you think anyone can save you? The people from the heavenly fiend race can't come in. Those Saint Venerables laughed. They had already investigated. Lin Xian must have some relationship with the heavenly fiend race. That was why he could summon them. But fortunately, when they entered, they had passed through many complex formations. It was an independent world. The people from the heavenly fiend race couldn't descend. This was not wrong. Indeed, Lin Xian couldn't summon the people from the heavenly fiend race here. But so what? This place had an extremely strong pressure. If they fought forcefully, it would even lead to an apocalyptic storm. At that time, he could just lead it again. They hid in the Great Sage Pagoda. Where could these Saint Venerables hide? They would probably die without a doubt. Chapter 4139. Seems like you guys have done a thorough investigation. However, do you think I don't have any other trump cards? I advise you to scram. I'm in a good mood these 2 days. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll make sure you all die without a burial place. Damn brat, who do you think you are? The people of Acheron Hall roared crazily. Emoshio, a genius on the pilgrim list, had died in the hands of the other party. How could they not take revenge? Now that they had the chance, they would be the first to strike. Acheron gourd. A tall man came out. He took out a Acheron gourd and opened it. A shocking Acheron Tao diagram flew out. The Acheron Tao diagram was too terrifying. It was raised by the Heaven Holy Land and was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, it turned into a ray of red light. It was so bright that the surrounding people could not open their eyes. It was a fatal blow. The surrounding people screamed. Even the toad and the dark red dragon were so scared that their scalps went numb. Damn it, what was that? They had never been to the Green Mountain world before, so they did not know. Lin Xian did know. He could tell that the gourd belonged to Emoshio. Dodge, don't take it head on. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Murong Qingqing and the rest. Murong Qingqing and the rest quickly retreated to the sides, while Lin Xian went up. It's useless. You can't escape. The man from Acheron Hall revealed a sinister smile. Today, he would use the Acheron Tao diagram to kill the other party. His name was Emohan, Emoshio's brother. This time, he would avenge his brother. The Acheron Tao path was extremely fast. Everyone thought that Lin Xian would definitely die. However, along the way, the Acheron Tao diagram trembled. The higher he flew, the greater the pressure. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure. He used the great dragon sword spirit to destroy all the pressure. He went up again. The Acheron Tao diagram was shaken again. It was shaken 5 times in a row. Cracks appeared on the Acheron Tao diagram. When Lin Xian saw this, he smashed the Yellow Springs Tao diagram into pieces with a slap. This is your attack? It's not that great. Lin Xian sneered. Mohan took a step back, his face pale. ***, the other party had actually broken through his map of Acheron and even shattered it. Don't worry, that's not his own strength. Sitting Mountain was very strange. The higher one went, the greater the pressure. The Yellow Springs diagram could not defeat him because of the pressure. It had nothing to do with that brat. The Lord comforted her. Mohan nodded. Come and fight me if you have the guts. Who do you think you are to go over just because you say so? Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you want to fight, then come over here and I'll slap you to death. He was not afraid of the pressure here, so he could go anywhere. However, the same could not be said for the people below. It was already very difficult for them to come here. If it were not for the saint, most of them would not have been able to come here. There was no need to talk nonsense with him. There was no need to fight him one-on-one. Just take him down, cripple his cultivation, and give him to the people from the paradise. Next, we have to collect as many treasures as possible. The Saint Venerable of the Acheron Palace had an extremely cold expression. This Saint Sovereign looked extremely ferocious. His body was covered with many Tao runes. His entire head looked like a demon. He even had a demon horn on his head. He was called the Demon Saint Sovereign. From afar, he looked like he had crawled out of hell. There was another Saint Sovereign beside him. It was even more strange. There was no flesh under his Tao robe. Instead, it was all bones. He was the White Bones Saint Sovereign. He cultivated the White Bones Law. This bone had been cultivated by him to the point where it was even stronger than an ordinary sacred artifact. The two great sage sovereigns walked up with their men. They surrounded everything. Not good. Murong Qingqing's expression changed. The dark red divine dragon and the others roared. You guys are shameless. If you have the guts, I'll slap you to death. However, the Demon Saint Sovereign and the White Bones Saint Sovereign sneered. You guys are not qualified. Attack! With a roar, the two of them took the lead. The surrounding people also attacked crazily. The attacks fell from the sky. Lin Xian and the others all retreated. Their faces were pale. Retreating quickly, Lin Xian led these people to the top of the mountain. However, the two great sage sovereigns used their great abilities. A large palm pressed down and blocked their path. On the other side, the Demon Saint Sovereign threw out a terrifying devil ball. Each of them crushed the void, making it impossible for them to deal with more. Kid, don't you have the great calamity? Kill him, the dark red divine dragon said. Lin Xian said no, use the world exterminating storm and let them all die here. He was also angry. Therefore, he planned not to let any of them go. Good idea, I'll use it. The dark red holy dragon and the toad crazily threw out array formations to attack each other. The power of the array formation was very strong, but it didn't trigger the world exterminating storm. What's going on? They were stunned. Murong Qingqing said previously you were injured. Brother Xian even used the great dragon sword spirit, and there's a dragon and a tiger on this mountain. I reckon that it's your dragon blood and dragon soul that activated it. Try again. That makes sense. The dark red holy dragon directly spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Lin Xian also crazily activated the great dragon sword spirit. A dragon's roar sounded, and dragon blood surged. Sure enough, in the next moment, the entire mountain shook violently again. The roar of a dragon and a tiger resounded. The two phantoms attacked and collided in the sky. The world exterminating storm swept over. Go in quickly. Lin Xian directly brought them into the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Tower was bombarded by the endless world exterminating storm, shaking non-stop. Outside, the White Bone Saint, the Demon Saint, and the others revealed sinister smiles. They thought that the other party was definitely dead. Even if the other party took out the tremor technique, it would be useless. Suddenly, the mountain shook, and then the phantoms of a dragon and a tiger appeared. That terrifying aura spread out. Not good, run quickly. They frantically retreated, but it was already too late. In an instant, this storm swept through heaven and earth. Ah! Those small saints instantly screamed and were torn into a bloody mist. The two great sage saints also tried their best to resist. They even took out their saint weapons to defend. But it was useless. They were turned into ashes together. After a long time, the storm outside slowly disappeared. Lin Xian and the others left. When they came out, they snorted coldly. They were all dead. They searched, trying to find some storage rings, but they found that all of them were broken. The things inside were also directly smashed into pieces by the storm. What a pity! They sighed. These were all experts. Lin Xian said to ignore them. This mountain was the treasure. Hurry up and go to the top of the mountain to take a look. They quickly set off towards the top of the mountain. At the same time, the second group of people also arrived outside. They also began to enter according to the method given by LV Qingfeng. Originally, In LV Qingfeng's opinion, it should be enough to let a few saint venerables in. However, since the news had been exposed, he might as well do something big. He allowed them to enter the depths of the mountain, but it was not unconditional. In addition to helping him kill Lin Xian, they also wanted half of the things inside. The four of them would share half of the treasures, and the rest would be given to the other great sage cities. With their status, the other great sage cities would definitely not dare to say anything. Sure enough, the three great sage cities agreed to this condition. Chapter 4140. Buzz. The formation inside was very dangerous, but with the route given by Lu Qifeng to break through the formation, these people moved slowly. However, they all entered safely. After entering, they revealed the same shocked expressions as the people from before. Their eyes were red, and some even began to search around. In the end, they attracted the formation. Don't move recklessly. This place is extremely dangerous. A Saint Venerable shouted angrily. The others' expressions changed drastically as they stared at the formation with lingering fear. Let's split up and search. These people carefully searched. At the same time, a two-headed leopard's figure flashed and flew into the distance. However, he came to a place where there was no one. The light in his eyes bloomed, forming two vortexes that swallowed his body. At the same time, a handsome young man of 16 or 17 walked out of the vortex. They finally entered. This handsome young man was Peerless Holy King. He waved his hand, and the vortex appeared again. Ling Huchuixue, Fu Hongye, and the others walked out. Was this the world within a world? They looked around curiously. Be careful. Go and ask around. Where is Lin Xian? Peerless Holy King ordered. The people from Peerless City began to move quickly. In fact, before these people came in, Lin Xian and the others had already arrived at the top of the mountain. The information at the top of the mountain was even more terrifying. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless and used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to the extreme. At the same time, the dark red dragon stained the Great Dragon Sword Soul with blood. The Great Dragon Sword Soul let out a dragon roar as if it had been revived. The dragon shadow on the mountain also roared at the same time. Then, a door appeared in front of them. Lin Xian and the others were delighted. They carefully walked in. Boom! In the next moment, they entered. The door disappeared as if it was forcefully opened from space. They came to another space. As soon as they entered, they felt the sky full of great Tao rushing at them. It was as if it had turned into rays of light that surrounded them. Murong Qingqing and the others gasped. The great Tao here is so rich. I feel like my laws are boiling. Lin Xian was also shocked. It was indeed a good place. If they used it well, they could save hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation. Thinking of this, they were overjoyed and walked forward. They found many pill bottles, which seemed to be used to store pills. However, when they opened it, they discovered that the medicinal pills inside were already empty, which made them sigh. Thinking about it, he didn't know how many tens of thousands of years this place had existed. Even if there were miraculous pills here, they couldn't have existed for tens of thousands of years. As he continued forward, he saw rows and rows of bookshelves, each of which was filled with jade slips. Murong Qingqing waved her jade-like hand and took out a soul spirit to explore the path. Then, she revealed a look of surprise. They were all divine abilities, and they were all top-notch great divine abilities. Any one of them would be enough to make those in the outside world jealous. Lin Xian also took one and examined it. A smile appeared on his face. Indeed, what was written on it was extraordinary. For example, what he had in his hands was a body-tempering method called the Vajra Universe Body. After mastering it, one's physique would far surpass those of the same level. However, Lin Xian only looked at it and put it down. If it were anyone else, they might be jealous. This thing was indeed a good thing, but he already had the 9-yang divine body. It was one of the rare divine bodies in the universe, so he didn't need it in terms of body tempering at the moment. Although he didn't cultivate it, he still made a copy of these techniques. He didn't need it, but he could exchange it for something. His soul was so powerful that in an instant, it surged into these jade slips to make copies. Soon, he had thousands of top-notch divine abilities in his hands. If it were in the outside world, it would definitely make countless people go crazy. Even those in the holy city would probably go crazy. Lin Xian felt that if he was strong enough, he could even use these divine abilities to start a sect. Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He waved his hand and grabbed a jade slip in his hand. Then, he carefully read it. In the next moment, he narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong, kid? Did you find something good?" The dark red holy dragon jumped over. It was indeed a good thing. Lin Xian gave the jade slip to the dark red holy dragon. After reading it, the dark red holy dragon was also surprised. Annihilation Sword Mound. It recorded the manufacturing method of a weapon. It wasn't a sacred artifact, but it was more powerful than a sacred artifact. Because it was a forbidden artifact. The so-called forbidden artifact was very powerful, but it had a shortcoming, which was that it could only be used for a short period of time. Generally, it would be destroyed after 3 to 5 uses. It was a consumable item. Without a strong foundation, it was impossible to create such a forbidden artifact. Usually, it was excavated from some ancient ruins by the top forces. The Annihilation Sword Mound was a type of forbidden weapon that could only be used once. It could only be used for a short period of time, but it was very powerful. From the name, one could tell that it was a destructive weapon. Once it was used, it would directly explode, forming a destructive energy. People below the Holy Venerate level couldn't survive at all, and it could even threaten a Holy Venerate. This was only one of them. If he refined more and detonated them together, even a Holy Venerate wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Xian felt a burst of excitement when he thought of the apocalypse caused by the Dragon Tiger Phantom. The dark red divine dragon also swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that there would be such a good thing here. Murong Qingqing also walked over and checked it out. She was surprised. Soon she frowned. Although this thing was powerful, it wasn't easy to refine. The materials were quite difficult to find. Indeed, the materials needed to refine it were as precious as machines, and it also needed a destructive aura. It was also made into a sword mound. Probably not many people could refine it. That said, Lin Xian still made a copy of it and memorized it deeply. This thing was good. If there was a chance, he definitely wouldn't miss it. As they walked further in, the light gradually brightened. There was a huge divine crystal in front of them that sealed some spiritual herbs. Lin Xian and the others were stunned after seeing it. If they were sealed with a divine crystal, they wouldn't wither and die. This was a good thing from tens of thousands of years ago. If it was refined into pills, it would be very beneficial to their cultivation. Lin Xian carefully cut and put away all the spiritual herbs. There were almost 2,000 of them. What a pleasant surprise. They probably wouldn't have to worry about the spiritual herbs for the time being. Murong Qingqing also revealed a smile. No wonder those people from the grotto heavens also traveled thousands of miles to come here. Indeed, it was enough to make any force go crazy. Therefore, they wouldn't tell anyone about it. Chapter 41-41. A door appeared in front of them. The door was half open. An extremely terrifying aura came from behind the door. It was like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, causing their souls to tremble. Lin Xian and the others stopped. Murong Qingqing looked ahead and said in surprise, "Could it be that a dragon and a tiger are sealed in front of us?" Lin Xian looked at the toad and asked, "What is this place?" The toad looked around and said, "Well, I'm not too sure either. I only know that this is a very mysterious place. Kid, let's go back. The aura in front is too unusual." Obviously, he didn't want to go forward. "What are you afraid of? If there's anything, I'll protect you." The dark red dragon waved its dragon claws and looked ahead. "I wonder which senior of the Dragon Ball has fallen here? Do you want to go in and take a look?" Lin Xian asked. His eyes flashed with a shocking light. The toad jumped back in fright. At the same time it said, "Have you heard of Mount Longhu? That's the legendary divine mountain. Even if this place isn't Mount Longhu, it's probably built based on it. Its power is unpredictable. I advise you not to try it lightly." Mount Longhu. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. The legendary divine mountain? Why haven't I heard of it? He looked at the dark red dragon and Murong Qingqing and asked, "Haven't you heard of it?" "No." The dark red dragon shook its head. However, Murong Qingqing frowned slightly. "I seem to have seen it once in the ancient books of the Kunlun Pavilion. However, Mount Longhu is a legendary mountain. It doesn't seem to exist in reality. Since it's a legendary thing, it's even more impossible to miss it." With that, Lin Xian walked forward. Murong Qingqing and the dark red godly dragon followed behind. When they arrived at that door and entered, a terrifying dragon roar and tiger roar could be heard. The three of them were stunned. Murong Qingqing's face turned pale. A phoenix phantom appeared on her body and blocked the aura. However, she didn't go forward. "I don't have the aura of dragons, nor do I have the strength of the tigers. I'm afraid that I'm not fated to enter." Lin Xian took a look and nodded his head. "Qingchen, wait for me outside then." It was extremely dangerous inside. Although he did not know what was inside, he did not want Murong Qingqing to take the risk. Furthermore, the other party was right. Most likely, only he and the dark red divine dragon would be able to enter. The great dragon sword soul was displayed to the extreme. The dark red divine dragon's dragon blood was surging. Indeed, they felt the pressure in front of them gradually disappear. The two of them walked in. Low growls could be heard from time to time. The surroundings were extremely dark, so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. The light on Lin Xian and the dark red dragon was swallowed up. However, they knew that they were walking forward because the pressure on their bodies was getting stronger and stronger, and the dragon's roar was getting louder and louder. After an unknown period of time, there was finally light ahead, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Lin Xian and the others arrived at another space. There was a painting hanging in front of them. The painting was extremely large, and there was a mountain drawn on it. It was a mountain formed by a dragon and a tiger. The holy light made one feel as if they had arrived at an immortal palace. Could this be the legendary Mount Longhu? Lin Xian looked at the painting and revealed a shocked expression. Indeed, such a miracle should not exist in reality. The dark red dragon beside him was also shocked. There was actually such a sacred place. Did the dragons not remember it? He was too shocked. At the same time, he said, "Kid, although this is a painting, the laws contained in it are too unusual. That dragon seems to be alive. We can cultivate here." Lin Xian nodded his head. Indeed, there was a dragon and a tiger on the mountain. As they breathed, the laws in the sky surged. They could indeed cultivate here. The two of them sat down cross-legged and began a long period of comprehension. This was a very strange state because when the two of them were comprehending, their souls seemed to be absorbed by the painting. They felt that they were surrounded by a holy place. They had really arrived at the foot of the divine mountain. Looking at the huge dragon and tiger, they felt their own insignificance. Whoosh! The dark red dragon transformed into his true form and synchronized with the dragon's breathing. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying rumbling sound came from his body. That power was much stronger than before. The dark red dragon's eyes widened. "Kid, this is a special breathing technique, and it's a breathing technique of dragons. It's very likely that it's lost." The dark red divine dragon was really too excited. There were many dragons in the world, and dragons were born with bloodline inheritances. Many dragons didn't need to learn their great mystical abilities. However, there were also differences in strength between dragon pearls. For example, the nest of 10,000 dragons was formed by many dragons. It was a powerful monarch race. But the true core was the direct descendants of the dragon desolate land. Only they could master the ancient scripture of the dragon emperor. That was the most important part. And the other dragons couldn't come into contact with it at all. and this breathing technique should have been created by some extremely powerful ancient scripture. Lin Xian was also surprised. The breathing technique of the dragons? Although he wasn't a dragon, he had a dragon soul. He fused with the dragon's soul and synchronized with the breathing of the dragons. In the next moment, he also felt that there seemed to be a force rapidly forming in his body. This feeling was really too wonderful. As expected of an ancient scripture, Lin Xian was surprised. Even if it wasn't left behind by a great emperor, it was still created by an extremely terrifying powerhouse. At the same time, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't know how powerful those princes and princesses were. These people were born as saints. In the beginning, they consumed and cultivated the strongest techniques and ancient scriptures left behind by the great emperor. They were probably already so strong that they defied the heavens. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He walked the path of the great emperor. One day, he would meet these princes. Thinking of this, his eyes shone with an extremely cold light. It wasn't enough. He had to become stronger, even stronger. Next, Lin Xian entered a state of selflessness. He completely merged with the dragon soul and began to study and cultivate this breathing technique. This feeling was very strange. Lin Xian seemed to have figured out a little. But he couldn't completely master it. In the end, he didn't think about anything. In between breaths, the great Tao and endless rays of light gushed out from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a sleeping dragon. The dark red dragon next to him was shocked. He found that the speed at which Lin Xian mastered this breathing technique was faster than his. This was too unbelievable. Thinking of this, he also cultivated with all his strength. After some time, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the subdued tiger next to him. Because that ferocious tiger was also breathing. Dragons had their own breathing techniques. Could the tiger be using the tiger's breathing technique? He was ready to try. However, he didn't have the tiger's bloodline or the tiger soul, so he couldn't contact the subdued tiger. Chapter 41-42. Tiger, the king of beasts. The tiger was the master of killing. It was an extremely powerful divine beast. Lin Xian took the Tao of slaughter from its body and prepared to create a tiger sword art. His attainments in the Tao of the sword were already very high. Moreover, he had obtained thousands of top-notch divine abilities. He could learn from others and create his own sword art. Lin Xian was completely immersed in it, forgetting the time and forgetting everything. After an unknown amount of time, a dragon and a tiger in front of him let out the roars of dragons and tigers. A mysterious force wrapped around him and the dark red divine dragon and sent him out. In the next moment, their bodies shook and they opened their eyes. The painting in front of them was shaking. However, they were no longer able to go in and comprehend it. The two of them knew that their opportunity had come to an end, so they bowed deeply and returned the way they came. Outside, Murong Qingqing was holding Little White and looking at the various cultivation techniques and abilities from before. The toad beside her was yawning in boredom. Suddenly, they turned their heads and stared at the door in front of them. "You're out." Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked out and asked, "How long has it been?" They felt that they had been meditating for too long. 100 years had passed? Murong Qingqing calculated the time and said that only 3 days had passed. Only 3 days? Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the painting was indeed something extremely terrifying. Most likely, the time inside had been altered. I wonder who left it behind? Brother Xian, what's inside? Murong Qingqing was also curious. Lin Xian gave a brief account of what had happened to him. Murong Qingqing was greatly surprised. Did Mount Longhu really exist? The toad's eyes were also red. Are you talking about the ancient breathing technique of the dragons? I want to learn it too. Learn your sister, you're not one of the dragons, you can't learn it at all. The dark red divine dragon looked down on him. The toad secretly lamented that it was a pity. Lin Xian also wanted to teach this breathing technique to Murong Qingqing, but he found that it was impossible. Murong Qingqing had the phoenix bloodline, so she couldn't learn the dragon's breathing technique. Murong Qingqing didn't force him. She said, "There's no need, Big Brother Xian. These top-notch abilities are already an extra surprise for me. Not to mention, we also obtained so many spiritual herbs." Lin Xian didn't force him. He knew that this ancient breathing technique was not simple. If he did not have the dragon's soul, he probably would not have been able to cultivate it. After looking around, they felt that there was nothing else, so they prepared to leave. But how do I get out? They could only return the way they came. Sure enough, when they reached that place, they came out of another door. Everyone walked out. Buzz. They felt the light around them become brighter, and there were sounds of killing and shouting coming from all around them. They looked carefully and realized that they had actually arrived at the foot of Mount Longhu. Have they come out? And not at the top of the mountain, but at the foot of the mountain. But soon, Lin Xian changed. He frowned. He sensed that the number of people in this world had increased again. It seemed that more people had come in, and those people naturally sensed the appearance of Lin Xian and the others. "Who are you?" They were too shocked. The other party appeared out of thin air, which gave them a fright. "It's you!" Suddenly a scream was heard. "Great, it's Lin Wudi. We found him." A figure rushed over quickly, and at the same time, his voice was heard. With a wave of his hand, an endless barren aura spread out, forming a long spear with terrifying laws surging on it. Buzz! The spear stabbed out, covering the sky and covering the earth, towards Lin Xian. This was a sure-kill spear, and its attack power was shocking. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a backhand palm. His palm was like a dragon's head, and it rarely moved forward, directly grabbing the spear. The person who attacked was a small saint from the great desolate mansion. He had reached the peak of the small saint realm, and was not far from the sacred venerable realm. Originally, he thought that he could seriously injure the other party with a surprise attack. He even thought that he could kill the other party. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would take it so easily. Moreover, Lin Xian's arm trembled, and the force made his body tremble. What a terrifying physique! No wonder it was rumored that he could not fight Lin Wudi in close combat. The person shouted angrily, and wanted to distance himself. However, he could not pull out his long spear at all, so he could only give up on the spear and run, preparing to attack from afar. Barren laws appeared on his body, like an endless autumn wind, bringing with it a sense of sadness. Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He did not care about such a divine ability anymore. He stretched out his palm again, and slapped forward. However, at this moment, his heart was beating wildly, and a great sense of danger shrouded his soul. A killing sword was behind him, and it was piercing towards his head. It was too fast. In an instant, it had arrived behind him. The cold killing intent coming from it made him feel cold all over. Damn it! Lin Xian was shocked. This was a top-notch assassin. At the same time, Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the toad roared, wanting to attack. However, in the next moment, they were all assassinated. Get lost! At this moment of crisis, Lin Xian did not have time to think. He roared and instinctively activated the dragon's breathing technique that he had just learned. In between breaths, a mysterious force was produced in his body, and it directly exploded. There was a boom. The killing sword was blasted into pieces. Those figures also vomited blood and were sent flying, their eyes filled with disbelief. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon also activated its breathing technique, pushing the people back. A dragon's roar spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. The 4 assassins were all injured. When they failed to hit, they instantly fled and hid. Lin Xian looked at Qingqing. Murong Qingqing shook her head. She said that the people of the mortal world. Apart from the mortal world, they could not think of a second person who could send out so many saint assassins and possess such killing divine ability. All of this happened in an instant. In the next moment, the injured minor saint of Great Desolate Prefecture screamed, "Come quickly! I found Lin Wudi!" This voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. "What? It's that kid?" Kill him quickly. The people of the paradise will reward you handsomely. The surrounding saints rushed over in a frenzy. In an instant, divine ability covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. How dare you be the lackeys of the paradise? Then go to hell. A trace of shocking killing intent appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he quickly activated the breathing technique, and a terrifying force surged out. He opened the sky with both hands, sweeping everything away. In an instant, the bodies of the three assassins exploded. Then, with a roar, all kinds of sword chi swept out in all directions. He was really too strong. Ordinary late minor saints were no match for him. These people were severely injured the moment they came. Join hands. They roared crazily, but Murong Qingqing and the others were not to be trifled with. They fought back crazily. Chapter 41-43. The sage's expression changed drastically. Damn it, why did the other party target him? Didn't he just shout a little? He quickly retreated and his body turned into nothingness. At the same time, he spat out 3 shields to block in front of him. However, it was useless. Everything shattered under the punch. Half of his body exploded, and the remaining half was also shattered. No! He screamed in fear and quickly used the Great Desolate Mansion's peerless divine ability. That was the Desolate Summoning. He summoned 3 barren men, who were extremely terrifying. Together, they charged forward. However, it was useless. Lin Xian was very afraid of this move before, but it was useless now. Even if the 4 of them attacked him together, he would not care because they were not as strong as him. The sword in his hand swung wildly. Dragon's breath. Every time he circulated the sword, coupled with the great dragon sword soul, he was extremely powerful. The summoned barren man was split in half. Ah! The small saint's star soul was destroyed. Those who block me will die. Lin Xian looked around. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed. He roared and fully activated the 9 yang divine body. The great dragon sword soul swept across. At this moment, everyone trembled in fear. He's too strong. He's as strong as the god of war. Run! These people were no match for him. They quickly retreated. Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the others chased after them frantically. In an instant, the surrounding people were utterly defeated. How dare you! At this moment, a roar was heard. A terrifying sword light slashed down from the sky. The desolate sword was extremely powerful. On the other side, a yellow spring diagram appeared. It was also extremely terrifying. Endless yellow spring water filled the sky. The sacred venerables had made their move. This time, there were many sacred venerables. When they attacked, the sword chi and the phoenix shadows were all sent flying. Lin Xian quickly retreated. Murong Qingqing also kept dodging. 7-colored phoenix wings appeared on her back, increasing her speed to the extreme. Lin Xian even used the void escape technique to dodge the sure kill attack. In the next moment, his face became extremely cold. Up the mountain. Since these saint venerables were here, they could only go up the mountain. There was a world-destroying storm on the mountain that they could activate. Lin Xian and the others quickly rushed up Mount Longhu. More and more holy venerates appeared behind them. Brat, do you think you can still escape here? In an instant, 8 saint venerables appeared in the surroundings. The people from the 3 great sage cities all revealed sinister smiles. No matter how heaven-defying the other party was, he wouldn't be able to escape from their clutches. Not good, junior brother Lin is in danger. On the other side, the people from Peerless City also heard the roar and flew over. However, what they saw was an astonishing scene. The 8 lords of the great sage attacked together, attacking Lin Xian. Damn it, how dare you! Fu Hongxue and the others roared, but it was too late. After all, the other party was a holy venerable. Could Lin Xian block it? Boom! 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 Suddenly, they saw a terrifying world-destroying storm on the mountain. The aura made their hair stand on end. The 8 lords of the great sage originally had a sinister smile, and the powerhouses of the holy city behind him were even more sinister. They had to see the other party's miserable state. However, in the next moment, when the world-destroying storm blew, their expressions all changed. "Damn it, there's a trap here! How dare you trick us, brat!" They all went crazy and retreated madly. The 8 lords of the great sage tried their best to resist. However, it was useless. They felt that the storm could destroy everything. The powerhouses of the holy city were instantly reduced to ashes. The 8 lords of the great sage were also severely injured. They were about to be killed. At that moment, a cold shout came from heaven and earth. Then, a palm came down and enveloped the 8 lords of the great sage. Then, the person took the 8 lords of the great sage and left. The world-destroying storm. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had already hidden in the great sage pagoda. However, they sensed that the 8 lords of the great sage were not dead. What was going on? After the storm disappeared, they hurriedly investigated. Lin Xian's face was incomparably cold. Someone could actually escape from the world-destroying storm. Who was the person who saved the 8 great sage? Wasn't it too heaven-defying? It was probably an existence that surpassed the holy venerate. Murong Qingqing's face was also cold. The 8 great sage was injured all over. They were still trembling in fear. "Thank you, Holy Lord, for your help." They bowed respectfully to the void. The Holy Lord was the Lord of the holy city, which was also the Sage King. Lin Xian and the others' faces were incomparably solemn. Did the Sage King come in person? It was really unbelievable. Just to catch him? Or was there another reason? Thinking about it, it should be because of the treasures here. The heavens and earth shattered as a terrifying canyon appeared in the air. The aura that was emitted from it made everyone feel despair. Above the canyon, a figure sat cross-legged. The aura of desolation on his body was extremely terrifying. He was the lord of the great desolate mansion, which was also the Sage King, Desolate Heaven's Sage King. His appearance shocked everyone. Had the true Sage King finally appeared? Buzz! On the other side, another person appeared. It was also a hazy figure with the Yellow Springs Tao diagram. It was abnormally terrifying. The cold aura on his body swept across the entire world. This was the Sage King of the Yellow Springs Hall, known as the Silver Corpse Sage King. There was a legend about the Silver Corpse Sage King. It was rumored that he was already dead. However, the place where he was buried was very special. The corpse was cultivating. He broke through to become an Earth Sage King. It could be said that it was extremely strange. At this moment, everyone thought that they had been sucked into the Yellow Springs. The Silver Corpse Sage King had a divine sword dripping with blood hanging on his waist. It was the Yellow Springs sword. This sage artifact was the Yellow Springs Hall's divine artifact, which had been passed down for a long time. It was said that the blood on it was left behind by a supreme existence. The toad's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The dark red dragon was also gnashing its teeth. One Sage King was already very dangerous for them. Now that there were 2 Sage Kings, could they still escape? Even with the Great Sage Pagoda, it would be difficult for them to escape. This was not the end. The other side of the void collapsed again, and a war chariot appeared in the void. The war chariot was incomparably simple and was a powerful sage artifact. The ones pulling the chariot were even more extraordinary. There were 8 giant pythons with purple wings, and their bodies were huge. They were like a mountain range, with endless clouds and murderous intent. They flipped in the sky. Each of the 8 flying pythons was a holy venerate. Using a Sage King to pull the chariot was really a powerful move. The person on the war chariot was definitely a Sage King. This was the Sage King of the Thousand Demon City, called the Soaring Sage King. It was said that his original form was a soaring mantis, an extremely terrifying mutated beast. There were still 4 people standing beside him, all of them exuding a supreme air of arrogance. They were precisely Lu Qifeng and the others. The Sage King finally appeared. Monthly votes, recommendations, rewards, subscriptions, collections. Support. Chapter 41-44. The three great sage human kings appeared and surrounded Mount Lunghu. The supreme aura of the sage kings circulated between heaven and earth. On the war chariot, LV Chi Feng and the others stared at Lin Xian with monstrous killing intent in their eyes. Kid, have you ever thought that you would end up like this? How dare you provoke our grotto heaven? I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Their voices were unusually cold. Damn it, what should we do? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. If it doesn't work, I'll use Annihilation Storm multiple times. If that doesn't work, I'll go to the mysterious space at the top of the mountain and meditate there. Anyway, it was all about cultivation. It didn't matter where it was. If Lin Xian really dared to cultivate into a sage or a sage king, he would come out and kill everyone. How dare a sage king bully a young junior? Have you all been living like a dog all these years? Between heaven and earth, a cold voice sounded. Then, an endless amount of sage king aura descended. The surrounding people from the three great sage human kings were stunned. There's a sage king? Who is it? It doesn't seem to be one of us. That's too arrogant. Sure enough, the three great sage human kings' faces were also cold. Their terrifying killing intent shattered the void in front of them. In front of them, there was an extremely terrifying black vortex that swallowed all the killing intent in the sky. Then, a group of figures descended. The leader was a 16 or 17-year-old youth with delicate features. Behind him were some geniuses and experts. Who is this person? Many people were puzzled. However, there were also some people whose pupils shrank. Unparalleled Sage King. The people from Peerless City are here. Damn it, how did they get in? These people were too shocked. One had to know that the person they captured this time, Lin Xian, was from Peerless City. Logically speaking, anyone could have come, but the people from Peerless City were the least likely to come. But now, the other party had come in. Great, I'm saved. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. My senior brother, Unparalleled Sage King, is here. Even if I can't win this time, I can still escape. Unparalleled Sage King, this kid killed the people from the grotto heaven. He can't escape death. Even you can't save him. I advise you to leave obediently and not get involved in this matter. Otherwise, you'll easily draw trouble to yourself. Soaring Sky Saint King's cold voice resounded. The other two great sage kings also had cold expressions. Even if you want to fight, can you beat the three of us? Is that so? You can try. However, I can guarantee that once we start fighting, apart from the three of you, none of the people you brought along will survive. As soon as he said this, the faces of the other three turned cold. The other party was right. If a Saint King was determined to kill someone, no one would be able to escape. If they continued to fight like this, both sides would suffer great losses. Then what do you want? Sage King Huangtian asked coldly. On the other side, the Silver Corpse Saint King's voice was cold. He killed many of our geniuses. Do you think I will let him go so easily? If you don't let him go, more people will die. Peerless Saint King sneered. Moreover, I don't think it's a good idea to start a fight here. You should know what kind of place this is. If we start a fight here, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unscathed. If you want to take revenge, Sure, it won't be too late to take revenge after we get out. As for now, I think it's best to discuss how to distribute the treasures in this world. Hearing this, the three of them fell silent. The others were also in an uproar. On the war chariot, Lu Qingfeng and the others had cold expressions. Damn it, didn't you say you would attack? Why didn't you attack immediately? Soaring Sky Saint King's face was cold. To be honest, who were these people? How dare they shout in front of him? If it wasn't for his identity as a grotto heaven, he would have killed them with his gaze. At this moment, he said coldly. It was different from what he said before. If the other party didn't have a Saint King by his side, he could just attack. However, if there was a Saint King, the situation would be too complicated. The three of us might be able to suppress him, but we don't have 100% confidence in killing him. Because Peerless Saint King comprehended the law of devour. If we want to kill him, we have to prepare carefully. Now, we don't have any plans to deal with him. How can we kill him? If the Saint King were to escape, no holy city would be able to withstand his revenge. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng and the others' faces turned ugly. They gritted their teeth. Damn it, were they going to let that brat continue being arrogant? He was too despicable. How could that be? Acheron Hall's silver corpse, Saint King said coldly. I'll spare his life for now. Once we get out, I'll definitely kill him. Now, let's split the treasures first. We can't go back empty-handed. You don't want this to happen, right? Desolate Sky Saint King said coldly. Lu Qingfeng and the others' faces turned ugly. They realized that they were too confident. In their opinion, as long as they revealed their identities as Grotto Heaven, even Saint Kings would have to be respectful to them. However, that wasn't the case. Before entering, these people might have been polite to him, but after entering, their attitudes changed. All of them only wanted to get the treasures. They didn't plan to help him take revenge. But what could they say? No matter how noble their identities were, they couldn't fully mobilize the 3 Saint Kings, let alone order them around. Therefore, they could only nod helplessly. The 3 great sage saints discussed, and Desolate Sky Saint King walked out. Unparalleled Saint King, we didn't expect you to enter. However, I'm sure it's because of us that you were able to enter. Therefore, you can have 10% of this world. The remaining 90% will belong to us. 10%? Unparalleled Saint King laughed. It seems that I haven't shown my true strength all these years. Some people have forgotten how powerful I am. Unparalleled Saint King's aura burst out, and the black laws spread out in all directions. Suddenly, the entire world darkened. Countless people were shocked. Was this the legendary devouring law? It could devour everything. It was too terrifying. Below, Lin Xian was also shocked. The devouring law. He didn't expect Unparalleled Saint King to have comprehended the devouring law. One had to know that his master, Wine Lord, was the successor of the devouring sword. Perhaps Unparalleled Saint King's devouring law was taught to him by Wine Lord. Desolate Sky Saint King and the rest felt the power of Unparalleled Saint King's devouring law. His strength had increased again. They were too shocked. What do you want to do? Soaring Sky Saint King asked coldly. Unparalleled Saint King said, It seems like the 3 of you are an alliance. I'll treat you as one of the forces. Unparalleled City is one of the forces. Let's have a bet. I've roughly looked around this world. There are many treasures, but there are only 3 important places. One is Mount Longhu, and the other is Mount Laming in the distance. The last place is a mysterious valley. These 3 places should be the places where the treasures are. So, do you dare to bet 3 rounds with me? We'll send people to fight 3 rounds. Whoever wins 1 round will choose a place. This is fair. Chapter 41-45. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. They did not expect Peerless Holy King to make such a suggestion. To be honest, with the 3 great sage kings working together, would they be weaker than Peerless Holy King? Even if it was a one-on-one battle, they would have more geniuses on their side. Where did he get his confidence from? Why? You don't dare? Peerless Holy King spoke again. The 3 Saint Kings on the other side quickly discussed among themselves. What the hell was this guy doing? Could it be that he thought he could win? Let's compete with him. Could it be that we can't suppress him? The 3rd Great Sage King discussed and felt that it was a good idea. After all, if they really fought, they would suffer heavy losses too. It was better to use a one-on-one battle. All right, we agree. The 3rd Great Sage King sneered. The people from Peerless City were also very nervous. Peerless Holy King was indeed very calm. At this time, Lin Xian also rushed up from below. He wondered how confident Peerless Holy King was. To be honest, Peerless Holy King was very confident in winning all 3 battles. However, if they won all 3 battles, they would probably vomit blood. Therefore, they only planned to win 2 battles. Was that so? Lin Xian smiled as well. It seemed that his senior brother was very confident in himself. He said telepathically, "I've already entered Dragon Tiger Mountain and brought out all the things inside. There were also some things that they could not bring out. They probably would not be able to get them even if they went in." Peerless Holy King's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Xian's telepathic message. Great, then he would give Dragon Tiger Mountain to them. Lin Xian guessed that only those who possessed the purest blood of the Dragon Clan or possessed the terrifying heritage of the Tiger Clan could enter Longhu Mountain. Otherwise, others would not be able to force their way in. If they did not go in, Lin Xian might be worried when he saw Peerless Holy King. However, after going in and thinking about the legend of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Xian guessed that if the method was wrong, even Peerless Holy Kings would not be able to enter and could only watch. Therefore, there was no need for them to explore Dragon Tiger Mountain. They would take down the other 2 important places and think of a way to enter. Alright, are you done discussing? Who will you send for the first stop? Holy King Yellow Sky said coldly. They had also discussed and decided to bid for a sacred venerable. How could they possibly lose such a crucial battle? The Great Desolation Mansion sent out a representative. His name was Will Saint Sovereign. The man was carrying a lot of bags. The aura of desolation pervaded the air, making one's scalp go numb. After she walked out, she looked ahead and sneered. "Chui Xue, go ahead," Peerless Saint King said calmly. "That's right," Linghu Chui Xue also walked out. The chief disciple of the first generation? Murong Qingqing and the others were shocked. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. That was because they could sense that the Samsara Sage Venerate was extremely powerful. They even guessed that it might be a late-stage Holy Venerate. Would senior brother Linghu be able to go up? The people on the other side were also stunned. Didn't they send an elder? Although Linghu Chuixue was the head disciple of the first generation and the personal disciple of the Sage King, Linghu Chuixue was still very powerful. However, he was a disciple after all. Logically speaking, such a terrifying battle should have sent some extremely powerful elders. It seemed like Peerless City had no one. The people of Great Sage City sneered. Linghu Chuixue walked out, his expression was calm without any ripples. On the other side, the Samsara Sage Venerate also walked out, his lips curled into a cold smile. "Little doll, you're no match for me. Just admit defeat obediently. I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." After saying that, he snorted coldly. The aura of desolation burst out from his body. Endless laws spread out, shattering the heavens and the earth. When the surrounding people felt this power, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. So powerful. He was indeed a late-stage Holy Venerate. The third great Sage King smiled. The Samsara Sage Venerate was not only a late-stage Holy Venerate with terrifying strength, but more importantly, his bloodline talent. He was from the Great Desolation Mansion. The Great Desolation Mansion's secret technique, Desolation Summoning, could summon people from the Desolation Canyon to assist in battle. Ordinary people could summon 3 or 4. However, the Samsara Sage Venerate could summon 6. Furthermore, these 6 were all Holy Venerates. This was equivalent to 7 against 1. No one below Holy Ruler could contend against them. Linghu Chuixue was really dead this time. They were not worried at all. They were already considering which of the 3 great treasure lands they should choose. The dark red divine dragon and the others also gasped when they felt the aura. Lin Xian also frowned. This was not the first time he had fought with the Great Desolation Mansion. He knew that their trump card was their ability to summon desolate figures. He had encountered them before. They were extremely dangerous. If this Samsara Sage Venerate could summon a few Holy Venerates, Linghu Chuixue would not stand a chance. "Humph!" Linghu Chuixue snorted coldly and drew a sword. There was still no sharp aura erupting from his body. No one could guess what cultivation realm he was at. What number 1 disciple? In my opinion, this is all there is to it. Even if you want to show off in front of the younger generation, you have no right to behave atrociously in front of me. The Samsara sage Venerate sneered disdainfully. He walked forward. At the same time, he raised his right hand and casually slapped down. He wanted to defeat his opponent in the most relaxed manner possible. Could it be that the gap between them was too big? The toad and the others screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. When Ling Huchuishue saw this scene, he was not angered. He slashed forward with his sword. This slash did not even have any sword aura. It pierced forward directly. Sigh. How pitifully stupid. How could an ant compete with a true dragon? The Samsara sage Venerate's face became even more disdainful. However, in the next moment, what happened surpassed everyone's imagination. So much so that everyone was stunned. That was because Ling Huchuishua's slash had directly cut off one of the Samsara sage Venerate's arms. Blood splattered everywhere. The Samsara sage Venerate was sent flying. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Impossible! The people from the great sage city opened their eyes wide. The toad and the others were also stunned. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It would appear that Ling Huchuishua's sword technique was extremely peculiar. It was different from ordinary sword techniques. He had been too worried earlier. Only the unparalleled Sage King had a confident smile on his face. Ling Huchuishua was his #1 disciple. He was so strong that those idiots would not even know how they died in the end. Damn it! The Samsara sage Venerate's expression turned incomparably ugly. He truly did not expect that he would suffer a loss at the hands of his opponent. Furthermore, one of his arms had been cut off. Damn it! He was a late-stage sage Venerate. How powerful was he? Chapter 41-46. Kid, you have angered me. I wanted to let you suffer less, but I don't have the chance to do so now. I will kill you with my strongest attack. He was furious. Therefore, he kept forming seals and the pouches on his back bulged as though they were connected to different worlds. At the same time, a terrifying barren world appeared behind him. The 6 pouches swelled abnormally and 6 figures crawled out from them. Crack! 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 Their bodies were deformed as though they were being squeezed by space. However, when they crawled out, their bones started to crack. The vitality of the 6 of them quickly combined. The auras on their bodies also erupted. Sacred sovereigns. All 6 of them were sacred sovereigns. The scene shocked everyone. The secret technique of the great desolate mansion was too terrifying. How could they fight 6 sacred sovereigns at once? Moreover, the 6 sacred sovereigns were at the middle stage, and one of them was about to reach the late stage. They were too powerful. In addition to the strength of the reincarnation sacred sovereign, 7 against 1 was a sure kill situation. Ha ha! The desolate heaven's sacred sovereign laughed proudly. The other 3 great sage cities heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried when they saw the reincarnation sacred sovereign had lost an arm. Would he fail miserably? It seemed like there would be no problem now. It's here! Lin Xian and the others looked solemn. The people from Wushuang City were also worried. Only the Wushuang sacred sovereign was still smiling. Ling Huchuishua's eyes flickered when he saw the scene. Is he going to use his trump card now? Alright then, I'll play with you for a bit. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The long sword in his hand started to vibrate violently. What he used was not the unparalleled holy sword, but an iron sword that was covered in rust. However, no one dared to underestimate him. The fact that he had cut off the reincarnation sacred sovereign's arm was enough to show his strength. However, so what if he was strong? Could he take on 7 of them at once? Obviously he could not. It's useless. Stop struggling. The reincarnation sacred sovereign sneered. How dare you cut off my arm? I will make you wish you were dead. Go! He formed seals with his hands and his broken arm was reattached. At the same time, the 6 great sage lords also made their move. In an instant they attacked from different directions. The reincarnation sage sovereign did the same. He strode forward. This time, he would not give the other party a chance. 1. In the face of 7 terrifying figures, Lin Fan was stunned. Ling Huchuishua struck out with his sword. Beheading light. At the same time, his voice was heard. Everyone was puzzled. Just as they were wondering what this meant, they suddenly realized that their vision had turned dark. It seemed that the sky had turned dark. Damn it, what's going on? Many people screamed in fear. In an instant, their bodies erupted with light, wanting to light up. However, he found that he couldn't do it at all. The surroundings were pitch black. Even Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing felt their vision darken. It felt as if they had arrived at a mysterious space at the top of a mountain. The dark red mystical dragon and the others also tried, but they realized that they couldn't light up their bodies either. Were they being suppressed? What kind of sword technique was this? It was Senior Brother's sword technique. Fu Hongye exclaimed. Everyone looked over, but they couldn't see anything at all. They couldn't even see their own fingers. The 3 great sage lords on the opposite side also frowned. They tried for a while, but they were surprised. Something was wrong. It wasn't that they couldn't use the light, but that they couldn't see it. The 3 great sage lords instantly changed their minds. An extremely terrifying light burst out from their eyes. The laws on their bodies surged out as if they had broken some kind of barrier. In the next moment, they saw that their surroundings were incomparably bright. It was as if thousands of suns were shining together. In order to avoid the darkness, the surrounding sages all frantically circulated their powers. However, other than the sage kings, no one else could see it. 1. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Mysterious patterns appeared in his golden eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to have broken some kind of restriction. In the next moment, he saw the same scene. The surrounding light was really too bright. It made him squint his eyes. However, he found that Murong Qingqing and the others were still a little flustered. It was as if they couldn't see the light at all. He grabbed Qingqing's hand and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Murong Qingqing and the others. "Don't use your powers anymore. The light on your bodies is already very strong. You can't see it because this sword has deprived you of your vision." Deprived of vision? Murong Qingqing sucked in a breath of cold air. Dark Red Godly Dragon and the others were also stunned. It turned out that they couldn't see. What a terrifying sword technique. Sure enough, the 6 great sage lords and the Samsara sage lords in front also stopped. In front of them, it was also pitch black. No matter how they resisted, they couldn't see. Dazzling light? Do you think we can't find you in the darkness? They were sage lords. Without their eyes, they could still clearly see everything. Sure enough, in the next moment, they identified the direction again and charged out in the darkness. Their target was Ling Huchuishue. Ling Huchuishue's second sword fell. The sound of slashing. Whoosh. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. All sound was gone. It was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone realized that they couldn't even hear the sound of their own hearts. It was as if they had been thrown into an endless void. What was going on? One by one, they screamed in horror. Lin Xian's heart was also beating wildly. He realized that he couldn't hear anything. He could only see the crazy looks on the faces of the people around him. The first sword had deprived them of their vision. The second sword had deprived them of their sound. Then, wouldn't they become useless? Not to mention finding their target, they wouldn't even know that someone was ambushing them. Lin Xian didn't try to resolve it. It was a silent world. Because it was his first time seeing such a sword technique. He wanted to experience it seriously. He knew that this should be Ling Huchuishue's ultimate skill. Not only was it related to sword techniques, but it was also related to the laws. As expected of the first disciple of Wushuang City. He was really strong. Previously, he had seen Hongye in action. She could use many laws. Her red leaf had frightened countless people. Now, it seemed that Ling Huchuishue was stronger. No wonder the Wushuang Sage King wanted him to fight. Damn it! The Samsara Sage King couldn't hear anything. He had been deprived of his vision and hearing. Damn it, they were using their souls to search for him. The Samsara Sage King crazily used his soul, covering the sky and earth. The 6 great sage lords were the same. They were completely under the command of the Samsara Sage King. The soul was a very special thing. It had a special frequency that included vision and hearing. However, it was different from vision and sound. Now, everyone couldn't see or hear. However, they could feel that there was someone in front of them. It was a very strange feeling. However, in the next moment, they couldn't even feel Linghu Chuexue. Chapter 41-47. These people were terrified. In the endless darkness, there was no sound, and the other party had disappeared. At this moment, they felt like they were about to die. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. This was because he realized that Linghu Chuexue was slashing at him. He could not hear what Linghu Chuexue was saying because his sense of hearing had been cut off. Only the 4 great sage kings could hear it. This sword was called Sky Slash. It slashed at him, isolating him from everything. Even his soul could not detect it. It's over. The Saint Venerable's faces turned ugly. They were afraid that the reincarnation Saint Venerable would be in a very passive position. Wushuang's Sage King smiled. They had won this battle. Indeed, after Linghu Chuexue slashed at him, it was as if he did not exist. He walked forward. He arrived in front of the reincarnation Saint Venerable. However, the reincarnation Saint Venerable did not know about it at all. He was still attacking his surroundings. Lin Xian could not hear it. His soul could not capture it. However, he could see it. Looking at this strange scene, his scalp went numb. In the next moment, he saw Linghu Chuexue raising his sword again. Body slash. Poof! With one slash, the reincarnation Saint Venerable's body was split into 2. A miserable cry could be heard. However, no one could hear or see it. In fact, they did not even know what was going on. The 3 great sage kings' faces turned ugly. Wushuang's Sage King waved his hand and broke the barrier, saving the reincarnation Saint Venerable. Wushuang's Sage King also created a devouring vortex that floated above Linghu Chuexue's head. He asked, "Why? Are you going to attack by force?" As the 2 Saint Kings made their moves, the boundless darkness and the silent world from before shattered. Everyone regained their vision and hearing. They were frightened. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all dumbfounded. The reincarnation Saint Venerable had been slashed into 2. Moreover, the Sage King had saved him. Heavens, what happened just now? Wushuang's Sage King's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "You guys have won this battle." There was no other way. If the battle had continued, the reincarnation Saint Venerable would have died. Everyone's scalps went numb. They had actually been defeated in this battle. Damn it, how is this possible? Third, the great sage city's people went crazy. They had never thought that this would happen, but the peerless city's people were cheering. That's great. They actually won. It was too unbelievable. Toad and the others felt like they were in a dream. Even Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. Linghu Chuexue put his iron sword back into its scabbard and cupped his fist as he spoke. "Thank you for letting me win." With that, he turned around and walked back to Peerless Sage King's side. "Well done." Wushuang Holy King patted him on the back and looked around. Lu Xiang smiled. "Tell me, which treasure should we choose?" The moment these words came out, the 3 great sage kings on the other side shuddered, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. Damn it! He actually wanted the other party to choose first. They swore that in the next 2 battles, they would not lose even a single time. Lin Xian had already investigated Mount Longhu. It was said that only dragons and tigers with terrifying bloodlines and souls could enter. Therefore, they could not enter, and there was no need for them to enter. Peerless Sage King looked at Mount Thunder and the mysterious valley in the distance. He had not seen through the valley yet, so he decided to choose Mount Thunder first. He said, "All right, we'll choose Mount Thunder." On the other side, The three great Sage Kings snorted coldly and did not say anything. Peerless Sage King said, "Then we'll investigate Mount Thunder first." He created a clone and led Lin Xian and the others into the distance. His real body stayed behind. He had to watch over the three great sage cities. Otherwise, what would they do if these people were to cause trouble? Mount Thunder was different from Mount Lunghu. Mount Lunghu looked calm on the surface, but there was a terrifying pressure pressing down on them. However, if they did not trigger the final apocalyptic storm, their lives would not be in great danger. However, Mount Thunder was different. There were signs of destruction everywhere. Even getting close to it made people feel extremely uncomfortable, let alone stepping on it. Those who were slightly weaker would be sending themselves to their deaths. What a violent aura! It's suitable for refining equipment and cultivating the law of lightning. Alright, all of you go and try. Here, when refining weapons and cultivating, the laws of lightning would be 10 times faster than outside. Take advantage of this opportunity. The eyes of Lin Xian and the others lit up. This was equivalent to shortening the cultivation time by a few hundred years. It was simply something that could only be found by chance. Ling Huchuixue and the others were also tempted. These people did not hesitate and rushed up Mount Thunder. Suddenly, endless thunder erupted from Mount Thunder and fell. For a moment, all kinds of wails were heard. However, these people were all experts. Although they were struck by lightning, they could withstand it. Let's spread out, or we'll be too big of a target, Ling Huchuixue said. Everyone spread out, and Lin Xian and the others rushed up from a mountain path. No matter what magical treasures you have, hurry up and take them out for cultivation. As Lin Xian spoke, he took out quite a number of items for cultivation. Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the toad did not hold back. Even Little White jumped in, gritting its teeth. However, they knew that this was a great opportunity. On the other side, Ling Huchuixue, Fu Hongye, and the elders were also attacking with all their might. Even Peerless Holy King's clone narrowed his eyes. He formed a seal with his palm, forming a devouring vortex above Mount Thunder and began to absorb the power of Mount Thunder. At the same time, a vortex also appeared above Peerless Holy King's body in the distance. Endless thunder fell from it and enveloped him. It was terrifying. The people of the great sage city retreated. The aura of the thunder terrified them. At the same time, they were extremely envious. This was a cultivation speed that was dozens of times faster and shortened by a few hundred years. Just like that, they could only watch in front of their eyes. The three kings of the great sage city gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. There were still 2 treasure lands left. They must take them down. This vortex was really terrifying. It directly transferred the thunder of Mount Thunder to a distance, allowing Peerless Holy King's body to cultivate. He even took out the Peerless Holy Sword and began to refine it. Lin Xian did not use any laws. Instead, he walked directly in the sea of thunder. The thunder struck his body and made a clanging sound. He was also multitasking and created multiple clones. Some of them were specifically looking at the sacred artifact and refining it. Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear to refine it. Another clone took out the Great Sage Tower and began to collect the aura of the Thunder of Destruction. This was because this was one of the materials to create the Destruction Sword Vault. The Destruction Sword Vault required special metals and violent aura of destruction. Now, the lightning of Thunder Rolling Mountain was a violent force. Following this, he only needed to find some special materials to refine the Destruction Sword Tomb. It was not over yet. Lin Xian even let the Great Dragon Sword Soul go deep into Mount Thunder to absorb the power. Every time the Great Dragon Sword Soul leveled up, it required more power than before. It was more than 10 times. Lin Xian felt like it was a bottomless pit. So now, with such violent power of thunder, how could he let it go? Chapter 41-48. The people from the 3 Holy Lands gnashed their teeth in anger as they watched the events unfold. The soaring sky sage king snorted. It had been a few days. How long were they going to take? He was really unhappy. The peerless Sage King said that it would take at least 10 years. Damn it, do you want to die? The desolate Sky Sage King roared. The Silver Corpse Sage King also looked unfriendly. 10 years? What a joke. They did not have the time to wait. At most 3 months. All right, 3 months it is. The peerless Sage King nodded. The cultivation continued. After more than a month, the peerless Sage King was shocked. Oh my heavens, who is this? He's so terrifying. His devouring law was already very fast when it devoured lightning. However, he realized that there was someone in Thunder Rolling Mountain who was even faster than him. That person had devoured more lightning than him. Was he not afraid of dying? After probing for a bit, he revealed a bitter smile. It turned out that he found out that it was Lin Xian. To be exact, it was Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Soul. The Dragon Sword Soul was like a bottomless pit. Its speed shocked the peerless Sage King. However, the peerless Sage King knew about the existence of the Dragon Sword Soul. Therefore, he exclaimed. It was indeed a legendary offensive saint technique, one of the 5 swords of the world. It was not easy to support it. Sure enough, Thunder Rolling Mountain could not take it anymore. It did not take 3 months, but 2 months and 3 days. Thunder Rolling Mountain exploded with a burst of energy, sending everyone flying. What was going on? The elders of Peerless City screamed. Fu Hongye, Ling Huchueshue, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also very confused. Damn it! The toad and the dark red dragon screamed. Only Lin Xian had a strange expression. The Dragon Sword Soul had already returned to his body. The aura on it was much more violent than before. This showed that his strength had increased a lot. However, why did he feel that the Dragon Sword Soul had devoured so much that the Thunder Rolling Mountain could not take it anymore? This was a world left behind by a supreme being 80,000 years ago. The Thunder Rolling Mountain must be an incredible place. Even so, it could not withstand it. I don't know. If he allowed the great Dragon Sword Soul to absorb limitlessly, how terrifying would it be? It would probably suck the entire Thunder Rolling Mountain dry. In the distance, the people from the 3 great sage cities were also stunned. Was it over? They didn't know what the reason was, but it would be great if it could end early. Let the second battle begin. They could not wait any longer. He would never allow the other party to be complacent again. Third, the Great Sage and the Great Sage had already discussed this. They wanted Peerless City to send people first, and they already had a lot of countermeasures. No matter who Peerless City sent this time, they would be able to contend against them. Lin Xian and the others had also returned. Master, what should we do next? Ling Huchueshue asked. That's right. Those elders were also discussing spiritedly. Why don't we let Hongyi go up? Or should I say, us old fellows go up and fight? Said Saint Wushuang. He wasn't in a hurry, he looked at the people in front of him. Ling Huchueshue and the others turned around and saw the 3 great sage cities' people gnashing their teeth. This was especially true for the 3 great saint kings, whose eyes were filled with a sharp light. They knew that the next battle would definitely be more difficult and dangerous. Saint Wushuang said, I guess they have been thinking about who to send for the battle for the past 2 months. So, I'm afraid they have already prepared a foolproof plan for us. So, I'm going to make a risky move this time. It's also a good move. It seemed that Saint Wushuang had already made up his mind. Who should he send? Asked the elders of Peerless City. Saint Wushuang looked at Lin Xian with a smile and patted his shoulder. You'll be the one to fight this time. What? Lin Xian was stunned. Ling Huchueshue was also stunned. Even those elders were stunned. Saint Wushuang, this was not a game. Although Lin Xian was a young genius and his future was limitless, he was still young after all. If he were to fight, the other party would send a powerful Saint Wushuang. There was no chance of winning. Sure enough, even Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He said, I'm not suitable. Saint Wushuang shook his head. You're the most suitable. Because if you were to fight, those terrifying Saint Wu Shuang would not have a chance to attack. As soon as he said that, the crowd started discussing. Lin Xian was also stunned. But in the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Are you talking about the people from the Grotto Heaven? That's right. Saint Wu Shuang nodded. Those people from the Grotto Heaven are gnashing their teeth at you. In order to kill you, they did not hesitate to expose this small world and let the other sacred cities have a share of the pie. One could imagine how strong their killing intent was. If you were to fight now, those people from the Grotto Heaven would definitely attack. At that time, the three great sage cities would not have a chance to attack. No matter how powerful those people were, they had not become Saint Wu Shuang. You're not confident in fighting them? As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. He was confident. He was too confident. Even if the people from the Grotto Heaven had an extraordinary background and had many cards in their hands, it was still better than facing a group of Saint Wu Shuang. In that case, their chances of winning would be much higher. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, "Sure." At this moment, Saint Wu Shuang walked out and said coldly, "All right, hurry up and decide. Who are you going to send this time?" Saint Wu Shuang said indifferently after he had decided. Then, he patted Lin Xian's shoulder. "This time, it's up to you to take down that mysterious valley." Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked forward. "Lin Xian from Wushuang City is here to spar with you. I wonder who would like to fight with me." The surroundings became silent in an instant. But soon, they started screaming crazily. "What? Lin Woody? What a joke! Was Wushuang City crazy? Could it be that they were plotting something? That was impossible. This guy was plotting something. So what? Could it be that he could take out a Saint King weapon? Damn it, if he has one, do we not?" Screams and discussions could be heard. The three great sage kings were also stunned. But soon they sneered coldly. It seemed that the previous battle had caused Wushuang City to become arrogant. This time, they did not know what was good for them. "Are you sure?" Saint Wu Shuang asked with a smile. Of course, he was sure. Lin Xian said in a sonorous voice. He said that since he had come out, he could not go back on his words. He did not expect to win this battle so easily. Saint Wu Shuang smiled. The other two great sage kings were the same. They did not need to be nervous facing their opponents. Any saint king could probably kill them easily. However, before they could say anything, a ray of light flew out from the war chariot and charged into the battlefield. "Kid, I'm here to kill you! What the fuck is going on?" The three great sage kings were stunned. The three great sage kings were also stunned. Who the fuck is that? How dare he charge into the battlefield at this time? Is he courting death? But when they saw that the one who charged into the battlefield was LV Qingfeng, they were all shocked. Chapter 41-49. Young Master Lu, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Soaring Sage King said coldly. LV Qingfeng said, I want to kill him with my own hands. This is my only chance. The three great sage cities in action had let LV Qingfeng and the others know that he wanted to order the three great sage cities around. It was simply impossible. It was even possible that he might not be able to kill the other party. Moreover, he had invited the wolf into the house for nothing. But now, this Lin Xian actually didn't know what was good for him, and jumped out on his own accord. Then, this was the best chance for him to kill the other party. Although the other party had killed one of their people last time, it was done by the world annihilation wind and not his true strength. Now that they were not fighting on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he did not believe that he could not kill the other party with his own strength. After all, he was a genius from the Grotto Heaven. The third great sage king's face was gloomy, and he wanted to say something. LV Qingfeng said, Seniors, don't you believe in me? Are you doubting the foundation of the Grotto Heaven? The third great sage king's frown deepened. Soaring Sage King laughed. Why would we doubt the Grotto Heaven? It was just that this matter was too important. You should have at least discussed it with us before this. Desolate Sage King also said coldly. Unparalleled Sage King laughed. Why? You've already decided. Are you going back on your words? You don't have a chance. The battle could only be between the two of them. Otherwise, it would be considered as your side admitting defeat. Damn it. The third great Sage King gritted his teeth. LV Qingfeng laughed. He turned his head and said, Don't worry, I won't lose. I'll kill him with my own hands. Next, you guys just have to watch me and see how strong the Grotto Heaven is. After saying that, LV Qingfeng no longer paid attention to the three great Sage Kings. Instead, he turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, I'll make you despair. After saying that, a shocking great Tao Law burst out from his body. A terrifying aura swept across the land. Feeling the fluctuation of the cultivation law, the surrounding people's faces changed drastically. Peak of the small saint realm. He was very close to the level of a sacred sage. Is this the genius of the Grotto Heaven? He didn't look old, but he was even stronger than the top geniuses of the holy city. Back at Mount Longhu, you set a trap for us. Do you really think that I'm weaker than you? Today, I will let you die knowing why. After displaying his powerful strength, LV Qingfeng also became incomparably confident. In the distance, Murong Qingqing frowned. He had to admit that the people from the paradise were extremely strong. They were not to be underestimated. Humph! A Grotto Heaven expert? Very well, let me have a taste of it. Lin Xian was the same. Boundless golden light blossomed from his body. At the same time, the 9 suns' divine flame in his hand turned into a law and pulsated violently. Boom! Lin Xian turned into a streak of red light and rushed out. What incredible speed! The people of the sacred city screamed. Lu Qingfeng's pupils constricted. His opponent was stronger than he had imagined. But so what? The other party's cultivation was much lower than hers. Killing the other party was as easy as flipping his hand. He formed a seal with his palm. He raised his right hand high, and boundless laws condensed and fell directly. Tianqiang's seal. This was a powerful divine ability. His palm seemed to have merged with the entire sky. The power was also limitless. It climbed. When the palm fell, the sky directly covered. The terrifying power that came with it made some of the sacred city's powerhouses gasp. Was this the power of a Grotto Heaven expert? It was too terrifying. They felt that this divine ability was even more exquisite than their sacred cities. What kind of existence was the Grotto Heaven? Was it above the sacred city? The surrounding sages and powerhouses were extremely puzzled. Even Ling Huchuishue and the others did not understand. Perhaps the only ones who knew about the existence of the Grotto Heaven were the Sage Kings. The 3 great Sage Kings' faces were cold, but their expressions eased a lot. They had to admit that the power that LV Qingfeng had shown so far had surprised them. It also made them sigh in relief. With such power, it should not be a problem to kill Lin Wudi. Only Peerless Sage King frowned slightly. He whispered to himself, Is the Grotto Heaven here again? However, this time, these people appeared much earlier than expected. Boom! Facing the great heavenly palm, Lin Xian's nerves were also incomparably solemn. Naturally, he could feel how terrifying this attack was. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. With an angry roar, he waved his fist, which turned into countless suns that shot into the sky. Boom! Boom! The two collided, the sky shook, and the suns exploded. A berserk law and power swept out in all directions. Boom! Boom! It was as if a sage was about to destroy the world. Countless people stared fixedly. Under everyone's gaze, a figure retreated. It was Lin Wudi. He was actually pushed back. That was great! He was no match for the Grotto Heaven at all. Countless screams sounded. Sure enough, the one who retreated was Lin Xian. He was only pushed back by the force and was not injured. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was already very unbelievable. Someone among the young people had finally suppressed Lin Wudi? In the sky. LV Qingfeng stood there with his hand raised to the sky. He revealed a sinister smile. I have to say, you've really surprised me. I originally thought that this move would be able to shatter your body into pieces. I didn't expect you to only be pushed back. Indeed, he was too surprised. One should know that he was a peak minor saint, which was even more terrifying than a late minor saint. However, his opponent was only a mid-minor saint. There was a difference of 2 realms between them, which was at least 1,000 years of cultivation gap. However, his opponent was only pushed back and was not injured. This made him a little surprised. However, so what? That attack earlier should have been the full strength of the other party's attack. And he was just testing the waters just now. Therefore, it would be easy for him to kill his opponent. Not bad. You have some strength to be able to push me back. You're indeed a peak minor saint. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He revealed a smile. You've successfully piqued my interest. You're courting death. You still dare to boast like this? I'll send you on your way. LV Qifeng smiled. He was a genius of the grotto heaven. With his current strength, he did not believe that anyone below the saint realm could defeat him. All right, it's all over now. Go to hell and shout out to my companions and admit your wrongdoings. LV Qifeng raised his palm again and merged with the sky. This time, the power was even stronger than before. Obviously, he had not used his full strength before. This scene once again made the surrounding experts of the sacred city scream. He's too strong. He was so strong that it was beyond their expectations. Now, they were eager to know what kind of place the grotto heaven was. Die! Tian Qiong's gigantic palms slapped down once more. The terrifying laws annihilated Lin Xian completely. Buzz. Facing an even more violent attack, Lin Xian took a deep breath. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. At the same time, countless sword chi appeared in his hand. Waves of sword law spread out in all directions. Chapter 4150. Slash. The terrifying sun sword light shot into the sky and collided with the sky palm once again. This time, the storm was even more terrifying. The time it lasted was also longer than before. However, the situation this time was different. The sky palm pressed down, and the surroundings were gloomy and dark, making it impossible to see the light. However, this time, the sky dome was split open, and a dazzling golden light shone brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire world. Boom! 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 Not good. Was it broken? The people of the sacred city were shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others revealed a faint smile. In the sky, the firmament continent was indeed pierced, and the crack was getting bigger and bigger. The remaining biting cold aura on it could not be healed in a short time. Blood dripped down from the sky. The palm was directly shattered. Was it broken? Countless screams sounded, and on the war chariot, the faces of the other 3 figures from the grotto heaven also changed. This was impossible. They knew LV Qifeng's strength. How could that kid hurt LV Qifeng? The people from the grotto heaven were not that strong. If there was no other way, then I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. On the opposite side, endless laws filled the air, and a figure appeared. LV Qifeng's face became extremely gloomy. He really did not expect the other party to be able to break his sky palm. Kid, don't be so smug. I guess you must have used a secret technique. How long can you last in this state? I was just careless just now. I will definitely not be injured again. And you will be trampled under my feet. The aura on LV Qifeng's body surged more and more, and his palms kept forming seals. It seems that you are also a fire elemental martial artist. Today, I will show you what a real divine fire is. Sun God Fist. A scorching hot law surged from his body and swept between heaven and earth. Then, the shadow of a sun seemed to appear behind him. It burned fiercely. The light and flames were so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Oh God, Sun God Fist! Was this the grotto heaven's secret technique? The people of the sacred city screamed in horror. The people of Peerless City also changed their expressions. Oh no, they felt the terrifying aura on this superpower. Sun God Fist. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. It was very similar to his 9 sons' divine fist. It was also incomparably violent and scorching hot. His opponent actually knew such a divine ability as well? He had to admit that this was beyond his expectations. Was this the strength of a grotto heaven? No wonder he dared to say that he was above the holy city. He sneered. The 9 yang divine fire on Lin Xian's body jumped. Very well, let's see if your sun god fist is stronger or if my 9 yang divine fist is stronger. Divine fire and precepts bloomed with radiance. The 9 yang divine body was displayed to the extreme. Lin Xian was like a golden god of war, illuminating the world. It was useless. How could a firefly compete with the bright moon? In the sky, Lu Qingfeng sneered. He waved his fist and smashed down with the sun. Boundless sunlight shone down, piercing through heaven and earth. It was so strong that it had even surpassed the limit of a little saint. 1. Below, Lin Xian was also brandishing his fists. His fists were wide open and had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Boom! Their divine abilities finally collided in the sky. Both of them had the power of the purest yang. The sky was torn into pieces like a painting. Endless space cracks danced wildly between heaven and earth. Those people in the distance all retreated. They raised their heads, their faces full of shock. Was it really just a fight between 2 young little saints? They were afraid that even the top little saints of the older generation would die without a doubt. Boom! Boom! In just a blink of an eye, after the first exchange, the 2 collided thousands of times. The sky was completely destroyed. Their strength was too strong, and their speed was very fast. Both of them were evenly matched. The people of Great Sage City were shocked. It was really unbelievable that there was someone among the young people who could get close to Lin Wudi. The sun god fist was indeed terrifying. On the other side, on the war chariot, the 3 people of the grotto heaven were also shocked. This was impossible. As soon as they used the divine abilities of the grotto heaven, they could easily beat the people of the astral boundary. However, he found that Lu Qingfeng couldn't do anything to the other party at all. Damn it, this kid has already grown to such a level? The Saint Venerables of Great Sage City looked gloomy. Even the 3 kings of the Great Sage had a trace of killing intent in their eyes. If this guy is not eliminated, he will be a big trouble in the future. In addition, on the side of Wushuang City, Fu Hongye looked at this scene and laughed. Junior brother Lin's strength is much stronger than the last time I saw him. It seems that he has been advancing by leaps and bounds these days. At this rate, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. The elders of Wushuang City were also a little worried. Not bad, I didn't expect your sun god fist to be so powerful. There are not many who can fight with me in close combat, Lin Xian said with a smile while waving his fist. On the other side, Lu Qingfeng was really mad. Did he need the other party's approval? What a joke! Kid, don't be so arrogant. The effect of your drug has arrived. You can't be so strong forever. However, after exchanging more than 10,000 moves, he found that it was useless. His opponent was still incomparably strong. Damn it! The sun shines in the sky. He soared into the air and activated his ultimate skill. The phantom of the sun behind him suddenly erupted with light and became incomparably bright. Ah! My eyes! Some of the people of Wushuang City below screamed miserably, their eyes bleeding. The others also had their eyes injured. Damn it! Obviously, the other party had activated a divine ability. This was not an ordinary light. It was a light that could interfere with one's vision. Even holy venerables had to temporarily avoid the light at this moment. Only holy kings were unaffected. Lin Xian also closed his eyes. Ha ha, die! Seeing this scene, Lu Qingfeng laughed sinisterly. His fists were like 2 small suns as they ruthlessly smashed onto Lin Xian's body. With a bang, heaven and earth exploded. It was over. On the side of the Great Sage City, some of the top holy venerables revealed smiles. They were powerful and could see through the light. At this moment, they saw Lin Xian being hit by such a terrifying attack. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Really? That's great. The people of the great sage city still had their eyes closed. However, when they heard their elder say that, they knew that this battle was over. It can't be, right? Did Lin Xian lose? The people of Wushuang City were shocked. Wushuang Holy King smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not over yet." As his voice fell, between heaven and earth, a ray of light streaked across. Lin Xian appeared in another place. "His strength is not bad, but it's not possible to kill me." "What?" "He didn't die. He dodged it." Lu Qifeng was stunned. The smile on his face was firm. On the war chariot, the three geniuses of the Grotto Heaven also screamed, "Impossible!" Chapter 4151. Next, have a taste of my fist. 9 suns open the sky! Lin Xian roared angrily. He waved his right fist and punched out. Turning into a stream of light, he tore open the void that was all over the sky. In an instant, he arrived in front of the other party and punched him. Boom! The sound of the ground shaking could be heard, and the entire world shook. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a figure was sent flying backward. Endless cracks appeared on LV Qingfeng's body. His arms became twisted and were directly broken. Not only that, as he was retreating, he exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Ah! A miserable cry was heard, and everyone could not believe it. Injured, LV Qingfeng was actually injured. That was someone from the Grotto Heaven. The 3 young men on the war chariot should have screamed. They seemed to be having a nightmare. What kind of fist technique did the other party use? Buzz! Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged out again. He waved the 9 suns divine fist again. This time, he punched out millions of fist shadows and enveloped the other party. Boom! 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 LV Qifeng was blasted into the ground. The ground sank and shattered, forming a bottomless pit. The people of the great sage city were staring with their eyes wide open. Did he kill him directly? This kid killed someone from the Grotto Heaven. They could not believe it. The people of Peerless City were also stunned. It was not a problem to defeat the Grotto Heaven, but to kill the Grotto Heaven? There would probably be a storm coming. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It should be settled, right? However, when he wanted to turn around and leave, he frowned slightly. In the next moment, he turned his head. Golden light bloomed in his eyes as he stared at the abyss below. He's not dead yet? The 3rd king of the great sage also snorted coldly, and his gloomy expression eased a little. A ferocious voice sounded between heaven and earth. Kid, you're the first to force me to this point. I've decided that I won't kill you. I'll capture you and bring you back. I'll torture you every moment. Along with those vicious words, an endless storm blew in the abyss below. The bright laws illuminated the world. LV Qingfeng flew out. He was in an abnormally sorry state. His body was in tatters and covered in blood. However, at this moment, he was rapidly recovering. There were 16 dark cyan pillars around him. Great Tao was carved on it, and it was exceptionally terrifying. The 16 wind demon pillars joined together to form an absolute defense. Thinking about it, the 9 suns divine fist was blocked by this thing before. He had even used the wind demon clan? On the war chariot, the people of the paradise were shocked beyond words. Had LV Qingfeng been forced to this point? They found it hard to imagine. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the wind demon pillar. Then, he shook his head slightly. You really don't have a good memory. Although you managed to escape with your life just now, you're already at death's door. Do you think you can still pose a threat to me? Now you still dare to say such harsh words. Aren't you afraid that I'll really kill you? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Ha ha! LV Qingfeng sneered at first, then he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. In the next moment, the power in his body erupted once again. He was even more powerful than before. This scene shocked countless people. What's going on? Did he break through? The elders of Wushuang City were stunned. Ling Huchuixue and the rest were also frowning. Could it be that at the moment of death, he had broken and then stood up again? Damn, what a tough bone. The dark red divine dragon and the rest were also gritting their teeth. The people of Great Sage City were also in an uproar. The peerless Sage King snorted coldly. Breaking and then standing up again? They thought too highly of him. He had only swallowed some pills. He had only used some secret techniques. It was not elegant. So it was because he had swallowed some pills. The people of Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. However, Murong Qingqing was still nervous. Although it was not a breakthrough, his strength had obviously increased. She whispered to herself, Brother Xian should be fine. She guessed that Lin Xian should be holding back. After all, he had only used his divine body so far. With Lin Xian's means, he still had many trump cards that he had not used. Hence, Murong Qingqing was not particularly worried. LV Qingfeng did not know. He thought that this was Lin Xian's limit. Hence, he said, Kid, you can go to hell now. Demonic wind steel. LV Qingfeng's palms kept forming seals. His devilish smile was still stained with blood. As his bloodline was activated, the 16 demonic wind pillars kept moving. Then, they turned into 16 demonic wind steels and pressed down on Lin Xian. It was as if they wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. Sensing the power in the sky, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. His opponent's strength had become stronger than before. It seemed that he had used some tricks. What a troublesome guy. He snorted coldly and used his fists and legs again. Relying on the power of his divine body, he resisted. Heaven and earth exploded. The 6 demonic wind steels kept shaking. However, it did not stop them from coming over. They were still charging towards Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian used the divine body of 9 yang and shot out 36 golden crows. They rushed between heaven and earth to resist the 16 demonic wind pillars. Boom! 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 Those golden crows were each bigger than a mountain. They spread out their wings with endless power. Those demonic wind pillars were blocked. Great! The dark red divine dragon and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The 3 people from the Great Sage City were shocked. LV Qifeng was the same. Damn it, you still have the possibility of increasing your strength. Could it be that you have not used your full strength? Haha, I will finish you off directly this time. He was furious. After fighting for so long, he still could not take down his opponent. Instead, he was in an extremely sorry state. He wanted to kill him. Go to hell! Demonic Wind Quartet. LV Qingfeng roared crazily. His bloodline was surging violently, and some of his bloodlines were even tearing apart. His hands were a blur. However, one imprint after another was pressed into the void. The 16 demonic wind pillars kept shaking. They were connected and made cracking sounds. Those cracking sounds were very rhythmic. It was like the sound of the ancient heavens. Not good, retreat! Countless sacred venerables screamed. It was obviously a killing move. With the power of the 16 demonic wind pillars and the mysterious rhythm, it was enough to destroy everything. No way, he actually used such a thing. The expressions of the 3 people on the war chariot changed drastically. That was a forbidden bloodline. Once he used it, he would probably not be able to use the power of his bloodline for 10 years. Moreover, LV Qingfeng would also be seriously injured. He was going all out. However, they soon smiled. This way, the other party would definitely die. It could be considered as revenge. Boom! Boom! The sound of the 16 demonic wind steels shattering one after another formed a demonic sound that directly enveloped Lin Xian. Chapter 4152. It can't be, right? Is that kid all right? The dark red divine dragon and the others were extremely nervous. Fu Hongye and the other elders from Wushuang City also had their hearts in their mouths. The third great sage city was cheering. Among them, the desolate Heaven Sage King walked out and said, "All right, this battle is over. Let's see who wins. Next, it's time for us to choose the treasure land." Damn it! The people of Wushuang City looked gloomy. Did they lose? Moreover, Lin Xian's life might be in danger. The Wushuang Sage King laughed. "Aren't you being too impatient? Who told you that the battle is over? Why? Do you think that kid can turn the tables around?" The soaring Sage King shook his head. "Can't you just stop dreaming? Can't you see for yourselves whether you're dreaming or not?" The Wushuang Sage King harumphed coldly. "Have you all lost your senses? Can't you see?" The third great Sage King's face turned gloomy upon hearing this. Could it be that the kid could turn the tables around? To be honest, they didn't check it out because they thought that a minor saint couldn't withstand such a destructive attack. But now, no matter what the Wushuang Sage King said, they all looked over. Their eyes were filled with awe as if they could see through everything. The third great Sage King didn't believe it at first, but after looking at it, they were stunned and their faces turned ugly. "What's going on?" The surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that the kid didn't die? Impossible. The three of them shook their heads frantically. How could he not die after being hit by the fourfold tune of the Wind Devil? His soul would definitely scatter. Whoosh! The energy between heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and the storm gradually calmed down. Everyone stretched their necks and looked carefully. They saw a black and white light floating in the broken void. The smile on Lu Qingfeng's face froze again. His eyes widened. How could it be? There's still something here? What's that? He waved his hand and tore the void apart. The storm that filled the sky also disappeared. Everyone could finally see it clearly. It was a yin-yang image that kept spinning. There's a person in it. Is that Lin Wudi? Everyone screamed. They discovered that this was indeed the case. Lin Xian's Taiji diagram had blocked that world-destroying attack. "He's fine, he's really fine!" Countless people screamed. The third great Sage King's face turned ugly. Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. This was impossible. He had expended a great deal of his bloodline, so much so that he would not be able to use it again for the next 10 years. Logically speaking, none of the little saints had survived. He was even confident that he could use this move to fight against holy sovereigns. Since the other party was only a mid-minor saint, he would definitely die. But now, the other party had survived and was only slightly injured. This was completely different from what he had imagined. What was that? A yin-yang diagram? I felt the power of yin and yang. Several holy venerates felt incredibly shocked. Even the three great Sage Kings had a cold expression on their faces. The power of yin and yang was the source of power between heaven and earth. Very few people could directly control the source of power. But this kid in front of him seemed to have done it. Could it be that he had a special cultivation method? Damn it, they had only heard of this kind of power. According to the legends, the yin-yang sect was able to do it. But they had never seen it before. Now, the other party could actually use it, which made them jealous. His killing intent became even more intense. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. To be honest, the demon sealing quartet was indeed very terrifying. It could destroy everything. This was the power of a forbidden art. But fortunately, he had the Tai Chi art. At the critical moment, the power of yin and yang merged to form the Tai Chi art, directly blocking the attack. This should be your strongest ability, right? But it still can't kill me. So, this battle is over. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. The others were also in despair. They could see that Lu Qingfeng basically did not have much power left after using the demon sealing quartet. How could they continue to fight? Then, would they let Wushuang City win this battle again? Damn it, they could not accept it. Lu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. He took out a pill and swallowed it with great difficulty. At the next moment, he said coldly, "Kid, I don't have much power left, but it doesn't mean that I can't kill you. To be able to defeat me to this extent, you can die with pride." A trace of madness appeared in his eyes, and a small black sword flew out. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying aura swept through the world. What was that? What a terrifying aura! Did he still have a trump card? The people of St. Ching screamed. The people of Wushuang City also changed their expressions. It must be the Sun-level Saint Chi. He actually carried such a thing with him. This was troublesome. It was that thing. Murong Qingqing and the others also changed their expressions. When he used the apocalyptic storm, they blocked it. The other party also blocked it. Back then, the other party used that small black sword to block it. Now it seemed that the other party was finally going to use his ultimate killing weapon. This sword was called the Black Sky Sword. Lu Qingfeng's voice rang out. This is made with the rare black demon gold in the starry sky as the main material. Moreover, after 3,000 years of tempering, it was only forged at night and rested during the day. It was never used. After 3,000 years of darkness, the Black Sky Sword was finally forged successfully. Its power is definitely not something you can imagine. Kid, what do you have to fight me? Lu Qingfeng smiled. This was his final trump card, which could kill the other party. He didn't want to use this thing because such a precious saint artifact was not something he could own. This time, the Grotto Heaven gave it to him as a life-saving measure. He wouldn't use it unless it was a last resort. But now, this was his last chance. He was going to use the Black Sky Sword to kill the other party. Buzz! After swallowing a large number of pills, Lu Qingfeng's body recovered its strength. He reached out and grabbed the small black sword. The sword trembled, and a terrifying power burst out. The surroundings instantly became dark. It was different from the darkness caused by Linghu Chuixua before. It robbed one's vision. Now it was real. The sky was dyed black. Boom! Crack! The black sky rumbled, and there seemed to be a terrifying sword shadow circling there. Black Sky Slash! Lu Qingfeng roared and activated the Black Sky Sword with all his strength. The black sky suddenly rotated and turned into a giant black sword, slashing down from the sky. Boom! Heaven and earth shattered again. This attack was even more terrifying than the Wind Demon's fourth revival. Lin Xian shot out countless golden crows, which spun between heaven and earth to contend with it. At the same time, the Taiji diagram kept erupting, shooting out yin and yang sword chi, which rampaged between heaven and earth. It collided with the black sword shadow. It's useless. The Black Sky Sword is not something you can resist. The Black Sky Sword fell, destroying everything. The golden crows were torn apart, and the sword chi was also bounced away. Chapter 4153. It was too strong. The people of the great sage city were trembling. Those Saint Venerable's eyes were red. If only they had such a weapon! Their eyes were burning. Wushuang City's side was filled with exclamations. Damn it, had the upper hand disappeared again? The dark red divine dragon and the others were indeed laughing. Competing with them with saint weapons? What a joke, we'll torture you to death. Kid, quickly use your trump card. Take out the great sage pagoda and smash him to death. Use the great spear of destruction to pierce him to death. The two toads were making a big fuss. Murong Qingqing also revealed a smile. She knew that the outcome of this battle had been decided. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Black Sky Sword? It was indeed powerful. The previous attack was, of course, to test the power of the saint weapon. Now, he had already deduced that it was very strong. It was a Sun-class divine weapon, but it had not reached the level of a Saint King's weapon. Since the other party was courting death, he would fulfill his wish. He was prepared to use the great spear of destruction. With a cold snort, a black spear slowly appeared in Lin Xian's hand. The demonic aura on it swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the world was dark and gloomy. Violent sword energy flickered. Everyone retreated into the distance, trembling. They deduced that Lin Xian was dead for sure. At this moment, many people screamed. What kind of aura was this? They felt that there was an even more terrifying power erupting above the 9 heavens. It was even more terrifying than the Black Sky Sword from before. Could it be that the power of the Black Sky Sword had increased? Countless people screamed. There was no suspense about the outcome of the battle. In the sky, Lu Qifeng was so scared that his hair stood on end. What was going on? His body began to tremble. He originally thought that the other party was dead for sure. However, a black spear appeared in the other party's hand. The aura emitted from it terrified him. Even the Black Sky Sword was trembling slightly as if it was suppressed. Impossible! The Black Sky Sword was already very terrifying. It was a Sun-class divine weapon that only peak Saint Venerables were qualified to use. However, it was trembling at this moment. Damn it, what was in the other party's hand? Could it be a divine weapon that surpassed the Saint Venerables? Was it a Saint King's weapon? He did not dare to imagine. Do you think you can act all high and mighty just because you're from the heavenly abode? Do you think that we are ants just because your grotto heavens are powerful? Today, I'll let you see my foundation. Lin Xian gripped the spear of great destruction and fiercely swung it forward. Boundless demonic energy erupted, destroying everything in its path. Boom! Heaven and earth were completely blown apart. A terrifying storm swept out, making the surrounding people unable to investigate at all. Even those Saint Venerables could not use their souls to watch the battle. They had no choice but to wait. The Great Destruction Spear. Just from its name, one could tell that it carried an extremely strong destructive power. Everything in its path was reduced to ashes. The smiles that originally hung on the faces of the 3 great sage kings suddenly disappeared. No, this aura! They could sense that the aura of the Black Heaven Sword was disappearing, and LV Qingfeng's aura was becoming faintly discernible. What's going on? They opened their eyes, and their gazes penetrated everything once again. Damn it, what is that thing? That's not the power of the Black Heaven Sword. The 3rd great sage king was shocked once again. When they wanted to take a closer look, they realized that the thing had already disappeared. The sky was torn apart, and a figure slid down and arrived beside peerless Saint King. Lin Xian said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I won this battle." The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the 3rd great sage city could not believe it. Wasn't it supposed to be an earth-shattering battle? Wasn't Lin Wuyi going to die for sure? Why did he come down now? Where's LV Qifeng? The 3 people from the grotto heavens were also dumbfounded. What was going on with the Saint King? At this moment, everyone was stunned. The soaring Saint King waved his hand, and a piercing green saber light streaked across the sky, directly cutting the storm apart. The silver corpse Saint King shot out a yellow Springs diagram, wrapped the broken corpse, and brought it down. He sighed. He was dead. His heart and soul were destroyed, and he could no longer be revived. Dead? Everyone was stunned. That was LV Qingfeng's corpse. Was LV Qingfeng dead? What was going on? None of this was real. The 3 people from the grotto heavens went crazy. Didn't LV Qingfeng take out the Black Sky Sword? Didn't he win? Why was LV Qingfeng dead now? Was that kid fine? Damn it, where was the Black Sky Sword? What happened? Buzz. In the sky, a small black sword fell down. It was the Black Sky Sword. Many people's eyes turned red when they saw this scene. Some people even reached out their hands to grab it. However, they did not succeed. The Black Sky Sword first flew to LV Qingfeng's corpse, circled around it, and then flew directly to the war chariot. It fell into the hands of the green-clothed woman in the grotto heavens. Many sacred venerables sighed. This weapon was second only to the Saint King's weapon. If they could obtain it, their strength would change dramatically. In the future, it might even evolve into a Saint King's weapon. However, this sword had spirituality. If they tried to snatch it, they would probably trigger the weapon's spirit inside, and it would explode with power. The soaring sky Saint King looked at the green-clothed woman beside him, and a light flashed in his eyes. If this thing was given to him, he was confident that within 1,000 years, he would be able to evolve heaven into a Saint King's weapon. The other two great sage kings also had the same thought. This was an incredible treasure. If they nurtured it well, it could greatly increase the strength of their holy city. However, the three of them did not make a move immediately. No matter what, it was still an item from the grotto heavens. The green-clothed woman had gone completely crazy. Even now, they did not understand why LV Qifeng was the one who died. What was going on? Senior Sage King, can you tell me what happened? Did that brat use some nefarious means? The three grotto heavens looked at the soaring sky Saint King. The soaring sky Saint King frowned. He suddenly remembered that Lin Xian seemed to have used something. The power of that thing was even more terrifying than the black sky sword's aura. Could it be a Saint King's weapon? Did that kid have a Saint King's weapon? What did you use just now? The soaring sky Saint King asked coldly. The other two great sage kings also looked over and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "There's no need for me to tell you, right? Kid, you better understand who you're talking to." The desolate sky Saint King was extremely unhappy. So what if Lin Xian won? Did a small ant dare to be impudent in front of them? The aura of a Saint King spread out, and Lin Xian's face instantly turned pale. Humph! The peerless Saint King waved his hand, and a black vortex swallowed the aura. He then said, "Do you think I don't exist? I can tell you that what you guessed was right. That is indeed a Saint King's weapon, and I gave it to him." Chapter 4154. Damn it, it was indeed the peerless Sage King. The third great Sage King's face turned cold. They did not expect the peerless Sage King to be so powerful. Other than the peerless sword, there were other Sage King weapons that they did not know about. From the beginning to the end, they did not think that it was Lin Xian's. Because in their opinion, it was impossible for a minor sage to own such an item. Alright, we've won the second battle again. Then, wouldn't it be our turn to choose a treasure land next? The peerless Sage King's voice rang out. The surrounding people were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, damn it. They swore that they would not lose the next two battles, but now they lost the second battle again. Yes, we will choose the mysterious valley for the second battle, the peerless Sage King said quickly. Then, he created another clone and brought Lin Xian and the rest to the mysterious valley. Damn it! The third great Sage King's eyes turned red. They even decided to fight. Otherwise, they would not get any benefits. The peerless Sage King snorted. What, you want to fight? We have two sage artifacts here. Think carefully. Damn it! The third great Sage King's face turned ugly. Indeed, if it was before, they might have really fought. After all, although the three of them could not kill the peerless Sage King, it was very possible for them to suppress him temporarily and snatch the treasure. But it was different now. If the opponent had two sage artifacts in his hands, it would be very difficult to suppress the peerless Sage King. The peerless Sage King scared the people opposite him. His clone brought Lin Xian and the rest to the mysterious valley. However, they did not enter rashly. Instead, they went around the valley to investigate. This place was too unusual. The peerless Sage King was speechless. Ling Huchuishio was surprised. Master, what was so special about this place? Fu Hongye was also surprised. She felt an indescribable aura. Lin Xian and the rest were the same. The toad said, "Why should I care so much? Let's go down and try." He jumped down. Soon, he came back screaming. Damn it, there was a formation. When he came out, he was foaming at the mouth and looked like he was about to die. You deserve it. Who told you to move? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Peerless Saint King was surprised. This toad was not ordinary. Don't make any rash moves. There's a formation protecting it. Let's see how we can break it. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also observing carefully. Both of them were experts in formations. After looking around 3 times, the two of them gathered together. Kid, do you have any ideas? The dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian said that there was a way, but it would take too long. I still have a way. I need to borrow the power of a Saint King. Moreover, there are so many experts here. I can use brute force. The dark red divine dragon said. Lin Xian and the others have returned. Holy King, the two of us have taken a look. We have a plan, but we need your help. I got it. Peerless Holy King nodded. His real body also stood up, turned into a stream of light, and arrived above the mysterious valley. At the same time, he created a huge vortex that swallowed everything. What the hell? The 3 great sage kings outside frowned when they saw this. The law of devour prevented them from seeing what was happening inside. Inside, Peerless Holy King created another small vortex that floated above everyone's heads. He said, "Put your power into the vortex, and I will be able to control it." As expected, Ling Hu Chui Xue, Murong Qin Qing, and the others injected their power into the vortex. Peerless Holy King came behind Lin Xian. He said telepathically, "Junior brother, use your trump card." Lin Xian summoned the great dragon sword soul, and a loud dragon roar could be heard. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul had become stronger after absorbing Lei Jishan's power. However, with Lin Xian's strength, it was still impossible to break the formation below. However, with Peerless Holy King and the combined power of so many Saint Venerables, it was impossible. It was not impossible. As expected, Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul, and Peerless Holy King also channeled his power into the great dragon sword soul. In the next moment, the dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sword slashed down. With a loud boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was as if there was an apocalypse. What a terrifying aura! Are they trying to break the formation? In the distance, the people from the 3 great sage cities were also shocked. The 3 great sage kings frowned. Their gazes seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and the earth. Damn it, the law of devour is too strange. Unless we go in, we won't be able to find anything. While they are breaking the formation, let's look for other places. These people also started to move. After all, they had lost 2 rounds and could not find anything. They were not willing to give up. Therefore, the people from the 3 great sage cities began to search everywhere. On the other side, above the mysterious valley, the terrifying vortex slowly disappeared. In the next moment, they all entered the mysterious valley. Did they enter? The Saint Venerables from Peerless City were shocked. Previously, they had felt the damage caused by the seal. They did not expect that they could enter so easily. Peerless Saint King took a deep breath. He knew how much power he had to use this time. This was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was indeed the legendary sword soul. He realized that even he could not completely revive the great dragon sword soul. However, compared to what Lin Xian was able to cast, it was far more powerful. Therefore, the seal was broken by the sword. After entering, everyone looked around curiously. The valley looked mysterious from the outside, but after entering, they realized that it was like a paradise. The aura of heaven and earth was so pure. Murong Qingqing's eyes lit up. They all felt that the aura here was very pure, as if it was incompatible with the outside world. Sage King, the people from the 3 great sage cities began to leave and go to other places. An elder frowned. Peerless Sage King looked into the distance and said, "Don't worry about them. Let them search. Otherwise, they would not be at ease." Indeed, they had already occupied 2 of the 3 treasure lands. To be exact, they had already occupied the 3rd one. Other than these 3 treasure lands, the treasures in the other places were not as good as here. There was another reason why they did not care. It was to distract them. Otherwise, the 3 great sage cities would definitely take action if they could not get anything. Peerless Sage King sensed carefully and smiled. He said, "This is a good place. Hurry up and absorb the energy here." "Master, what's so magical about this place?" Fu Hongya was also puzzled. Peerless Sage King smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, the aura here is very pure. It's the primordial aura of heaven and earth. It can change a person's life." Chapter 4155. Changing One's Life Level. Many people were shocked. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. How could this valley have such an effect? Life level was a very special thing. For example, Lin Xian was a mid-stage minor saint. His life level was at the minor saint level. However, his soul level was higher and should have reached the level of a saint venerable. Moreover, he had a divine body. His physique was much stronger than an ordinary minor saint. It could be said that Lin Xian's life level was far beyond the minor saint level. It was almost the same as a saint venerable. As one's cultivation level increased, one's life level would also increase. However, there would always be a limit to it. For example, if a water tank was only 1 meter long, it could only hold a certain amount of water. Any more and the water would flow out. This was the height of life level. It could turn a 1-meter water tank into a 5-meter or 2-meter water tank. To people, this was very shocking and precious. It could increase the upper limit of these people. For example, if a person's life was only at the level of a saint venerable, it would be very difficult for him to break through the shackles of a saint venerable. If one's life level was changed, there would be hope. This was the great opportunity that the bronze messenger had mentioned earlier. It could change one's life. Therefore, everyone in the valley was excited. They knew that they had encountered a great opportunity that was hard to come by in thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. They could change their lives. These people were extremely excited. Peerless Saint King also smiled. He said that they were very lucky. This was left behind 80,000 years ago. Although there were people who came in during this period, it seemed that no one had come in for the past 10,000 years. This is the first time in 10,000 years that we have come in. There is a lot of chi in here. Let's quickly absorb it. After saying that, he couldn't wait any longer. Lin Xian and the others began to cultivate in the valley. As for the people from the other 3 great sage cities, they began to rush in crazily. Some of them rushed to Thunder Rolling Mountain, while others rushed to Dragon Tiger Mountain. After all, these 2 places were treasured lands. However, they found that these 2 places were very mysterious. The Dragon and Tiger on Dragon Tiger Mountain brought great pressure. Even the Saint King had to be careful. On the other hand, Thunder Rolling Mountain seemed to have been sealed off. It was probably because Lin Xian had swallowed too much and could not enter. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. There were even people who had designs on the mysterious valley. However, when they got close, they realized that the seal here was extremely difficult to break. It was impossible to break it in a short period of time. If the 3 great sage kings were to join forces, the unparalleled sage king inside would definitely not let them off so easily. Hence, they did not make a move on this place for the time being. Their target was Mount Longhu. The 3 great sage kings joined forces to explore Mount Longhu, while the other sages spread out to different parts of the world and began to collect their own fortunes. At the same time, in the second astral realm, on planet Tianning, this was the place where one's fate was measured. It opened once every 500 years, and it had long been closed. However, in the depths of Destiny Planet, the bronze envoy opened his eyes and looked at the Destiny Stone with shock. Someone was changing fate. In the past, many peerless geniuses had come here to test their fates. Therefore, in the future, if someone encountered a great opportunity and changed their fate, it would cause a commotion. Now, the same thing was happening. He frowned, wondering who it was that had obtained such a heaven-defying opportunity. Whoosh! Suddenly, his expression became extremely ugly because blood was flowing out of the Heaven's Mandate Stone again. Damn it, the sky was dyed red with blood. He was abandoned by the heavens. He had encountered a peerless opportunity. It was impossible for him to change fate. The bronze envoy's expression was cold. He took out a disc array and quickly sent a message to it. It was obvious that he was already setting up a trap, At the same time, in another mysterious part of the universe, an ancient planet was also shaking. The divine Wutong steel was changing. A 7-colored stream of light flashed. It was a middle-aged woman with a pair of phoenix wings. Her expression was extremely solemn. She knelt on one knee on the ground and was extremely respectful. In front of her stood an old man. It was an old woman. Her skin was as dry as an orange peel. She also had a pair of resplendent wings on her back. A 7-colored light? The 7-colored phoenix had appeared in the end. However, she does not belong to the divine Phoenix Ridge and will eventually fight the heavenly phoenix. Go and find out more about her. Yes. The phoenix kneeling on the ground stood up, flapped her wings, and disappeared into a stream of light. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing did not know about this. They were currently in the valley, absorbing the aura in the valley with all their might. They could feel that their bodies were changing. This change made them happy and excited. They were not the only ones. Everyone was changing. Everyone's speed of change was different. For example, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were changing very quickly. The other person was Peerless Sacred King. He was already a Sacred King, so no one knew what level he would reach after his life rating increased. At this moment, Peerless Sacred King struck out a law and flew out of the mysterious valley. This law flew into the distance, and resounded in the sky. Skysoar Sacred King, what about the 3 of you? Listen up, if you don't fight the 3rd round, it'll be our loss. Mount Longhu is yours. This voice resounded in the sky. Skysoar Sacred King and the others were surprised when they heard this. To be honest, they already had their eyes on Mount Longhu. Furthermore, they had already thought of an excuse and were even planning to take down Mount Longhu with brute force. After all, they could not afford to lose any more. However, they did not expect that the other party would give up the 3rd round and give it to them. Damn it, it seemed that these people had obtained some benefits in the valley. Desolate Sacred King gritted his teeth. Silver Corpse Sacred King sneered. We've seen the valley. It's not easy to enter it. Why don't we work together to take down Mount Longhu? It's definitely not ordinary. The 3 great sage Sacred Kings discussed and decided to work together to take down Mount Longhu. The other powerful sacred venerables were also summoned by them. Their auras became extremely solemn for a moment. The 3 from the grotto heaven retreated far away. To be honest, they were not in the mood to search for treasures because they were in a very dangerous situation. LV Qifeng was already dead. Furthermore, they realized that there were many people around them who were constantly looking at them. It seemed that they were after the Black Sky Sword. This made them very nervous. Damn it, these people won't do anything, right? What if they kill us? They did not dare to think about it anymore. They really hoped that Mount Longhu could attract everyone's attention. Boom! On Mount Longhu, everyone had already reached the peak. With the 3 great sage Sacred Kings working together, their speed was extremely fast. Chapter 4156. Boom! Soaring Sage King made his move. His arms turned into 2 beams of green light that tore through heaven and earth as they slashed forward. Boom! From the looks of it, he wanted to split open Mount Longhu and force his way in. Roar! Roar! Mount Longhu shook violently as the roar of a dragon and tiger resounded. The phantoms of a dragon and tiger appeared. They roared at the sky and a powerful force rushed out. The experts of the 3 great sage city gasped when they saw this. Even the 3 great saint kings' expressions were incomparably solemn. They felt a sense of danger. It was unbelievable that Mount Longhu could threaten them. Soaring Sky Sacred King's 2 beams of light were shattered by the dragon and tiger phantoms. His face was cold as he looked to the sides. Are the 2 of you still not going to make a move? Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Desolate Sage King and Silver Corpse Sage King also made their move. Terrifying gnomological abilities covered the sky as they charged forward. One had to admit that the 3 great holy kings were really too powerful. Each of them was like a god that made people tremble. Mount Longhu was completely enveloped by their power. It felt like the end of the world. But at this moment, a beam of light tore through the void and shattered all the abilities. The sages screamed crazily. The three great sage kings also swayed and retreated. The red beam of light landed and destroyed the place where they were standing. Everyone felt a chill. They could see that the tail of a dragon was too strong. Buzz! At this moment, a huge beast claw slapped over. It was too strong. Silver Corpse Sage King roared. He used the Yellow Springs diagram to resist, but he was soon pushed back. Impossible! The people of the sacred city were stunned. Heavens, what kind of power was this? One had to know that Sage Kings represented the strongest power in the second astral realm. But at this moment, they couldn't do anything to a mountain. Silver Corpse Sage King's arm went numb. His face turned cold. You're courting death. With a roar, he made his move. He took out the gourd and the Yellow Springs diagram. This gourd was called the Yellow Springs gourd. It had appeared more than once. Emoshio had one before, but this gourd was much stronger than the one he had. Because this was a true Saint King weapon. Soaring Sky Saint King took out a pair of sabers. Those two sabers were green and abnormally terrifying. This was his true body. He was a flying mantis, so his true body was exceptionally sharp. It was much stronger than ordinary sacred artifacts. At the same time, a pair of almost transparent wings grew out of his back, causing his speed to reach the extreme. Not only that, but a battle robe also appeared on his body. The battle robe was a Saint King level weapon, and its defense was extremely powerful. The Desolate Heaven Sage King used the Desolate Summon and instantly summoned a human figure. Although there was only one person, this person's aura was really too terrifying. It did not feel any weaker than the Sage King's aura. Kill! The third king of the Great Sage made his move and engaged in a fierce battle with Mount Lunghu. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power erupted. Retreat quickly. Those holy venerates originally wanted to help. However, at this moment, they were unable to do anything. This power could probably tear them to shreds in an instant. This was a battle between Saint Kings, and they could only watch. Therefore, these people floated down Mount Lunghu and watched from afar. The battle here had alarmed the entire world. Even the people in the mysterious valley could feel it. Many people opened their eyes and looked into the distance. That direction was the direction of Mount Lunghu. It seemed that they were indeed attacking Mount Lunghu. Lili also opened his eyes, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. After all, it was three great sage kings working together. He did not know if Mount Lunghu could withstand it. Then, he shook his head. So what if they could? So what if they could not? With his current strength, he could not face a sage king at all. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was to absorb the power of the valley with all his might to improve his life level. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes again. He formed a seal with his palm and absorbed with all his might. The others did the same. Time slowly passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. On this day, Lin Xian and the others opened their eyes. This was because the pure power in the mysterious valley had been completely absorbed by them. They stood up with surprised expressions on their faces. Great, it really improved. My upper limit has increased. Some of the elders were so excited that they were about to cry. They were already quite old. They did not have much lifespan left. It was originally very difficult to improve, but at this moment they saw hope. Fu Hongya was even more ecstatic. It really improved. I seem to have changed my fate. Is that true? Many people looked over. Fu Hongya nodded. When I was tested on Planet Destiny, my destiny was a sage king. Now, I feel like I can break through and become a great sage. That's great. The elders were excited. Peerless Sage King also smiled. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others were shocked. This should be a heaven-defying opportunity. Logically speaking, once one's destiny was determined, it would be very difficult to change it. Ordinary opportunities would not work at all, unless it was something like this, which would not happen in 10,000 years. Ling Huchuishue also nodded. My destiny has improved. I can become a great sage. That's great. If there are no accidents, it means that Fu Hongye and Ling Huchuishue will become two great sage in the future. This was really shocking. What about their Sage King? Many people looked at Peerless Sage King. Peerless Sage King's smile was very bright, but he did not say how much he had changed. However, everyone knew that Peerless Sage King's change must be very big. His upper limit might be even higher. Peerless Sage King looked at Lin Xian and asked, "How do you feel?" The others also looked at him. That's right. Their junior brother was a destiny. It was even more terrifying. Legend had it that he had reached the Heaven Illuminator realm. There was also a saying that heaven and earth did not tolerate it. They wondered how far he would go with this change. Seeing so many people looking at him with concern, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I don't know either. I can only feel that it is indeed helpful to me. However, it's hard to say exactly how far." Indeed, no one knew what the Heaven Illuminator realm was. However, Lin Xian could feel that when he was cultivating, the blood in the heavens seemed to have decreased. In other words, the power that heaven and earth did not tolerate had weakened. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the universe. Everyone was surprised, but Peerless Sage King seemed to know something. He pondered for a moment and then said, "As long as you live well, your future achievements will definitely be shocking. However, when you leave this world, you should keep a low profile. Why don't you go into seclusion in Wushuang City for a while and lie low?" Lie low because of the three great sage cities? Everyone was surprised. Chapter 4157. All right, it was time to get out. Since they could no longer cultivate here, they rose into the air and left the mysterious valley. It was extremely difficult to enter the valley, but it was extremely easy to leave. It seemed to be a one-way formation, and it would not stop them from leaving. Hence, they came out easily. When they came out, they were shocked to find that the three great sage cities were still attacking Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Peerless City Elder's mouth twitched. It had been 3 years, and the three great sage kings still had not succeeded? Heavens, what was in Dragon Tiger Mountain? What the Peerless Sage King said was normal. Without special means, they might not be able to conquer the valley in 3 years. He was right. They were able to do it so quickly because of the power of the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, they would not be able to enter the valley. On the other hand, Dragon Tiger Mountain was even more mysterious. It required a special bloodline and soul to enter. The three great sage kings obviously did not think that it would be difficult to attack by force. At this moment, the people from the three holy cities also turned their heads around and cried out in alarm. It was the people from Peerless City. Did they come out? Hearing this, the three sage kings also turned their gazes. Wushuang, what was in the valley? The Desolate Heaven Sage King asked impatiently. Damn it, the other party had already come out with the treasure, but they had not entered. This made them so angry that they almost vomited blood. The Peerless Sage King said that if they wanted to know, they would know once they went in. Humph! The Desolate Heaven Sage King's face turned ugly. The Silver Corpse Sage King beside him said that if they worked together, they would get a share of the loot. Not interested. The Peerless Sage King yawned. He was tired after coming out for so long. He was ready to go back. You guys can slowly attack here. Good luck. With that, he led Lin Xian and the rest out. Are these people leaving? Damn it, they must be returning with a full load. The eyes of the people from the great sage cities were red. The three great sage kings were also cold. They did not expect the other party to reject them. Did they not want to find out the secret of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Judging from how terrifying the mountain was, there must be some incredible secrets and treasures hidden inside. Damn it, is this fellow trying to raise the price? Soaring Sky Saint King's face turned cold. From their point of view, the other party was probably pretending to leave so that they could renegotiate and get a bigger share of Mount Lunghu's treasures. However, After waiting for a long time, they found that the other party did not return. This made their faces turn green. Was the other party really going to leave? Damn it, the three great sage kings decided to launch another powerful attack. If it didn't work, they would give up. After all, there was no point in wasting time here. This time, they attacked with all their might. Mount Longhu shook violently once again. This time, the tremors were even stronger than before. Great, am I going to succeed? The people of the great sage city rejoiced. However, at this moment, a dragon and a tiger roared at the same time and shot out a world-destroying light. Retreat quickly! Everyone screamed. The three great sage kings were also sent flying in an instant. The saints of the holy city were also torn into a bloody mist. Many people had perished here. Run! The three great sage kings' eyes were red. If they did not leave now, they might lose their lives. They led the martial artists of their respective holy city and quickly fled. Take us with you! The three people of the grotto heaven screamed. They used the black sky sword to defend themselves. Soaring Sky Saint King sighed when he saw this. He reached out with his hand and grabbed at it. However, he was blocked by a Yellow Springs diagram. What is the meaning of this? He was stunned. The Silver Corpse Saint made a move. The Yellow Springs gourd in his hand poured out endless Yellow Springs water and directly swallowed the three of them. The black sky sword was also swallowed. In the next moment, it turned into a stream of light and entered the Yellow Springs gourd. Damn it, how dare you attack! They were from the grotto heaven. Soaring Sky Saint King was stunned. The desolate Sky Saint King's expression also changed. The Silver Corpse Saint King chuckled. How could it be me? Didn't you see the world-destroying light erupting from Mount Longhu? They died on Mount Longhu. We have to split the spoils. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The desolate Sky Saint King and the soaring Sky Saint King said coldly. The Silver Corpse Saint King said, well, the three of us can share the secrets of their bodies. Let's go. The three great sage kings formed an alliance and flew out. The 5 people from the grotto heaven were pitiful. In the end, none of them managed to escape. In fact, it was very dangerous to attack the people from the grotto heaven, but it was a good opportunity. Because of the world-destroying storm from Mount Longhu, the Black Sky Sword had no extra energy to defend against other attacks. That was why the Yellow Springs gourd could take the opportunity to enter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so simple. One had to admit that the power of Mount Longhu was really terrifying. The 3 great sage kings retreated. Even the peerless Sky Saint King and the others who had left long ago were shocked. They also felt a destructive aura. The peerless Sky Saint King created a devouring vortex and enveloped everyone. In the next moment, he entered the devouring vortex and flew forward quickly. Boom! They dashed out. When they came out, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the peerless Sky Saint King's face was cold. Damn it, he almost died in there at the last moment. The 3 great sage kings, do you want to die? Not long after, they also saw the 3 great sage kings coming out. However, they were all in a sorry state and had injuries on their bodies. The 3 great sage kings' faces were pale. It was obvious that the 3 years of continuous attacks had used up too much of their energy. In addition, they were all injured in the last attack. Fortunately, they ran quickly. Otherwise, the 3 great sage kings would have died in there. There were still many people waiting around. After all, they couldn't enter and wanted to see if there was anything they could get. However, when they saw the 4 great sage kings coming out, they were all scared away. What a joke. Even if there was a treasure, could they get it from the great sage kings? The answer was obviously impossible. They might even anger the great sage kings, so they all ran away. After the 3 great sage kings came out, he stared at the peerless Sky Saint King in front of him. His face was extremely cold. The peerless Sky Saint King's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He snorted coldly with a warning. The 3 sage kings turned their heads to look at the 9,999th gourd. They had marked this place. They were prepared to go back and study it. They wanted to join forces with more great sage kings to attack Dragon Tiger Mountain. On the other hand, the Peerless Sky Saint King's group left quickly. Not long after he left, the 9,999 bottle gourds disappeared. This scene made the three great sage kings' faces turn ugly. What happened? Did they disappear? They searched frantically and realized that they had really disappeared. Chapter 4158. Damn it, Dragon Tiger Mountain was no longer fated with them. Great Sage King, what should we do? Should we go back? The surrounding sages were still fearful. They had suffered countless casualties in the past 3 years of attacking Dragon Tiger Mountain. Especially the last time, they had suffered a great loss. The third great sage king's eyes flashed with madness. Damn it! He had worked so hard for so long and had gotten nothing. How could he be satisfied? The peerless great sage king had occupied 2 treasured lands and had obtained countless treasures. It seemed like it was time to make a move. Let's go! The third great sage king immediately attacked after a discussion. They led their people and disappeared into the void. On the other side, the peerless great sage king was moving very quickly. He was afraid that the 3 great sage kings would join forces. However, he had underestimated the determination of the 3 great sage kings. He had thought that the 3 great sage kings would not catch up so quickly. Who would have thought that he would be intercepted by the 3 great sage kings? 3 dead figures appeared in front of him, followed by countless sages and sacred venerables. The aura of these people was extremely terrifying and shrouded the entire starry sky. The peerless great sage king stopped. Behind him, the elders, Lin Xian, and the others appeared as well. When they saw this scene, their faces darkened. Damn it, what were the 3 great sage kings trying to do? Oh, what are you trying to do by stopping me? Don't tell me you want to follow me back to Peerless City for a drink? Wishwang, don't play dumb. You have obtained so many treasures in the gourd world. Are you planning to take them all for yourself? The people of Peerless City were shocked when they heard this. As expected, these people were planning to rob them. The peerless great sage king's face darkened. They had agreed that it would be a fair duel. Who can you blame for not being as skilled as others? It's useless to say anything. We can't waste these 3 years. Take out your treasures and share them. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't end well today. The Silver Corpse Holy King's cold voice sounded. What? Are you going to fight me? The peerless great sage king exuded a terrifying murderous aura that swept across the void. The surrounding stars began to tremble and become dim and lightless. The Silver Corpse King snorted coldly. The desolate Heaven Saint King also stood out. He was talking about Wishwan alone. We have 3 people on our side. Do you want to fight us? The reason why we didn't attack you before was because we were afraid that there might be some powerful formation in that world. Once we touched it, it would be difficult for us to escape. Now that we're out, we don't have to worry about that. If you want to make a move, you can try. Peerless Saint King took a step forward, his aura exploding. Devouring precepts spread out, and the unparalleled sword floated above his body, releasing an extremely terrifying killing intent. Yes, there are 3 of you, but so what? For the past 3 years, you have been attacking continuously. Your strength has long been exhausted. You are not at your peak state. Moreover, he was injured in the end. And I, on the other hand, am a peak existence. Moreover, I have 2 Saint King weapons in my hands. If we really fight, I can guarantee that you won't get any benefits. The people of Great Sage City had ugly expressions on their faces. What he said was true. If they were at their peak state, the 3 great sage kings would have nothing to worry about. However, the 3 great sage kings had expended too much energy and were injured. They did not know how much combat power they had left. On the other hand, Peerless Saint King's aura seemed to be stronger than when he entered. It was obvious that he had benefited greatly in the past 3 years. Just as the fan great sage kings were hesitating, a piercing light suddenly lit up. It charged towards Lin Xian. It was a sure-kill sword. Lin Xian jumped in fright. He immediately used the void escape technique and dodged quickly. This scene directly alarmed the people of Peerless City. Who was it? Did he really want to make a move? Peerless Saint King roared and slashed down with his sword, directly shattering the void. Poof! A figure flew out and was beaten into a bloody mist. It was not someone from the Three Great Sage City. An assassin! Could it be that he was from the mortal world? Peerless Saint King was shocked. Lin Xian's expression was even worse. Damn it! He had just changed his life level, and these people from the mortal world came to kill him. Could it be that they had received news about him? He did not dare to imagine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, many hazy figures appeared in all directions. They stood in the void like gods of death. These people crushed the tokens in their hands at the same time and formed a formation. Soon, a space was formed. A figure came out of the space gate. When Peerless Saint King saw this, he immediately used all his strength to slash with his peerless sword. He shattered the space gate. The figure disappeared, but in the end, someone walked out. This person was a late-stage sacred venerable. He held a killing sword in his hand. It was the weapon of a sage king. It seemed that there was a sage king who wanted to teleport over. However, the formation was destroyed, and only a weapon and a sacred venerable could be teleported over. That was enough. When the third great sage king saw this, he was overjoyed. This was a good opportunity to attack. The three of them charged over in a frenzy. With the help of the mortal world's assassins, they could turn the situation around. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was very sudden. The entire starry sky was destroyed. The third great sage king did not hold back at all. He immediately used his ultimate skill. Some took out their sage king weapons, while others directly used desolation summoning. Their main target was Peerless Saint King. Because as long as Peerless Saint King died, the others were nothing to be afraid of. Not good. Master! The people from Peerless City were stunned. 3 against 1, could Peerless Saint King stop them? Senior brother. Lin Xian was also shocked. This was too dangerous. He quickly threw out the Great Destruction Spear. At the same time, he left a soul mark on it, allowing Peerless Saint King to control it. Peerless Saint King was instantly struck by a terrifying blow. He was forced to retreat. Fortunately, he had the devouring law and could devour a portion of the power. Otherwise, he would be in danger. But even so, he was still being suppressed. However, in the next moment, a pitch-black light pierced through the void and tore apart the Yellow Springs diagram, arriving beside Peerless Saint King. Peerless Saint King's eyes lit up. It was the second Sage King weapon. That's great. He grabbed the Great Destruction Spear with his left hand and swung it out. Boundless demonic chi exploded. The 2 Sage King weapons allowed him to temporarily escape from danger. Buzz! Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Peerless Saint King roared. Although he still had the appearance of a young man, his eyes were exuding a domineering aura. A huge devouring vortex appeared, covering the 9 heavens. The entire starry sky was completely dark. Everyone was devoured. The people from Sacred City were terrified. They frantically tried to defend themselves. Lin Xian and the others were also nervous. The third great sage king attacked like a madman. Chapter 41-59. The battle between the 4 sage kings instantly destroyed everything. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. They simply could not contend against a battle between sage kings. The aftermath of this energy was enough to tear them to pieces. Therefore, with Ling Huchuixue as the representative, they quickly retreated into the distance. Did they want to leave? The people from the great sage city charged upstairs. Kill! Ling Huchuixue and the others pulled out their weapons and rushed up. If the 3 great sage city were at their peak, they would immediately turn around and leave. But now, the 3 sages of the great sage city had long lost their strength and were seriously injured. Moreover, their numbers were much fewer than before. Only a third of them survived. Although they had more people, their condition was too bad. These people were not to be feared at all. Sure enough, Ling Huchuishua was very powerful. He directly deprived them of their sight and sound. Then, he destroyed the soul aura on all of them. They were like killing gods in the darkness, quickly reaping. The people from the great sage city roared crazily. Those who had reached the holy venerate level frantically used their laws, making it impossible for anyone to get close to them. At the same time, they frantically retreated. And at this moment, another terrifying killing intent descended from the sky. It charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, someone swung his sword. The barrier formed by Ling Huchuishua was instantly destroyed. Not good, it was the weapon of a sage king. Retreat quickly. The human world brought a sage king weapon, which was enough to threaten all of them. Although Ling Huchuishua, Fu Hongye, and the others were strong, they could not withstand a late-stage holy venerate and a sage king weapon. They could only dodge quickly. Those killer sages were continuously chasing after them. In addition, the threat of this sage king weapon was too great. Buzz! It was a blood-red sword. It was very terrifying. The aura it emitted became stronger again. Then, it slashed towards Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He activated the void escape. However, the power of this sword was too violent. It directly cut a nearby star in half. Lin Xian and the others could not dodge at all. Even if they were hit by the energy shockwaves, they would still be severely injured. Therefore, Lin Xian said, "Come over." He activated the Great Sage Tower. With a clang, the Great Sage Pagoda was sent flying. Fortunately, he managed to block the attack. What is this? The people from Peerless City were stunned. Lin Xian still had such a defensive treasure on him? The dark red divine dragon and the toad, however, were gnashing their teeth. Damn it, counterattack! They channeled their power into the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Pagoda turned into a ray of light and collided with the merciless Bloody Massacre sword. An intense battle broke out between the two of them. In a star world by the side, that world was torn apart. He wasn't dead. Does that brat still have a saint artifact on him? The three Saint Kings who were fighting Peerless Saint King were also stunned. They originally thought that the people from Wishwang City would definitely die. Who would have thought that he would be able to survive? Peerless Saint King heaved a sigh of relief and then counterattacked with all his strength. The Peerless Sword and Great Destruction Spear in his hands attacked in all directions. However, at this moment, the spatial gate in the void once again condensed. Then, the real Saint King assassin arrived. The moment he appeared, he shattered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying murderous aura once again destroyed the 2 stars around him. This was just the murderous aura on his body. If he attacked with all his strength, how violent would it be? He took the merciless Bloody Massacre sword from the Saint King and then slashed down. This was the full attack of a Saint King. The Great Sage Pagoda was sent flying again. Lin Xian and the others were forced back. There was no other way. He was too strong. If they were Saint Kings, they could definitely kill the other party by controlling the Great Sage Pagoda. But now, they were not Saint Kings. The strongest was only a Saint King. But a group of Saint Kings together could not compare to a Saint King. You can come in too. When Peerless Saint King saw this scene, he directly used the law of Devour and swallowed the Saint King assassin. He would not let the Saint King attack Lin Xian and the others directly. The remaining Saint Slayers rushed out in a frenzy. The people from the Great Sage City also rushed over. The situation was also very dangerous. Everyone go all out. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul exploded. The Taiji diagram rotated. The dark red divine dragon's blood surged. The dragons used their great abilities. A 7-colored phoenix appeared on Murong Qingqing's body. At the same time, a desolate pagoda appeared in her hand. This was an imitation of an extreme weapon. Its power was also very terrifying. Ling Huchuishue, Fu Hongye, and the others also went all out. The battle was very tragic. Lin Xian and the others actually resisted the attacks of the mortal world and the three great sage cities. Although they were also injured, they could hold on without the threat of the Saint King. If they could not block the attacks, they would use the great sage pagoda to defend. However, at this moment, an endless amount of yellow spring water dripped down from above their heads. It spread out in the void around them. Don't be enveloped by the yellow spring water. They frantically retreated. However, it was useless. This time, it was not the Saint Venerables of the Yellow Spring Hall who attacked. It was the Silver Corpse Saint King. Yellow Spring Soul Control. A terrifying and eerie voice was heard. Everyone felt that they were affected by the yellow spring water. Their bodies were out of control. Even Lin Xian felt a huge impact on his soul. He frantically tried his best to resist. His soul was pushed to the extreme. However, he was still affected. His soul was currently equivalent to a Saint Venerable. However, it was not enough compared to a Saint King. He felt that the great sage pagoda was out of his control. It was forcefully knocked away from him. It flew into the distance. It landed on a star world. In the sky, a yellow spring Tao diagram rushed over. It enveloped all of them. No! Were they going to die? At this moment, everyone was in despair. Murong Qingqing and the others wanted to fight back. However, they found that the desolate replica pagoda was also swallowed by the yellow spring. They were all controlled and turned into puppets. They could only watch helplessly as the attack came towards them. Was this the power of a Saint King? It was too strong. They were in despair and could not resist. Damn it, how dare you! Unparalleled Saint King roared crazily. However, fighting 4 people at once was already his limit. Even if he had 2 great sage artifacts and the devouring law, he could not spare any extra power to save Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, no! Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul circulated crazily and shattered the yellow spring's control. In the next moment, he could move again. He frantically recalled the great sage pagoda. The great sage pagoda turned into a stream of light and flew over. However, it was too late. The yellow spring Tao diagram was even faster. In an instant, it was in front of them. Chapter 4160. Crack! The bodies of Ling Huchuixue, Fu Hongye, and the others shattered. The dark red divine dragon toad also screamed crazily. Murong Qingqing spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her face red. Ah! Lin Xian had gone crazy. He would never allow the other party to hurt the people around him. The great sage pagoda was too late to defend, so he could only rely on him. Void escape. At this moment, Lin Xian activated many secret techniques. The great dragon sword soul, the terrifying power of Tai Chi, the void escape, and the 5 times strength of the peerless secret technique. Lin Xian rushed up and directly used the void escape to teleport away. Not only that, but the yellow springs Tao diagram also left with him. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in the distance, and the yellow springs Tao diagram completely enveloped him. It shattered with a loud bang. That place had completely sunk into oblivion, and several stars were completely shattered. No! Junior brother Lin! Ling Huchuixue and the others screamed crazily. Brother Xian! Murong Qingqing cried. The toad, the dark red divine dragon, and the others roared crazily. In order to save them, Lin Xian directly teleported the yellow springs Tao diagram away. He alone took a blow from the great sage king. More importantly, the great sage pagoda was not beside the other party. No matter how strong the 9-yang divine body was, it could not withstand such an attack. Only one of them was hit? The Silver Corpse Holy King was stunned. He did not expect the other party to be able to teleport his attack away. This kid also knew spatial magic. However, it was good that he was dead. He did not plan to let the other party live anyway. Damn it, how dare you! The peerless Holy King was completely enraged. At this moment, he desperately attacked. He repelled the 3 great sage kings. Bang! His back was struck by the world of men's assassin's sword. His entire body was sliced into two. However, he used the law of devour to directly devour this terrifying saint killer. Quickly retreat, this guy has gone crazy. The three great sage kings frantically retreated. Sure enough, the peerless holy king was pretending to go berserk, burning his bloodline and power without caring about the consequences. He attacked crazily. Third, the great sage king did not dare to fight against him. The best way to deal with a crazy person was to avoid them. On the other side, the people from Peerless City were trembling in anger. Murong Qingqing felt as if her soul had been sucked out of her body. She could not believe what she was seeing. Older brother Xian. She recklessly rushed over, but was sent flying by the power of the yellow springs. Her body dyed in blood. However, she rushed forward again. It was the same for the toad and the dark red dragon. Let us help you. They instantly rushed forward. It was the same for Linghuchuixue and the others. Finally, they came to the front, but found that the front was already in ruins. That place had long become primal chaos, an endless abyss appearing. The void was shattered, and there was no one's shadow at all. There was blood. It was that kid's. He saw the dark red dragon's golden blood. This golden blood belongs to the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian was injured. Where is he? That brat should be able to block it, right? They searched frantically, but they couldn't find Lin Xian at all. Could it be that this kid was really dead? These people couldn't believe it at all. As for the people from the great Sage King City, they were laughing out loud. That was great. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Because Murong Qingqing and the others were crazily counterattacking. The peerless Holy King's law of devouring was even more violent, completely swallowing the entire starfield. In an instant, the sages from the great Sage King's city were extremely miserable and were instantly killed. Other than the 4 great Sage Kings, the others couldn't resist at all. Damn it, the eyes of the people from the great Sage King's city were red. They had all brought experts this time. They had lost some in the gourd world, but they still had some top experts. But now, they were all swallowed by the peerless Holy King. How could they be willing to accept this? Therefore, the 3 great Sage Kings were also crazily counterattacking. In the human world, the Holy King-level assassins were also dispatched. And from the looks of it, he was going to continue hunting down Murong Qingqing, Linghuchuixue, and the others. The peerless Holy King once again launched a shocking attack, then turned into a black light and instantly arrived beside Linghuchuixue and the others. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped these people. Go! He also rolled up the great sage tower, and at the same time, set up a defense. These people entered the great sage tower, blocked the shocking attack of the 4 great sage kings, and then disappeared. Damn it! Damn it! The 4 great sage kings' faces were ugly. The 4 of them had joined forces, and originally wanted to kill the peerless Holy King and the others in one fell swoop. Then, they might take the opportunity to take over the entire peerless city. But things were out of their expectations. They only killed Lin Xian, and the others didn't seem to be dead. And they didn't get the treasure. More importantly, they suffered heavy losses. The holy venerables they brought out were all killed. This made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, go! These people also left quickly. The assassins in the human realm also hid. The assassin's lips curled into a smile. He didn't come for the treasure, but to kill Lin Xian. Now that he had killed Lin Xian, he could naturally go back. In the great sage tower, everyone's mood was extremely low. Especially Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the others, they still couldn't believe it. Was Lin Xian really dead? Damn it, I want revenge! The dark red divine dragon roared. Murong Qingqing also gritted her teeth. I will use the power of the Kunlun Pavilion at all costs. I will definitely not let them have it easy. The peerless Holy King took a deep breath. He said that revenge must be taken, but not too crazily. There was still a glimmer of hope. What did that mean? They raised their heads after hearing it. Could it be that Lin Xian wasn't dead? The peerless Holy King said that he wasn't sure, but a trace of his soul remained on this weapon, and it hasn't disappeared yet. So, there was still hope. Hearing that, Murong Qingqing cried tears of joy. The dark red divine dragon and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. But where was Lin Xian now? What exactly happened? They had no idea. The peerless Holy King said, "Follow me back to the peerless city first. I won't let them have it easy." These people turned into streams of light and disappeared. As for this news, it began to spread. Lin Wuyi was killed? That was impossible. The news came from the Holy City. The Holy King had personally killed him. No way, Lin Wuyi actually angered the Holy King? Which Holy King was it? It was said that it was the Silver Corpse Holy King from the Acheron Hall. How could Lin Wuyi block his attack? Indeed, no matter how strong Lin Wuyi was, he was only a small saint. Compared to the Holy King, he was too weak. This time, he was definitely going to die. Many people shook their heads and sighed. It was really a pity that atop Sky Pride had fallen. However, some of the geniuses in the Holy City heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them even sneered. Great, the Demon King was finally dead. No matter how arrogant he had finally angered the Holy King. In short, this incident caused the second astral realm to be in an uproar. Chapter 4161. It turned out that Wushuang's city had directly destroyed one of the worlds of the Acheron Palace. That world of stars was torn to pieces, directly blown apart. Wow, it can't be. Wushuang's city had counterattacked. And it was such a terrifying counterattack. Everyone went crazy. It wasn't over yet. After the Acheron Palace, the Great Desolation Mansion and the Myriad Demons City were also attacked. The worlds under their rule were also in tatters. The losses were very heavy. Wushuang City's attack was very decisive and swift. They returned immediately after they succeeded. The entire Wushuang City was heavily guarded, not giving the other side any chance. The third great sage city's sage ruler had just returned. When he heard the news, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! Pass down the order. Don't let anyone from Wushuang City go. In an instant, the atmosphere in the second astral realm became incomparably tense. Everyone went crazy. It was normal for there to be conflicts between the sacred cities, but they were usually small skirmishes. However, it wasn't the case now. The destruction of the stars was already very terrifying. It was very likely that there would be even more terrifying battles in the future. A huge storm would probably sweep through the second astral realm. Myriad Demon City. Jiu Di Qilin came out of seclusion. When he heard the news of Lin Xian's death, his lips curled into a smile. Is he finally dead? I originally wanted to kill him personally. But it's good. The spot on the pilgrim list is mine now. Gao Yu of the New Moon clan was also in a daze when she heard the news. Lin Wuyi had died? She really didn't dare to believe it. One had to know that when they had participated in the Destiny Star competition together, she had achieved dazzling results. However, Lin Wuyi had grown much faster than her, and had left her far behind. She originally thought that she would never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Who would have thought that something like this would happen to him? Not only her, but the people of the Golden Crow clan and the Myriad Sword Pavilion all sneered. Even the people on the pilgrim ranking were stunned when they heard about it. What a pity! Chao Tianxing shook his head. On the other side, Gu Feng sneered when he heard the news. What heaven illuminator! He was indeed a person abandoned by the heavens. Only the living geniuses had a future. The dead were nothing. Some people were destined to become dust. Sealed land. This was a very famous forbidden land on the Green Hill Star. Because it was very dangerous. Legend had it that ordinary saints would definitely die if they entered. It was said that a great battle had taken place here in the ancient times. 2 peerless saints from outside the realm had fought fiercely here. And countless saints' blood. After so many years, the aura. As soon as they entered, they would succumb to the pressure, and become a blood-soul puppet. However, even if ordinary people didn't dare to enter, the powerful experts and geniuses could still enter. Furthermore, this sealed land would open up once every 300 years to send in some people with potential to cultivate. This time, it was time for the official opening, those who could enter. There were even people from other worlds who were preparing to come over and enter the sealed land. At this moment, in the depths of the seal, the void broke open. A black furnace came crashing down and landed on the ground. This caused the earth to tremble, and countless large cracks spread out in all directions. Could it be that there was another accident? Or did some treasure appear? They all rushed over. As for the black stove, it slowly opened, and a person crawled out from it. After he came out, he looked around cautiously. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had escaped the pursuit of the three great sage kings. This person was Lin Xian. The furnace was the void divine furnace. Everyone thought that he was dead. But he was alive and came to this mysterious place. He was indeed in danger. He used the void escape to move the yellow spring Dao diagram to protect Murong Qingqing and the others. But he was in danger. The great sage tower was not by his side. It was too difficult for him to block a Saint King's terrifying attack with his strength. It was basically impossible. However, he did not only have the great sage tower in his body. He also had the void divine furnace. Although he did not use this furnace usually, and only used it when he was refining pills. But it was also a mysterious treasure that he had obtained. At the moment of danger, he took out the void divine furnace and entered it. He dodged. The void divine furnace was hit by the yellow spring Dao diagram. It tore through the void and entered the spatial turbulence. No one knew where it flowed to. Fortunately, this furnace was very terrifying. It actually withstood a Saint King's attack. When the furnace stabilized, Lin Xian came out and saw the surrounding scene. He realized that this was no longer the starry sky. There was no longer the pursuit of the three great sage kings. It seemed that he had left that place, and his life was not in danger for the time being. He just did not know how Murong Qingqing and the others were doing. It seemed that he had to think of a way to go back. At least, he had to figure out where this place was. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows. He sensed quite a few powerful auras rushing over. In the next moment, he waved his hand and put away the void divine furnace. However, a figure had already arrived in the void. He looked down and said coldly, "Who are you? What did you put away just now? Hand it over and I will spare your life." It seemed that he treated the void divine furnace as a treasure and wanted to snatch it away. Lin Xian frowned slightly and looked forward. He had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle. In addition, he was also injured when he ran away. At this moment, he could only use half of his strength. However, this was not someone that anyone could provoke. He realized that the figure in front of him was tall and straight. His aura was violent, and even carried a demonic energy. Moreover, there was an illusion of a tail behind him. He was not a human. He should be a demonic beast. It seemed that he had reached the late stage of the minor saint realm. He should be an expert. He did not know what this place was. Therefore, he did not prepare to fight. He said indifferently, "You don't need to know who I am. As for the thing I put away just now, it belongs to me. Are you looking for other places? Are you a human? Humph. You are just a puny human. How dare you say that it belongs to you in this place? The entire sealed land belongs to us. Hand it over and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place." Lin Xian was also angry. This guy was too arrogant. He snorted coldly, "Come and get it with your strength if you have the ability." Speaking of this, a terrifying aura surged out from his body, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, many figures appeared in the surroundings. They did not step forward but watched the battle from the surroundings. "That must be Hu Donglai. He actually came. Looks like we have no chance. Yeah, we can't defeat him even if we join forces. Chapter 4162. Originally, they also thought that there were treasures, but now that they saw that tall man, they all gave up. Who was that? It was a human. He actually dared to challenge Hudonglai. It seemed that he was courting death. Hudonglai was also angry. You dare to challenge me? It seems that you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. His eyes became gloomy and cold. He slowly raised his palm. There was an astonishing power on it. His aura filled the air, and with a terrifying law, he slapped forward. A series of afterimages appeared. This claw grabbed at Lin Xian's throat. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Facing such an attack, he did not dodge. Instead, he directly threw out a punch. The golden fist flickered with light, and the flames on it jumped. Clang! An earth-shaking sound was heard. The two of them each took 3 steps back. Lin Xian sighed. Right now, he only had half of his strength left. Otherwise, this strike of his would have split the other party's hand apart. On the opposite side, Hudonglia's pupils shrank in disbelief. The other party was actually able to fight evenly with him. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the other party had some secret technique? How could he know that this was only half of Lin Xian's strength? If he knew, he would probably be scared silly on the spot. The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. This scene was really beyond their expectations. It seemed that a mysterious human expert had entered. Why didn't they know? Hudonglia's face was cold as he asked coldly. Who are you? And who are you? Lin Xian asked back. Humph, you don't even know me? Hudonglai was stunned. He thought that the other party was still arrogant. However, seeing that the other party really did not seem to know him, he also revealed a suspicious expression. Could it be that you are not from Green Hill? Green Hill, was that the name of this world? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He carefully recalled that he had never heard of this world. Could it be that it was not the second astral realm? Shaking his head, he felt that it was not possible. He should not be able to leave the second astral realm. Moreover, the second astral realm was too vast. He had only heard of the names of some holy cities. He had never heard of most of the world's names. So now, it was normal that he did not know. I don't know, I came here by chance. Lin Xian shook his head. A shocking killing intent appeared in Hudonglia's eyes. If you don't know, then die. 1. He condensed his hand once again, and there was a green flame dancing on it. Cyan Fox Claw. The terrifying claws suddenly grew in size, resembling 2 green mountains. The green laws on them continuously revolved. Its power was extremely strong. If this strike landed, it was likely that anyone of the same cultivation realm would die instantly. 1. Lin Xian coldly snorted, instantly displayed the Heavenly Dipper battle sword, 36 battle swords, whistling between heaven and earth. The terrifying law of sword collided with the green fox's claws. A terrifying explosion swept out in all directions. The spectators retreated frantically as they screamed in horror. No way, this kid could really contend against Hudonglai. Hudonglia's Cyan Fox Claw is an ultimate technique. Even if we join hands, we can't block it. That brat had actually blocked it. His 36 Dao swords should be an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Everyone was talking about it. Hudonglai was equally shocked, his face completely gloomy. Another fierce collision. Everything around them was turned into ashes. The two were once again tied, confronting each other. Hudonglia's expression was ugly, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He nodded. Not bad, not bad. Although I only have half of my strength now, to be able to fight with me for so long. You are indeed a genius. After hearing this, Hudonglai directly vomited blood. The other party was criticizing him? What qualifications did the other party have to criticize him? He was a genius to begin with. Moreover, the other party only had half of his strength. What did that mean? Was he looking down on him? Ah! He rushed forward. The 36 Heavenly Dipper battle swords burned with golden flames, transforming into 36 golden crows, and directly collided with the other party. Hu Donglai was forced to retreat. Lin Xian said, "I don't have the time to fight with you now. You'd better not provoke me, or else you'll end up miserable." "Damn brat!" Hu Donglai roared angrily. 5 tails appeared behind him, shaking non-stop. An extremely terrifying bloodline power burst out, and his aura and strength also increased exponentially. It seemed that he was going to go all out. Turning into a stream of light, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian, and the green fox claws crazily fell. However, he missed. He only managed to hit an afterimage. The void shattered, and there was no trace of Lin Xian at all. Was that brat killed? Impossible. Not even blood flowed out. He should have left. What a fast speed! Everyone was discussing. Hu Donglia's face became gloomy. He felt a trace of spatial power. Did the other party use a spatial divine ability to escape? Damn it, the other party actually knew such a mysterious divine ability? Who was this person? Lin Xian used the void escape to leave this place. He did not fight with these people anymore. Instead, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. At least he had to ask where this place was. As he walked, he was suddenly stunned. Because he found that on the tree in front of him, there was a little white monkey waving at him. Lin Xian was completely stunned. Little White. This little monkey looked exactly the same as the snow-white little monkey. Could it be that the other party had also been knocked down along with him? Thinking of this, he walked forward and said with a smile, "Little White." Little White also pounced towards him. However, when it arrived in front of him, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt a huge sense of danger. Buzz! He did not have time to think, and directly dodged. The place where he was originally standing was torn apart by the little monkey, and a terrifying spatial crack appeared. Lin Xian frowned, and a golden light flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, his face became even more unsightly. Because in front of him, it was not Little White at all. It was a rune that burned with green flames. An illusion? Lin Xian was too surprised. Someone actually set up an illusion to deal with him? Who was it? Was it the group from before? Suddenly, at this moment, he heard a sound. "You can actually dodge my illusion attack. This is really unbelievable. How did you see through my illusion?" Lin Xian turned his head and saw a young girl walk out from behind the tree. She was wearing white clothes, and her hair was braided. There was a collar around her neck. She looked very cute. She looked like she was about 15 or 16 years old. Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that this illusion was set up by the other party? Could it be an old monster? He frowned slightly. After all, the unparalleled Sage King also looked very young, but his real body was a Sage King. Could the little girl in front of him be the same? "Old monster, you're the old monster." The girl pouted her lips after hearing that. Obviously, she was very unhappy with this title. In the next moment, she formed a seal with her palms. "Illusory realm, void spirit /." As her voice fell, the scene around her changed again. Lin Xian felt that there was an endless void around him. The stars under his feet flickered, and there was a ray of starlight in the sky. Chapter 4163. Humph! This is all an illusion. Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light as he swept his gaze across the area. In the next moment, he realized that the scene around him had indeed disappeared. He was still standing in the same direction. "It's useless. The illusion has no effect on me," Lin Xian said as he walked forward. The little girl was clearly shocked. Her array formation had been broken so quickly. "That's impossible." However, at this moment, she smiled brightly. "You still lost." As soon as her voice fell, a ray of light shone behind Lin Xian. It was a saber with a terrifying murderous intent. It made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Buzz! With a flip of his hand, he pulled out a battle sword and slashed out. A clanging sound was heard as the space was torn apart. A figure retreated. Lin Xian frowned as well. To think that there was someone else. He didn't notice it before. Could it be that this person was also hiding in the illusion formation? What a strange place. How could there be so many geniuses here? Lin Xian realized that he seemed to have come to an unusual place. He shook his head and prepared to leave. When the girl saw this scene, she said, "Hold on to him. He can break my illusion. He must have some secret on him. I must study it carefully." A man in battle armor walked out from behind her. He was holding a long and narrow saber in his hand. It was as thin as a willow leaf. However, he had already experienced its attack power. It was terrifying. This person was also a late small saint. It seemed like this place was a gathering place for geniuses. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many experts. Buzz! The man in green battle armor moved. Instantly, 5 figures that looked exactly like him appeared around him and surrounded Lin Xian. The 5 figures seemed to be real. The aura on their bodies was equally terrifying. 6 shadow strike. The long sabers in the hands of the 6 figures fell together. The power was extremely terrifying. Could it be an illusion? Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and continued to investigate. In the next moment, he retreated and took out more battle swords. They formed the heavenly dipper sword formation to block the attack. The reason for that was because he had discovered that those 5 figures were not illusions. Instead, they were real. The heavenly dipper battle swords crisscrossed, forming a close defense. He blocked all 6 of their attacks. At the same time, Lin Xian sent out 12 swords to kill the enemy. The 24 sword slashes were used for defense. Combining offense and defense, he was able to handle it with ease. Wow, that's amazing. The young girl leaned against a tree and started eating melon seeds. The armored man furiously roared and the 6 of them attacked together. Resplendent laws lit up the world, making it so that no one could open their eyes. Lin Xian used the heavenly dipper battle sword to block, but at this time, the ground beneath his feet cracked open. The 7th figure appeared and charged forward. Was this the real killer move? Lin Xian shouted coldly. He stomped his foot and kicked the opponent's saber. With a clang, the 7th figure was forced back, and the other 6 figures also disappeared. Had he been discovered? Damn it, what a strong physique. Are you really human? The armored man shook his head. His arm was a little numb. What kind of person was this? How could he be so strong? The young girl was also shocked and couldn't believe it. Looking at your physique, such a strong bloodline power must be very powerful. The young girl's eyes lit up as if she was staring at a delicious meal. Lin Xian's face was covered in cold sweat. Damn, is she still a foodie? He also revealed his white teeth. Don't provoke me. I have eaten many monsters, such as the golden roc, the golden crow. I have eaten them all. You'd better stay away from me. The armored man was stunned. Was this for real? The young girl was surprised. Really? Was it delicious? Lin Xian's face was covered in cold sweat. The young girl wasn't afraid at all. He said, Okay, you can't beat me, and I don't want to fight with you. I have to go. Who are you? The armored man asked. Lin Xian said, Human, I accidentally came here. To be honest, I just want to go out and know where this place is. If you want to know, you can ask us. The young girl said, Really? Then can you tell me where this place is? This is the Green Hill Star. The place you are in is called the Sealed Land. Lin Xian was even more confused. Can you tell me more details? Lin Xian didn't attack again. Instead, he asked carefully. Soon, he had a rough understanding. The place where the 9-tailed fox lived was very famous in the second astral realm. However, it was as mysterious as the sky demon-covered land. Ordinary people couldn't find its coordinates. Only some powerful monsters could find it. Humans rarely appeared here. Thus, Lin Xian's appearance came as a great surprise to them. The place they were in now was a forbidden area on the Green Hill Star. The sealed land opened once every 300 years. It was the opening time now. Hearing this, Lin Xian finally understood. It was no wonder why so many experts would appear here. It turned out that they were here for training. Do you have a map? I want to leave this sealed land and then leave the Green Hill Star. I'm ready to go back. Why don't we go together? We want to go back too. The young girl was called Xian Bai, she said with a smile. Next to her, the man in light armor was called Qing Feng. Okay, thank you very much. With these two leading the way, they should be able to get out soon. Sure enough, Qian Bai and the others took a detour to some dangerous places. However, in the past few days, Lin Xian also saw some battles. There were even some battles that shocked him. It seemed that the second astral realm was indeed terrifying. Other than the sacred city, there were still many terrifying geniuses and experts in other places. It was just that they were not known by the world. Lin Xian even saw a person who was very strange. The purple light on his body surged, forming a purple palace that floated behind him. Endless terrifying sword light was emitted from inside. Two people of the same level were instantly killed. Who was this person? Wasn't this the supernatural power of the Purple Void Temple? Lin Xian had fought with the people of the Purple Void Temple. Naturally, he knew. The people of the Purple Void Temple were here too. Seeing this scene, Qian Bai said, "It seems that you are not a nobody. You even know about the Purple Void Temple." That's right, he was indeed from the Purple Void Temple. However, he had another identity. Then he was from the Demon Clan. His original form should be a purple dragon. Don't provoke this guy. This guy is very powerful. Qian Bai led the way and took a detour. The purple dragon of the Purple Void Temple? Lin Xian made a mental note of this man. After 2 days, they met another person. This person had a mysterious rune between his eyebrows. Lin Xian had seen this rune before. That was the symbol of the Limitless Sect. The top expert of the Limitless Sect, Chao Tianxing, was very mysterious. Legend said that he was not inferior to Gu Feng. The genius of the Limitless Sect was here too? What was his original form? Chapter 4164. The three of them took a detour again. After another 2 days, Qian Bai suddenly said, "I feel Sister's aura." As she spoke, she sped up and walked towards a valley in front of her. Qing Feng also smiled and said, "Let's go." Lin Xian was curious. Was this the sister of these people? He also followed. There was indeed a figure in the valley. Her back was facing the crowd. It seemed that she was not fighting but admiring the flowers. Admiring the flowers was also comprehending the great Tao. He did not know what great Tao this woman was comprehending. "Sister." Qian Bai ran up directly. The woman turned around with a smile on her face. She took it from Qian Bai. "You little girl, it's so dangerous here. Who let you in?" "Don't worry, Qing Feng will not be in any danger with me." Sure enough, Qing Feng also walked up and said, "Sister, long time no see." Lin Xian also followed in, but he was soon stunned. He even widened his eyes in disbelief. To be honest, he really did not expect to meet her here. Eh? There's actually someone else here? The woman in front also raised her head and revealed a smile. However, when she saw Lin Xian, she was also stunned and almost screamed. "It's you! Why are you here? How can you still be alive?" She was really shocked. "Do you know her? He's very powerful. He can actually break my illusion." Qian Bai was very surprised. Qing Feng was also stunned. This person seemed to have more background than they imagined. Lin Xian said, "It seems that my news has spread. Then let me ask you, other than me, what happened to the others? There should be news spread out." Lin Xian was too shocked. He really did not expect to meet Qin Sienna here. She was a genius of the Acacia Palace. Moreover, she was also a genius on the pilgrim list and a super user of illusion. But why would the other party appear here? Could it be that she was also a demon? Previously, he had already met people from the Purple Void Palace and the Limitless Sect. It seemed that not every demon was going to the Demon City. They would also go to other sacred cities. Qin Sienna was even more shocked. She would not be surprised if she met anyone from the sacred cities here. However, meeting Lin Xian was simply too unexpected for her. Wasn't Lin Xian already dead? He was killed by the Sage King. However, why was he still able to appear here? Could it be that the legend was fake? The legend you heard should be true, but the ending is different. I dodged the blow. Hearing this, Qin Sienna was shocked, not daring to believe it. That was an attack from a Saint King. Even a Saint Venerable could not dodge it, but Lin Xian could. Lin Xian said, "You haven't answered my question." Qin Sienna came back to her senses. She said that the others should be fine. They were all taken away by Peerless Saint King and returned to Peerless Saint City. Hearing that Murong Qingqing and the Dark Red Dragon God were not in danger, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. He was most worried about these people now. As long as these people return to the Holy City, they should be fine. Thank you for telling me. I won't disturb your reunion. Fairy, can you give me a map? I want to leave this place as soon as possible. Do you want to go back? Qin Sienna said. I advise you not to go back now. Peerless Saint City directly attacked the 3 great sage cities for you, destroying many worlds. If you go out now, you will be targeted by the 3 great sage cities. There will probably be a terrifying battle. Lin Xian was shocked again. He did not expect Peerless Saint King to fight back so crazily. However, he had to go back sooner or later. Qin Sienna said, Why don't you go back at a specific time? For example, when you go back during the Tao debate. I think that at that time, in front of so many people from the Holy City, those sage kings will not attack you openly. Tao debate? What is that? Lin Xian was confused. Qin Sienna was even more surprised. You don't know? Didn't the people from the Holy City tell you? Lin Xian shook his head. Although I joined the Holy City, I did not spend much time in the Holy City. I spent most of my time outside. Really, there are legends about you everywhere. Qin Sienna smiled. This was a huge event in the second heavenly world, and it was the most important one. It was held once every 1,000 years. When the Tao debate was held, almost all the Holy City and some of the top families would participate. There was no age limit, and the cultivation level was limited to those below the Sage King realm. You can think of it as a grand competition. Not only would the participants of this competition represent their holy city, but the winner would also be engraved in the Holy Hall and receive supreme glory. There was also a reward for not being injured. It could be said that the Tao debate was something that every sage yearned to participate in. There was actually such a thing. Lin Xian was too shocked. It seemed like there were many things that he did not know. However, he guessed that if the 3 great sage kings did not attack him, Peerless Saint King would probably tell him about it when he returned. How long was there? The Tao debate was about to start. Not much, there were still 10 years. 10 years was indeed not much. For people like them, it would take more than 10 years to enter seclusion outside. Seeing Lin Xian's hesitation, Qin Sienna added, You can actually cultivate here. It won't be too late for you to return when you're stronger. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, let alone 10 years. This amount of time was nothing to him. Moreover, he only had half of his strength now. He was prepared to recuperate. As for the news that he was still alive, he was prepared to use some methods to send it back. Fortunately, the Great Destruction Spear was in the hands of Peerless Saint King, and it still had his soul imprint on it. He could use his soul to send it back. He had to prepare well for it. As for the Tao debate, since it was the most important event in the second heavenly world, he would definitely not miss it. Yellow Spring Hall, Great Desolate Manor, Thousand Demons City. Just wait. When he appeared again, he would not let the 3 great sage kings go. As for the 3 great sage kings who attacked him, especially the Yellow Spring Sage King, he would personally kill them one day. You're actually so lucky to be chosen by my sister. Let me tell you, my sister is the princess of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Qianbai snorted. Lin Xian was greatly shocked. Indeed, Qin Xian'er was also from the Demon clan. Moreover, she was from the legendary Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Qin Xian'er looked at Lin Xian and said, We're only a branch of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The true Nine-Tailed Fox clan shouldn't be in the second heavenly world. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. For example, he had seen many members of the Dragon clan. However, the true nest of 10,000 dragons was in the true spirit world. Thinking about it, the buried Emperor Star should also have dragon balls. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan's main camp might even be in the legendary buried Emperor Star. Although it was a branch, it was still the Nine-Tailed Fox clan with an extraordinary bloodline. No wonder Qin Xian'er's illusion techniques were so powerful. No wonder this little girl had such a terrifying illusion formation at such a young age. This was a bloodline talent. Alright, let's go back. That's right, young Master Lin, you should change your appearance. If people from the other holy cities see this and spread the news, they will definitely be affected. If the people from the heavenly world knew about this, it would be bad. Lin Xian nodded. He had changed his appearance. With the great dragon sword soul, unless it was a true sage king, no one would be able to see through his identity. As for Qianbai and Qing Feng, after Qin Xian'er spoke, the 2 of them also nodded. They definitely wouldn't leak any information. Following this, the 4 of them walked out of the seal. Following this, many people respectfully greeted Qin Xian'er when they saw her. Some young geniuses even had fiery red eyes. If they could obtain the princess's favor, they would soar to the heavens. However, when they saw an unfamiliar youth standing beside Qin Xian'er, their eyes were filled with jealousy. Damn it, who is this person? They gnashed their teeth in anger. Of course, other than the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, there were other powerful demon clans that entered the seal. Some of them even dared to attack Qin Xian'er directly. One had to admit that they were extremely daring. However, they ended up in a miserable state. Qin Xian'er's speed was even more terrifying than Qianbai's. With just a glance, she had shackled the souls of those who attacked her. They couldn't resist at all. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was very good at illusion techniques. It seemed that he had to study it carefully when he had the chance. Lin Xian was also very surprised by the illusion techniques of these people. The following days were relatively peaceful. Basically, no one dared to provoke this team. However, on this day, something unexpected happened. There were 3 figures in front of them. They were equally terrifying. They stared at Qin Xian'er with fiery red eyes. They didn't expect to be so lucky to meet such a fairy. Come back with us. The 3 of them charged forward without any explanation. They didn't know what was good for them. Qing Feng shouted coldly and charged forward. He created 6 clones and fought with them. However, the 3 of them were very strange. Their bodies turned into black smoke and disappeared. Chapter 4165. These people dodged Qing Feng's attack and turned into black smoke, charging towards Qin Xian'er. Black claws spread out, burning with light, forming 2 black killing swords that slashed forward viciously. They enveloped Qin Xian'er. Not good. Qing Feng's expression changed. Lin Xian also frowned. Were these people here for Qin Xian'er? Qin Xian'er narrowed her eyes and revealed a smile. Red light waves flew out from her eyes. Clearly, she was using an eye technique. As expected, although the 2 people's bodies turned into black smoke, their souls couldn't escape at all. They were still affected by the illusion technique. With 2 thuds, the 2 of them fell to the ground. They were foaming at the mouth and trembling non-stop. Seeing this, Qianbai sneered. How dare they assassinate my sister with such little strength? They really don't know what's good for them. However, right after he said that, Lin Xian warned him to be careful. With a wave of his arm, he slapped at the surrounding void, and a figure was slapped out. Qian Bai was shocked because the figure was very close to her. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, she would be in danger. Damn it, is there anyone else? Qing Feng also rushed back and formed 6 clones to block them. At the same time, the surrounding sky darkened and countless black feathers fluttered in the air. There were even strong winds and torrential rain. Not good, it's not just 1 or 2 people. Sister, let's go. Qian Bai's face also turned cold. Boom! Terrifying laws filled the air and a great battle broke out instantly. The people hidden in the black smoke were very terrifying. And there were many of them. There were more than 30 of them, and they only had 4 people on their side. It was equivalent to 1 against 10. Fortunately, they were all very strong. Qin Xianer was also an expert on the pilgrim list. Moreover, her illusion technique was extremely terrifying. Often, just looking at her would cause many people's souls to be affected. Buzz! Suddenly, 2 palms reached out from the black smoke. These were 2 purple palms covered with patterns. In the middle of their palms, there were 2 ancient words. That was the power of the seal. In an instant, they had locked on to Qin Xianer, wanting to seal her. Qin Xianer retreated and took out her zither, releasing sound waves. It turned into a sharp blade and fought against the purple palm. The collision between the 2 was extremely terrifying. The 2 palms were knocked back, but they did not shatter. Obviously, the attacker was a peak minor saint. Qian Bai and Qing Feng were suppressed. Although the 2 of them were strong, it was too much for them to fight 1 against 10. Moreover, the people who came this time were all experts. Fortunately, Lin Xian was here. A cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He had just been hunted down, so he naturally knew what it felt like to be hunted down. Who would have thought that these people would actually dare to attack? Although it wasn't directed at him, he was still angry. Humph! One after another, battle swords flew out. 36 Heavenly Dipper battle swords quickly circled around. The sword chi on it was awe-inspiring, spreading out in all directions. In an instant, Lin Xian blocked nearly half of the people. Was he that powerful? Qing Feng took a deep breath. Qian Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Buzz! At this moment, another pair of purple hands slapped towards Lin Xian with the power of sealing, wanting to seal him. Obviously, they could tell that Lin Xian was a difficult opponent. Although Lin Xian only had half of his strength now, it was not something that ordinary saints could resist. He controlled the 36 Heavenly Dipper battle swords to fight. The sword chi on them cut through everything. The purple hands could not get close. It seemed that he had to use some methods. He took a deep breath and was about to use Tai Chi. However, at this moment, a long howl came from afar. Qinghu's claw. Then, a green light flickered and turned into 2 terrifying hands that slapped down. It directly dispersed the surrounding black fog. A figure charged over powerfully, and many people were sent flying. Great, Qian Bai smiled. Donghu Lai is here. Lin Xian was also taken aback when he saw an insolent man charging towards him. The demonic aura on his body kept spreading. It was him. Lin Xian was stunned. He knew this person. It was the person who fought with him before. He remembered correctly that this person was called Donghu Lai. Could it be that he knew Qin Xianer and the others? After Donghu Lai arrived, he took out a green long saber and slashed in all directions. At the same time, he used the green fox claw and kept attacking. He sent many people flying and was about to arrive. Xianer, are you all right? His eyes were filled with deep concern. Qin Xianer frowned slightly, but she still shook her head. Suddenly, the killing intent in Donghu Lai's eyes exploded again. It's you. You dared to attack Xianer. You're courting death. He swung his claws at Lin Xian. The claws of the green fox moved in the air. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 36 battle swords were like dragons that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sending the green claws flying. Lin Xian said coldly, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." Qian Bai also said, "Donghu Lai, you hit the wrong person. This guy is our friend. What friend? Dong Hulai frowned. Wasn't he in cahoots with these people? Qin Xianer shook her head. This is my friend. Don't attack him again. Xianer, how can humans believe? Maybe these people were lured here by him. Qin Xianer frowned. Don't say any more. Are you doubting my words? Dong Hulai snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He looked at the people in front of him. Who are you people? How dare you attack the saintess of my nine-tailed fox clan? Do you want to die? Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect Qin Xianer's status in the nine-tailed fox clan to be so high. Hee. The black fog in front of him filled the air again. Two purple eyes looked over. Saintess, you're also a princess. We're capturing you. As he spoke, the black fog rushed over again, courting death. Hu Donglai and the others charged forward again. A great battle erupted. This time, it was even more terrifying. More black fog surged over from the surroundings. Not good. When Qin Feng saw this scene, he immediately bit his finger and drew a strange pattern on his glabella. In the next moment, he roared at the sky. His body gradually grew bigger. Then, four tails appeared on his back and danced non-stop. A roar shook heaven and earth. It turned into a green pillar of light that tore through the 9 heavens and bloomed in the sky. Everyone in the sealed area saw it. This was the 9-tailed royal family's distress signal. Someone dared to attack the royal family? Those people were all stunned. At the same time, there were other powerful figures outside the sealed area. They instantly roared. They tore through the void and charged in. Retreat quickly. The black fog filled the air. When they saw this scene, they also issued the order to retreat. They retreated like the tide. At this moment, a tail curled over. It collided with those purple eyes. The terrifying tail retreated. However, it still caught 3 of the black fog and stared at them. The other black fog retreated. Several powerful figures appeared in the surroundings. Chapter 4166. Qin Xianer shook her head, but then she frowned and said, Who are these people? A sacred venerate waved his hand and grabbed the 3 clouds of black fog. Then, he used the power of law. The 3 figures of the black fog continued to grow larger and larger. Then, they turned into 3 black demonic beasts. Seeing this scene, that person frowned. The Black Gold Sparrow clan. Did they not know what was good for them? They were probably just scapegoats. The real enemy was in the dark. Let's go. It's not safe here. Qin Xianer took a deep breath. The next moment, she said coldly, Bring these people back and search their souls. At the same time, thoroughly investigate this matter. I want to see who dares to kill me halfway. At this point, a cold glint appeared in her beautiful eyes. Soon, the 3 black gold sparrows were put away. With 4 sacred venerates escorting them, Lin Xian and the others safely left the seal. Then, they flew into the distance. After flying for many days, a huge city finally appeared in front of them. It was like a country. This was the 9-tailed fox's imperial city. After entering, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. All right, I'm tired. You guys go down and do what you wanted to do. The 4 sacred venerates left. Hu Donglai wanted to say something. Qin Xianer also said that you should leave first. What about this kid? He stared at Lin Xian with a murderous look. I said that she's my friend. I'll make the arrangements. This has nothing to do with you, Qin Xianer said coldly. Then she left with Qian Bai, Qin Feng, Lin Xian and the others. As the saintess, Qin Xianer had her own palace and territory. Therefore, when she came to her territory, she was completely relaxed. She activated the surrounding formations. Then, they walked up the mountain along the mountain path. Qin Feng, take Qian Bai to rest. Then, she and Lin Xian went on alone again. Qin Xianer pointed to a nearby mountain and said, You can rest here. I'll be right next to you. It's very close. Sure enough, their mountains were next to each other. Alright, then I'll go in first. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. After all, he wasn't in a particularly good state right now. He wanted to recover his strength first, so he directly entered the palace next to him. Next, Lin Xian set up a sealing array. Next, Lin Xian took out some natural treasures and began recovering rapidly. This process lasted for about 10 days. Lin Xian swallowed many elixirs and heavenly treasures, and finally recovered completely. He wasn't seriously injured in the first place, but he had expended too much energy. However, the Void Divine Furnace managed to block the attack, so he was only slightly injured. After 10 days of recovery, Lin Xian began to communicate with Lin Xian. Since he didn't know how far it was from Wushuang City, to be safe, he sent a soul ripple to his soul imprint. Wushuang City. Peerless Saint King was sitting cross-legged in his own secret territory. There was a black hole floating behind him. Beside him was a sword and a black spear. The black spear suddenly vibrated, and boundless demonic chi shook. Peerless Saint King opened his eyes. What was going on? In the next moment, he felt a soul ripple. Then, he was overjoyed. This was his junior brother Soul Ripple. It seemed like he wasn't dead. That's great. Peerless Saint King heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had to tell those little guys. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to worry. Peerless Saint King prepared to leak the news to the Dark Red Divine Dragon and Murong Qingqing. As for the others, he would keep the news a secret for now. He still had other things to do. This time, the 3 great sage cities were so reckless. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. Creating a whirlpool, Peerless Saint King sent the news out. As expected, Murong Qingqing and the Dark Red Divine Dragon heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Lin Xian wasn't dead. Now that their biggest worry was gone, the next step was to discuss how to take revenge. On the other side, a black figure appeared on the Destiny Star. Standing opposite him was the masked bronze emissary. Has the mission been completed? The bronze envoy asked. Although he didn't do it personally, he was hit by the Saint King's attack. He would definitely die. Very well, you can leave now. I'll contact you again if there's anything. The black figure turned into a ray of light and left. Soon, he was out of the Destiny Star. He flew into the distance and merged into the void. No one would know of his existence. However, as soon as he left, the sound of a dragon could be heard. Instantly, the void was cut in half. With a scream, that person's body split open. His saint blood dyed the void red. That person's soul tried to escape, but at that moment, a hammer fell on him. His body had been completely destroyed. Even his soul had been destroyed. In the void, an old woman holding a flower basket appeared. The dragon's scissors shrunk and entered her basket. Beside her, a burly man walked out. His body was covered in fire. The hammer in his hand was unusually heavy. It was as if he could destroy a star with a single blow. The human world was indeed related to them. The burly man said coldly. Granny Hua frowned. Damn it. Looks like the warning I gave them last time wasn't enough. They actually dared to make a move. Why don't we kill them directly? The burly man stared at the Destiny Star. Granny Hua shook her head. No, we can't make a move now. This time, we'll give them a warning first. Next, we'll have to make a good plan. There are some people in the second astral realm that need to be cleaned up. Having said that, her turbid eyes suddenly burst out with dazzling rays of light. In the next moment, the two of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the universe. Green Hill, Imperial Capital. Lin Xian calmed down after he finished transmitting his message. He thought that his senior brother should be able to receive it. Then, he could cultivate properly here. Lin Xian had obtained a lot of benefits in the Gourd world. Now, he needed to consolidate them. Lin Xian had devoured thunder and evolved his life force. Therefore, he was preparing to break through to the late Minor Saint realm. There were many treasures and elixirs around him. Lin Xian formed a seal and started to break through with all his might. Boom! Asterisk Hong Hong. Asterisk countless laws filled the air around him, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Dark clouds appeared and thunder fell, as if it was going to destroy everything. Such a scene naturally alarmed the people in the imperial capital. Qin Xian'er was also surprised. She walked out of the palace and looked at the terrifying aura beside her. Is this kid going to break through? Thinking of this, she sighed. Lin Xian was only a minor saint, but his strength was already so strong. She wondered how terrifying he would be after he broke through. Thinking of this, her figure swayed and she retreated. On the other side, Qian Bai and the others also retreated. They stared at the terrifying array formation with shocked expressions on their faces. Is young Master Lin breaking through again? Qing Feng was shocked. Isn't this thunder too terrifying? Countless people in the imperial capital looked over. That should be the territory of the Saintess. Could it be that the Saintess is going to break through? Great! Qin Xian'er is going to break through. She'll be a saint sovereign. The elders of the imperial capital were excited. Of course, there were also some who looked gloomy. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Xian'er was the saintess of the nine-tailed fox. She was also a princess. However, the imperial capital had more than one princess. More importantly, there were still many princes. After all, these people were all competitors. Qin Xian'er was strong, so they were naturally unhappy. Go and find out. These people went and found out. However, Qin Xian'er had already activated the formation, blocking everyone from entering. Chapter 4167. The people outside couldn't find it at all. They could only feel the terrifying thunder and lightning spreading. This shocked them. Could it be that the thunder and lightning were really about to break through to the Holy Venerate realm? Many people went back to report. However, the terrifying lightning lasted for half a month. Suddenly, he disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Could it be? The princes and princesses took a deep breath. A cold light appeared in their eyes. Could it be that the Holy Maiden failed to break through? If that was the case, it would be great. It would be best if she went berserk. Many princesses sneered. Qin Xian'er and the others were also stunned. Disappeared? Could it be that she succeeded? But it shouldn't be. This was different from the scene of success. Could it be that she failed? They all rushed over. Are you okay? Qin Xian'er asked. Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked out. I'm fine. I just broke through. Sorry to disturb you. The commotion was really big. Qin Xian'er smiled. Qing Feng was also stunned. He just realized that Lin Xian was only a late small saint. Moreover, it looked like he just broke through. The scene of breaking through was probably not any weaker than breaking through to the Holy Venerate realm. What's going on with this person? Alright, I'm fine. I still need to consolidate. See you in 2 days. Lin Xian waved his hand and closed the door of the hall. Then, he sat down again. This time, they broke through to the late small saint. His strength improved again. He would probably be able to break through to the Holy Venerate realm next time. This speed greatly surprised him. Thanks to the fortuitous encounter in the gourd world, he changed his life form. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through in such a short time. It had to be said that it was much harder for him to break through compared to others. This was normal. The nine-yang divine body was one of the strongest physiques in the universe. The energy needed to break through was far beyond the imagination of those saints. Ling Xian still had the great dragon sword spirit. Once he broke through, his strength would be far beyond those of the same realm. Even now, Lin Xian felt that he was no different from an early Holy Venerate realm cultivator. If this news spread out, it would probably scare them silly. One had to know that the division of the Saint realm was extremely strict. It was very difficult to break through. Furthermore, it was only a small gap. For example, a mid-small saint fighting a late small saint. However, it was 100 times more difficult for a late minor saint to fight a saint sovereign. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Lin Xian now had such confidence. Lin Xian guessed that once she truly broke through to become a saint venerable, she would be able to kill people of the same level as her as easily as cutting vegetables. Furthermore, he had an unexpected gain this time around. He had managed to condense the law of lightning. Moreover, it was not an ordinary law of thunder. Lin Xian called it the law of thunder. This was because he had absorbed a large amount of thunder tribulation in the thunder rolling mountain. Coupled with the thunder tribulation from his breakthrough, this law had formed. Like fire, lightning is a violent force, and it carries with it the intent of destruction. Rei's speed was also very fast. Once his law matured, Lin Xian's strength would increase again. After stabilizing its cultivation base, Lin Xian entered the dream leaf and began to hone its lightning laws. The people outside were discussing animatedly. They thought that Qin Xian'er had failed to break through. Some people were gloating and even sent people to comfort her. Sure enough, many princesses sent gifts. These were all sent by the princes and princesses. They wanted to take the opportunity to see what the situation was like. However, they were disappointed. Qin Xian'er was still a late minor saint. However, her mood was very good, and she did not show any signs of depression. In the end, when these people left, Hu Donglai also came. After he arrived, he strode towards the mountain peak. Xian'er, are you all right? After he arrived, he asked with concern. Qin Xian'er frowned slightly. Qian Bai also said softly, Hu Donglai, pay attention to how you address her. Why don't you call her saintess or call her princess? Xian'er is not someone you can call. Hearing this, Hu Donglai did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. Little Princess Qian Bai, your sister and I grew up together. We are childhood sweethearts. Our relationship is very good. Moreover, in the future, your sister is my woman. There is nothing wrong with me calling her Xian'er now. Qin Xian'er frowned. Who told you that I want to become your woman? Hu Donglai, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xian'er, are you still shy? Don't worry, after you return this time, I will ask my grandfather to propose marriage in 2 days. Thinking about it, the sage king will definitely agree. Hu Donglai was unusually excited. His grandfather was an extremely terrifying elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. His identity was not ordinary. Although their family was not the royal family, there were countless experts. Even the royal family had to treat it seriously. Moreover, the princesses of the royal family were all married to the descendants of other elders to consolidate their power. At this moment, the mountain peak beside them opened and Lin Xian walked out once again. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. The increase in his strength made his mood very good. Qin Xian'er was originally depressed. This Hu Donglai, she could not chase him away. Lin Xian's appearance made her very happy. She directly flew over. You're back. She showed a very concerned look. Seeing this scene, Hu Donglia's face darkened. When he saw Qin Xian'er so concerned, she was so jealous that her eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, why is this kid here? Who allowed you to come here? He took a step forward as the blue flames on his body flickered vigorously, which transformed into a terrifying blue palm slapping forward. He wanted to kill the other party as quickly as possible and not give Qin Xian'er a chance to react. Humph! Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian sneered. He also slapped out with his palm. The golden flames on it jumped and collided with the green flames. An earth-shaking sound rang out. The law of fire filled the air, and the green palm was directly torn apart. Hu Donglai also took 2 steps back. His face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. He was forcefully suppressed. Damn it, how is this possible? His eyes almost popped out. The other party had easily broken his attack. For Xian'er's sake, I'll spare your life. If you dare to attack me again, I'll send you to hell. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said coldly. Damn it. Hu Donglia's face became incomparably cold. The other party actually dared to threaten him. It was unforgivable. However, the power that the other party displayed now greatly surprised him. The other party was much stronger when he first met him. It was more than 10 times stronger. It completely exceeded his expectations. Kid, I advise you to stay away from Sienna. She's not someone you can provoke. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Hu Donglai threatened. Lin Xian sneered. What does what I do have to do with you? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know who I am? Hu Donglai finally could not hold it in. Lin Xian also smiled. To tell you the truth, it's because of your identity that you're still alive. Chapter 4168. Yu Hu Donglai was so angry that his entire body was trembling. The other party actually dared to threaten him. Lin Xian was impatient. He said coldly, "Scram!" His voice carried the law of lightning. It sounded like thunder, directly causing Hu Donglia's soul to feel an impact. His ears were bleeding. Despicable brat, just you wait. Hu Donglai did not make a move because he felt that the other party was too strange. The growth of his strength was too strange. He had to go back and investigate properly. With a wave of his robe, he turned and left. Seeing the other party leave, Qianbai jumped over and said, That despicable guy finally left. I can't stand him the most. You want to marry my sister? No way. After Lin Xian heard this, he looked at Qin Xian. And you have an engagement with him? Qin Xianer laughed. How is that possible? How could I fall for him? If I had to choose, I would choose someone like you. All right. Lin Xian laughed. But you're too late. Qing Feng's scalp went numb. He actually dared to speak to the saintess like this. Qianbai was also unhappy. I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be so bold. Do you know who my sister is? She's the saintess. Do you know how many princesses there are in our imperial capital? There's only one who can become the saintess. She represents our nine-tailed fox clan. If you're bragging, I'll let the nine-tailed fox experts suppress you. Is the nine-tailed fox very powerful? Lin Xian was also surprised. He wanted to take the opportunity to inquire. Qianbai raised her small face and said, Of course, our Saint King and Saint Empress are both at the Saint King level. You say they're not powerful. Those elders are also incomparably powerful. Our nine-tailed fox has even more geniuses. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The nine-tailed fox clan actually had 2 Saint Kings. It's really unbelievable. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Qin Xianer laughed. Then she glanced at Lin Xian. Are you trying to inquire about our nine-tailed fox clan? Lin Xian shrugged. I'm just asking about the basic situation. You don't have to be nervous. Of course I'm not worried. I'll tell you everything you want to know. And I have to treat you well. I can't let you run away. Hearing this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. You're not planning something, are you? That's right, that's right. Qin Xianer smiled mysteriously. Then, he walked towards the top of the mountain. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was curious as to what you were up to. His sister must be worried about the Green Hill sacrificial ceremony. Qianbai followed up and said, Lin Xian asked. Little girl, tell me in detail. Qianbai said that the details are too complicated, so I won't tell you. You should know that this matter involves many princesses and princes. Many of them have designs on my sister, the Holy Maiden. However, those people all have the support of elders behind them. Although my sister also has elders on her side. But this time, he came back in a hurry and didn't bring any helpers. Let me do the talking, Qin Xianer. She walked to the top of the mountain and took out some spirit tea. She began to brew tea for Lin Xian. At the same time, she briefly explained the matter. Lin Xian understood after hearing this. The so-called Green Hill sacrificial ceremony should be the ancient inheritance of the Green Hill tribe. It seemed to be a matter of the younger generation fighting for supremacy. As the Holy Maiden, Qin Xianer was envied by many people. In addition, she had been cultivating in the Hehuan Palace all year round. Therefore, she didn't have any helpers with her. From the looks of it, he was trying to rope Lin Xian in as an ally. What benefits can I get by helping you? Lin Xian asked. After all, the following battles would be more intense. There might even be all kinds of secret methods. I have to be careful. I don't want to be involved in such a whirlpool for nothing, Qin Sienna said with narrowed eyes. If you're lucky, I can bring you into the Green Hill Cave. Then, you can definitely break through to the Holy Venerate level. If you can't enter, I'll give you all my cultivation resources. Anyway, I can definitely let you become a Holy Venerate before you leave. Is she serious? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If he could break through to the Holy Venerate level, it would be a great benefit for him. Although he was only one step away from that level now. He knew that with the strength of the 9-yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul, it would take a long time for him to enter the Holy Venerate level. If he helped Qin Sienna, he could shorten the time. Therefore, he thought about it and said, I'll help you. Qin Sienna said, You have to think carefully. If you stand on my side, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Lin Xian said, I'm not afraid. I survived the Holy King's pursuit. Why should I be afraid of anything else? Qin Sienna nodded. All right, you can cultivate here for the time being. I'll inform you when I need you. The two of them formed an alliance. On the other side, Hu Dong's face was gloomy as he returned to his territory. To be honest, he was very unhappy because no one had ever dared to treat him like this. Even the princes and princesses of the royal family were very polite to him. After all, his grandfather was one of the 10 elders of the 9-tailed fox tribe. Moreover, it was the 3rd elder. Each and every one of the 10 great elders was extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, they had formed the 10 great clans. In this world, they were second only to the royal family. Moreover, if the 10 elders joined forces, then even the royal family had to treat them seriously. Moreover, the situation of the Green Hill Fox was very special. The Holy King and Holy Empress were fighting for the support of the 10 great elders. At this time, who would dare to be rude to him? However, a human brat was actually so arrogant. This made him so angry that he vomited blood. Returning to his palace, Hu Donglie's face was cold. He said, Someone come. Immediately, a slender man knelt on one knee on the ground. Young master, what made you so angry? Hu Donglie said and sent someone to investigate. The holy maiden had brought back a human man this time. She wanted to check out his background. Soon, his subordinates began to act. It had to be said that they were indeed one of the 10 great clans. The speed was very fast. In less than half a day, the middle-aged man returned. He said respectfully again, Young master, I didn't find anything. That person is very mysterious. I've used all my methods, but the people on the Green Hill don't know him. They don't know him. Hu Donglie's face turned cold. It seemed that he was not from this world. Thinking about it, he should be someone from another sacred city. However, a mere disciple of the sacred city dared to clamor with him. Send someone to deal with this brat. Otherwise, don't leave any clues. You must not let Sienna notice. Young master, don't worry. Send Hidden Fox. It's absolutely foolproof. Very good, I won't let him see the sun tomorrow. Hu Donglie revealed an ice-cold smile. Chapter 4169. Night fell. Lin Xian once again returned to the main hall. He set up the array and then entered the dream leaf to continue cultivating the law of lightning. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the territory. Soon he disappeared. The whole process was very fast. No one could detect him. Hidden Fox flew in the sky while hiding his body and probing the surrounding situation. He easily entered Qin Sienna's territory. Obviously, he had a way to break the array here. May I know who young master wants me to kill? He was sent by Hu Donglie. His strength was very strong. He had reached the peak of the small saint realm, and was only one step away from the saint realm. Furthermore, he had his own unique characteristic, which was that he could conceal himself. He belonged to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and was an expert in assassination. It was easy for him to kill a human saint. Finally, he came to the top of a mountain. Looking down, his eyes flickered. The corner of Hidden Fox's mouth raised into a sneer. The saintess was beside him. It seemed that he had to use some methods. He opened his mouth and spat out a green veil. The veil turned into tens of thousands of feet long and directly covered the mountain where Lin Xian was. The corner of Hidden Fox's mouth raised into a smile. This should be enough. His figure flashed and directly rushed in. Inside the main hall, Lin Xian was still cultivating in the dream leaf. However, at this moment, the array he set up issued a warning. Lin Xian instantly retreated from the dream leaf. He opened his eyes. Who dares to break into my territory? Get out! He shouted coldly. His voice carried the law of lightning. Was he discovered? He didn't expect that there would be an array here. In the void, a hazy shadow appeared. It was as if it was translucent. It was impossible to see whether it was real or not. A cold voice came from the shadow. Hidden Fox was very surprised. He originally wanted to solve all of this quietly. Who would have thought that the other party's array was so strange? However, so what if it was discovered? He had already covered everything with the 10,000 light smoke. Even if there was a big battle here, the saintess beside him wouldn't be able to sense it. Moreover, when he glanced at Lin Xian, the disdain in his eyes was even stronger. The other party was only a late-stage small saint. He could kill such a person with a single move. Sigh, I didn't expect young master to send me to kill trash like this. How boring. Brat, how do you want to die? Kneel down obediently and I can give you a quick death. Humph. Lin Xian also laughed. They were here to assassinate him. Who instructed you to do this? Tell me and I will spare your life. Spare my life. Brat, do you know what's going on? Look at my cultivation. You're just a late little saint. Can you fight against me, a peak little saint? He felt that this human in front of him was an idiot. So what if you're a peak minor saint? I'm not even afraid of a saint venerable. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me or not? Damn it. Hidden Fox was thoroughly enraged. It was no wonder that their young master was so angry. This brat was simply too reckless. With a shift of his figure, he hid in the void and completely disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the man and a dagger appeared in his hand. He charged towards Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian would probably die. However, Lin Xian dodged the attack. At the same time, he flipped his palm. On his palm, Lei Ming's law kept spreading, forming a cage. The law brought along a violent aura, tearing the void apart. Boom! A low rumble was heard, and a figure retreated. Hidden Fox's face turned ugly. Damn it, the other party could actually dodge his attack. This really surprised him. Brat, you've completely angered me. I'll be serious next. He felt that it was a shame that he couldn't kill the other party with a single move. Hence, he became serious in the next moment. In his eyes, an extremely terrifying killing intent bloomed. His entire body turned into nothingness. Kill! With this attack, the entire space in the main hall was split into two. Let's see how you can dodge it. Because the other party couldn't dodge his blade no matter what. What surprised him was that Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he threw out a punch. With a clang, it collided with his dagger. The terrifying killing intent he unleashed was directly shattered. His entire body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was impossible. Hidden Fox finally screamed. His face was filled with horror. What was going on? Wasn't the other party a late minor saint? How could he hurt him? Wasn't there a difference of a realm between the two of them? This was a difference of 1,000 years. Even if the other party was a genius, the difference should be at least 500 years. How could the other party make up for the difference of 500 years just like that? He couldn't believe it. Because he was also a genius. Damn it, go to hell. At this moment, Hidden Fox completely exploded. He didn't hold back at all. Lin Xian's face also darkened. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. So what if the other party was a peak minor saint? In the next moment, a Tai Chi diagram appeared in his hand, spinning non-stop. He directly slapped it over. With a bang, the other party's dagger was sent flying. The other party's attack was directly shattered by the Tai Chi diagram. And the other party was enveloped by the Tai Chi diagram. Lin Xian used all his strength to activate the law of death, forming a chain that coiled around the other party's body. No matter how good the other party was at hiding, he couldn't escape at this moment. My life is draining away. Damn it, what did you do to me? Hidden Fox screamed crazily. Lin Xian slapped him. Be quiet, otherwise I'll turn you into a dried corpse. Hidden Fox immediately shut his mouth. His eyes were wide open, and his body trembled in fear. Damn it, was this really just a late-stage minor saint? Why did he feel like he was facing a holy sage? Because only when facing a holy sage would he feel this kind of fear. Tell me, who sent you to assassinate me? Lin Xian said indifferently. Of course, you don't have to say it. I can directly collect your soul. Hidden Fox screamed when he heard this. It's young master. Young master? Let me guess, is your young master Hu Donglai? Hidden Fox had no choice but to nod. To be honest, if it was in the past, even if he was caught, he wouldn't reveal the secret. But now, he couldn't. He was really shocked. The human youth in front of him was too mysterious and too strange. It made his soul tremble. Especially the power of death, he had no choice but to tell everything. Tell me about Hu Donglai and the situation of the entire family. Hidden Fox's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, If I tell you, can you spare my life? Lin Xian sneered. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can directly search your soul. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Immediately, Hidden Fox felt that his soul was instantly suppressed. He was so frightened that he screamed. Not only was the other party powerful, but his soul was also so terrifying. He was completely afraid. I'll tell you. He didn't dare to hide anything and directly told him everything he knew. Chapter 4170. After Lin Xian heard this, his face turned cold. Hu Donglia's family was extraordinary. The other party was one of the 10 great elders, which was also one of the 10 great families. Moreover, Hu Donglia's grandfather could be ranked as the 3rd elder, which was enough to show that he was extraordinary. No wonder the other party was so arrogant before. It turned out that he had something to rely on. However, so what? Whether it was the 3rd elder or some other elder, if they dared to provoke him, Lin Xian would definitely not let them off. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. As for Hidden Fox, who was in front of him, he was trembling. I already said that you can let me go, right? Let you go? You actually dared to assassinate me so recklessly. Do you think that I will let you go so easily? No, damn it, you can't be like this. Hidden Fox screamed in horror. I'll fight it out for you. He wanted to attack with all his might. However, in the next moment, he saw a pair of golden eyes, like the gaze of a god, enveloping him. He felt that his soul had been ruthlessly attacked. With a poochie sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, his body trembling non-stop. He couldn't resist at all. In the next moment, he felt that his soul had been attacked, and an extremely terrifying soul imprint formed in his mind. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. After a while, his eyes regained clarity. He looked at Lin Xian and knelt down on one knee, paying respects to his master. Very well, you can stay by my side for now. Lin Xian waved his hand, and Hidden Fox turned from a human into a little fox. Then, it came to his feet. This was a mini little fox. Its body was like a stream of water, and it was actually transparent. One could imagine that the other party's bloodline was also extremely extraordinary. He was born to be an assassin. But so what if he was extraordinary? He was still subdued by Lin Xian. Right, there seemed to be another treasure outside. Lin Xian pushed open the door of the hall, walked out, and looked ahead. The entire mountain range he was in was enveloped by green smoke. 10,000 green smoke, a very impressive sacred artifact. As long as it was enveloped, it would isolate everything. No wonder Qin Xianer, who was nearby, didn't notice it. Put away the treasure, Lin Xian ordered. Hidden Fox said respectfully. He was its master. A trace of astonishing symbols appeared in its eyes. Then, the endless net-light smoke quickly shrunk and was put away by it. Next, Lin Xian asked Hidden Fox to erase the soul imprint on it before planting his own soul in it. How could he give up on such a treasure? When the sun rose the next day, Hu Donglai was extremely excited. He hurriedly ran over. To be honest, although Hidden Fox did not return last night, he believed that Silver Fox had dealt with the other party. After all, there wouldn't be any accidents when a peak expert fought against a late-stage expert. He had come here today to see the other party's miserable state with his own eyes. Seeing that the other party had arrived, Qin Xianer furrowed her brows once more. This fellow was truly like a lingering spirit. Hu Donglai did not care about this hateful expression. He said, Xianer, where's the friend you brought? Why are you looking for him? Xianer frowned. Hu Donglai said, didn't we have some misunderstanding before? I think it's better to resolve it. He actually just wanted to see the other party's miserable end, so of course he had to find an excuse. All right. If the two sides could resolve their enmity, it would be a good thing for Qin Xianer. Therefore, he flew towards the mountain peak beside him. Hu Donglai also soared into the air. Qianbai Qingfeng also came. They were all very curious. The four of them arrived at the mountain peak. Looking at the main hall in front of them, Qin Xianer knocked on the door. Humph, how could anyone respond? He wanted to see what kind of expression Qin Xianer and the others would have when they saw the situation inside. They should be very shocked. This was the effect he wanted. Daring to go against him, he would definitely let the other party know what regret was. Thinking of this, Hu Donglia's mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, at this moment, the main hall in front of them opened and a figure walked out. How was this possible? The smile on Hu Donglia's face froze. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. The other party came out. The other party was still alive. Damn it, what was going on? Did he not succeed? Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Lin Xian stretched lazily. Qin Xianer said, Hu Donglai wants to write off the grudge with you, so I'm going to ask for your opinion. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes turned towards Hu Donglai as the corners of his lips curled into a mysterious smile. He naturally knew that the other party was definitely not here to resolve the grudge. He was here to see his miserable appearance. However, thinking about it, the other party was probably scared silly. With a wave of his hand, a little fox jumped into his hand. He gently patted the other party's head and then looked at Hu Donglai. Oh, you want to resolve the grudge with me? How was that possible? Hu Donglai did not hear Lin Xian's words clearly. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the translucent fox in front of him. Damn it, Hidden Fox! Hidden Fox was actually here, and from the looks of it, how did it become the other party's pet? Damn it, what was going on? One had to know that although Hidden Fox was his subordinate, it was impossible for him to transform into his original form, let alone wagging his tail like a pet. You! He pointed at Lin Xian with a face full of shock, afraid that he could not even speak clearly. It was obvious that he was completely frightened. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. Qin Xianer, who was beside him, frowned. Hidden Fox was actually in Lin Xian's hands. He instantly understood what was going on. Her face also darkened. Thinking about it, there should have been an intense assassination last night. She actually did not know. Damn it, Hu Donglai was too bold. He actually dared to make a move on the people around her. Hu Donglai, I'm afraid your goal is not that simple. You actually dared to make a move on my friend? Qin Xianer asked coldly. He was not putting her in his eyes at all. Hu Donglai also came back to his senses and said, Xian'er, listen to me. How could I make a move on your friend? Then what was going on? Qin Xian asked. Hu Donglai was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He said, I don't know either. Damn brat, you actually dared to make a move on our nine-tailed fox clan. You have committed a capital crime. Why aren't you kneeling down now? He had no choice but to forcefully suppress the other party now. Someone came. With an angry roar, 4 figures flew over from afar. These 4 were also peak small saint existences. They were wearing terrifying flame armor that was burning fiercely. The long spear in their hands enveloped Lin Xian. It seemed that they would make a move once the order was given. The situation, for a moment, became extremely dangerous. This Hu Donglai actually wanted to make a move here. Chapter 4171. What? You want to fight? Lin Xian sneered. Qin Xian'er also frowned. She snorted. How dare you? Who allowed you to come in? Get out. However, the 4 experts did not move at all. They had no intention of leaving. Lin Xian also frowned when he saw this scene. Xian'er, you don't live up to your title of saintess. Can anyone behave atrociously in your territory? Qin Xian'er's expression became extremely ugly. Indeed, these were only 4 guards. So what if they were Hu Donglia's men? The other party was just an elder family. And she was not only a princess, but also a saintess. They did not even listen to her orders now. Get out, or you will be killed without mercy! Qin Xian'er shouted coldly. Qing Feng also stood out. The long saber in his hand bloomed with a biting cold light. At the same time, he looked at Hu Donglai. Do you dare to disobey the orders of the saintess? His eyes were cold. Hu Donglai smiled and said, You have been deceived by this human brat. I am helping you now. Listen to me. As he spoke, he came in front of Qin Xian'er and blocked her path. It seemed that he did not want Qin Xian'er to help. At the same time, he waved his hand and the 4 powerful saints quickly attacked. How dare you! Qin Xian'er roared. However, Hu Donglia's body also emitted an extremely terrifying light. Xian'er, don't be attacked by this human. Hu Donglia's move could be said to be extremely vicious. These 4 peak minor saints could definitely kill the other party. Even if they could not kill him, as long as the other party dared to attack, then he could use the reputation of the other party injuring the 9-tailed fox to launch an even more terrifying attack. He dared to guarantee that the other party would definitely not survive. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. This kind of scene was nothing to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the 4 people rushing over. He did not even move. The power in his body blocked everything. At the same time, he said to Hidden Fox, Next, it will depend on your performance. Hidden Fox nodded and instantly rushed out, transforming into his human form. The dagger in his hand danced in the air. Puff. 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 Blood spurted out. The 4 guards stopped in midair. The law and power on their body disappeared. Then, 4 bodies fell down. What? Hu Donglai was stunned. Qing Feng was stunned. Qin Xian'er was even more stunned. To be honest, she did not expect that the one who did it was not Lin Xian but Silver Fox. Damned Hidden Fox, how dare you betray me! Hu Donglai roared crazily. However, Hidden Fox's expression was extremely cold. He shrank again and came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Your strength did not disappoint me. Although they were both at the pinnacle, Hidden Fox was clearly an extremely terrifying assassin. With the art of assassination, killing 4 people of the same level was a piece of cake. More importantly, the 4 of them weren't prepared at all. They simply did not expect Silver Fox to attack them. Thus, as they were caught off guard, they were instantly killed. Xian'er also smiled, although she still didn't understand why Hidden Fox would betray them. However, this scene was the best. Lin Xian did not need to make a move, and the people that Hu Donglai brought were killed. In the next moment, she said coldly, Hu Donglai, do you still dare to behave atrociously in my territory? Be careful of what I ask of you. At that time, even your grandfather won't be able to save you. You! Hu Donglai was so angry that his entire body trembled. To be honest, his eyes were also filled with fear. Damn it, it was too strange. He did not expect that he would be the one to suffer from the beginning. Especially Hidden Fox's betrayal. He stared coldly at Hidden Fox and said, Get over here, or I'll let you die without a burial ground. However, Hidden Fox snorted coldly and turned his head away, ignoring him. Hu Donglai felt that he had lost face. He stared at Lin Xian again. Kid, I don't know what method you used to confuse Hidden Fox, but just you wait, this matter is not over. With that, he turned around and left. Lin Xian said, Wait. What, do you dare to attack me? Hu Donglai turned his head. There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He was the grandson of the third elder. Who dared to touch him? Even Qin Xianer did not dare to touch him. Sure enough, Qin Xianer was also worried. She was afraid that Lin Xian would kill Hu Donglai regardless of everything. If that happened, the third elder would definitely go berserk. At that time, she might not even be able to protect Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not say anything. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes appeared behind him. Boom! Boom! Hu Donglia's body trembled as a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Do you really dare to attack? He screamed loudly. However, that pair of golden eyes had already disappeared. Lin Xian said with a smile, I'm not interested in attacking you. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Scram. Hu Donglai gritted his teeth. Kid, just you wait. This matter is not over. With that, she left the place. Hu Donglai returned to his family with a gloomy expression. Damn it! He smashed his mansion into pieces. Endless cracks spread out around him. The servants below were kneeling on the ground, trembling. What made you so angry? A middle-aged man walked in with a puzzled expression. The other servants did not even dare to breathe loudly. Hu Donglai turned his head and said, Sixth uncle, you're here. That despicable Hidden Fox actually betrayed us. Hidden Fox betrayed us. The man called Sixth Uncle's expression also changed. What's going on? Tell me in detail. He walked forward. He spoke as he walked. The old master wants to see you. Hu Donglai nodded and left his mansion, walking towards a larger territory. That was the core area of their family. After entering, Hu Donglai indeed found many people. There were his brothers and sisters, as well as some elders. He greeted them and walked into the main hall. In the main hall, the people sitting there were even more important. Greetings, uncles. Hu Donglai bowed respectfully. Those elders all smiled and nodded. Liar's cultivation had become stronger recently. It seemed that he was not far from the peak. The next step was to become a saint. Cultivate well. The future of the family depends on you. Hu Donglai nodded. Uncles, don't worry. I will definitely. Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank and he became terrified. A terrifying flame instantly enveloped him. Ah! He let out a miserable cry. His body was burned and his soul was enveloped. Save me! What's going on? The people in the main hall were all stunned. Quickly attack. Some people attacked crazily, creating a strong wind as if to extinguish the fire. Some people even spat out seawater that filled the sky. However, it was useless. Hu Donglia's star soul was about to be destroyed. At this moment, a ray of light flew out from inside and instantly pulled Hu Donglia's soul out. Moreover, all the flames were extinguished. Are you all right? Another middle-aged man ran over to him. This was Hu Donglia's father. He was almost scared to death just now. The other elders also walked over. What's going on? Who dares to attack you? Chapter 4172. From the depths of the hall, an even more terrifying aura came. In the next moment, an old man walked out. In his palm, there was a soul floating. It was Hudonliez. "Greetings, father." "Greetings, patriarch." The people in the hall quickly bowed. "Who dares to attack my grandson?" The old man spoke coldly. His voice was unusually low. No one dared to speak. A bunch of trash. They had been plotted against, and no one knew. The surrounding people were trembling in fear. Hudonglai said, "Grandfather, that kid must be that human kid. He wants to kill me. Grandfather, you must kill him." "What's going on?" the third elder asked coldly. At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke. The Holy Maiden had brought back a human youth. She said that he was a friend and was currently living in her territory. Liars sent Hidden Fox to assassinate him, but the other party did not succeed. A friend brought by the Holy Maiden. The third elder's eyes flickered. No matter whose friend it is, they cannot attack my grandson. Otherwise it would be a dead end. "Grandfather, help me take revenge," Hudonglai screamed. The other people said, "Father, I'll kill him." In their opinion, killing a human was too easy. They were careless before. Now that they were serious, it was easy to capture him. However, the third elder shook his head. The assassination had failed. The Holy Maiden was definitely prepared. In the assassination, she would be able to catch us. She's just a little Holy Maiden. We're not afraid of her. The surrounding people sneered. Besides, the Holy King and Holy Empress are fighting for us with all their might. Qin Sienna would not dare to be rude to us. These people had nothing to fear. That being said, we can't let others catch us. This matter, let's do it secretly. All right, you guys can leave. The third elder waved his hand. Hudonglia's soul floated out and was caught by the middle-aged man. He quickly helped Liar recover. Everyone left, leaving only the third elder. The third elder said indifferently, "Shadowbuzz." A black figure appeared in the hall. It was a black fox. It knelt on one knee in front of the third elder. "Master, please give your orders." The third elder said, "Contact the Holy Empress. Tell her that I have a plan for her." After saying those words, the third elder began sending a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. "Don't spread this matter around, and don't let anyone else know about it. Do you understand? Go ahead." The shadow disappeared, and the third elder's eyes shone with a terrifying light. "Humans, Qin Sienna, since you are courting death, then there is no need for you to exist. Qin Sienna's territory." She looked at him suspiciously. "You let him go so easily?" To be honest, this was not Lin Xian's style at all. Lin Xian also smiled. He had already prepared a big gift for him. It could teach him a lesson. "What big gift?" Qin Sienna was puzzled. Lin Xian said, "Just pay attention to the third elder's family." The following days were rather peaceful. Qin Sienna also went to ask around, but she didn't manage to find out anything. However, she was able to sense that something was amiss. Evidently, something had happened earlier. However, it had not spread. On this day, another voice came from outside the territory. This time, there were two guards standing outside respectfully. "We are here on the orders of the Holy Empress to invite the princess to the banquet." Qin Sienna walked out of the hall. With a wave of her hand, the array separated, and two figures walked over. "This is an invitation card. Please don't be late." At the same time, one of the guards said, "The Holy Empress knows that the princess has brought a friend and said that he can come along." "I understand. You can leave now." Qin Sienna nodded expressionlessly. The two guards quickly left. Then, she found Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also surprised. "You want me to attend the banquet of the royal family? I am a human. Is it appropriate for me to attend? Also, didn't you say that the Holy Empress is hostile to you? Why would she be so kind?" "Naturally, she wouldn't be so kind. I'm guessing that she must be pretending. However, she should still do it on the surface. After all, we are all members of the royal family. So, are you going or not?" I'll take a look. Lin Xian nodded. In the evening, the two of them made some preparations and flew into the sky. Qian Bai and Qing Feng were also with them. The four of them left the territory and flew into the distance. Not long after, they saw a majestic hall built on the ground. The array there was extremely terrifying and the security was even tighter. After the four of them landed, only Lin Xian's identity was checked before he entered. In front of them, the hall was majestic. Outside the hall, there were two statues. They were both statues of the nine-tailed fox. One was black and the other was white. They were unusually mighty and extraordinary. They were like ancient beasts. The aura they emitted was shocking. Lin Xian was also surprised after seeing it. The nine-tailed fox race had been an extremely terrifying race since ancient times. Although they weren't an emperor race, they had a long history. They were terrifying beasts in the world. Now, it seemed that they were indeed extraordinary. The four of them were invited in. In the hall, two figures sat at the front. It was a man and a woman. They were the Holy King and Holy Empress of the nine-tailed fox race. Their auras were hazy and no one dared to look at them directly. Even Lin Xian only glanced at them. He felt that they were the real Holy King's aura and then looked away. The Holy King had his own dignity. If he casually checked them, he would be courting death. Sienna greeted her father and mother. Sienna and the others began to bow. All right, there's no need for so many formalities. The Holy King smiled. The Holy Empress also said, Sienna, you must be better off at home. Now that you're back, you have to stay here for a while. Let your mother take good care of you. Thank you for your concern. Sienna's smile became even brighter. However, she snorted coldly in her heart. The other party was probably trying to get rid of her by all means. After all, she wasn't her real mother. This should be the friend you brought. The Holy Empress looked at Lin Xian. The Holy King also looked over. The others also stared at Lin Xian, staring at him non-stop. A human could actually come here. Humph, how audacious. The princes and princesses looked at him with disdain. Lin Xian remained calm. He cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Holy King and Holy Empress. The Holy King's eyes flickered. Then, he nodded slightly. The Holy Empress' expression was also mysterious. She said, Since you're Sienna's friend, you're also an important guest of the nine-tailed fox race. Please take a seat. Then, Lin Xian and the others sat down. Most of them were still looking at Lin Xian. They couldn't understand why the Holy King and Holy Empress would let a human sit. It was really unbelievable. Chapter 4173. Lin Xian turned his head and found that the vicious gaze belonged to Hu Donglai. He was slightly surprised. He did not expect the other party to recover so quickly. It was really beyond his expectations. Looking at the other party's ferocious expression, he knew that the other party must have suffered before. He should have almost had his star soul destroyed. He guessed that it might be the third elder. Otherwise, the other party's soul would have been destroyed long ago. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled and made a provocative look at the other party. Suddenly, Hu Donglai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Brat, you can be arrogant. One day, I will make you kneel in front of me. Hu Donglai gritted his teeth. The banquet was really thrilling. The surrounding princes and princesses were really all kinds of tricks. Qin Sienna was also amazing. She could deal with them calmly. Lin Xian was greatly surprised. He did not know what Qin Sienna had experienced before. When the banquet was over, Qin Sienna and the other three returned. The entire imperial city became quiet again. The other princes and young masters also left. Hu Donglai and the other elders' descendants also left. The Divine Empress looked at the back of Qin Sienna and the others and smiled. At the same time, in the darkness outside the imperial city, an old man's eyes were also shining. At this time, the void beside him cracked and the shadow appeared. Master, you've succeeded. They've drunk the poisoned wine. Very good. The third elder nodded in satisfaction. This time, he and the Divine Empress worked together to arrange the poisonous wine. Even a saint venerable would die. Not to mention a small saint. Let's go. He waved his hand and left with the shadow. On the other side, Qin Xian, Lin Xian and the others returned to their territory and returned to their palaces. At first, it was fine. But after a while, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Endless black qi appeared on his body and shrouded him. He felt a terrifying poison invading his entire body. Even his soul had been tainted by it. Damn it, how could it be like this? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a terrifying light. The next moment, he frantically mobilized the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, Qin Xian's side was the same. Qin Xian tried her best to resist. But soon, she could not resist and fell to the ground. His face turned pale. Her life force was quickly draining away. He was poisoned, damn it, and it was an extremely terrifying poison. She hadn't noticed it at all before. Who wanted to poison her? The first thing she thought of was the Divine Empress. Damn it, this woman is too ruthless. She wanted to call for help, but she didn't even have the time to do so. Her soul was starting to blur. Just when she thought she was going to die, a figure appeared in front of her. Then, she felt an extremely sharp energy enter her body and begin to destroy the poison. Qin Xian finally opened her eyes. She realized that the person who had saved her was none other than Lin Xian. However, what surprised her was that Lin Xian's body was also emitting some black mist. Was he also poisoned? She struggled to stand up, but Lin Xian said, "Don't move, we're both poisoned. This poison is extremely terrifying and I am doing my best to expel it." Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul had swallowed the power of the lightning strike mountain and had become even more terrifying. Therefore, when it exploded, its power was extremely terrifying. Finally, under the powerful attack of the great dragon sword soul, the poison was completely destroyed. Qin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Was she saved? How did you do it? She was really too shocked. She didn't even have the ability to resist this poison. However, Lin Xian was able to help her get rid of it. It was really unbelievable. What exactly was this sharp aura? What kind of secret did Lin Xian have? She didn't ask because she knew that everyone had their secrets. For example, she had her own secrets. These things couldn't be told to anyone else. Lin Xian took out some pills and swallowed them. At the same time, he gave some to Qin Xian. He asked, "Do you know who did it?" "It must be the Divine Empress. I don't think anyone else can take out such a terrifying poison." "The Divine Empress?" Lin Xian frowned. "I thought it was the third elder." "What, third elder, are you sure?" Qin Xian was shocked. "The third elder even dares to harm me?" Lin Xian nodded. "This poison is terrifying. Even a saint can't resist it. Also, I found out some things from Hidden Fox. This poison might be the third elder's doing. But you said it was the Divine Empress. This makes me even more worried. That's a true Saint King. Would her methods be so simple?" Lin Xian frowned. Qin Xian's eyes flashed. "Who did it?" Suddenly, her face turned pale again. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. "Not good. It didn't get rid of it?" He was too shocked. "The great dragon sword soul can't get rid of this poison?" In the next moment, he was stunned. He realized that it wasn't the same poison as before. It was another kind of poison. There were actually two kinds of poison in his body. Damn it! There were actually two people who poisoned me. The first poison was the third elder. The second poison was the Divine Empress. This Dolby was much stronger than the one before. Qin Xian's face turned pale. This was a sure kill move. Even if they avoided the first one, they wouldn't be able to avoid the Divine Empress's move. "What should I do?" She looked at Lin Xian and realized that Lin Xian's face was also pale. Although Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, he had used up too much of his energy. If the great dragon sword soul were to erupt again, he would be injured. His foundation realm might even fall. Thinking of this, he took out the great void divine furnace. He opened the lid of the cauldron, and a pill flew out from it. The pill floated up and down. Lin Xian slashed it open with his sword. He and Qin Xianer each swallowed half of the pill. In the next moment, the poison in their bodies disappeared. What kind of pill is this? Qin Xianer was shocked. It can even get rid of the poison of a Saint King. Lin Xian was also scared. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, there were some mysterious things in the great void divine furnace. He couldn't check it completely. However, there were some things that he could use. For example, he could check the notes of some pill saints. There were also some pills that he could swallow. This pill was one of them. He had checked it before. This pill had a strong purifying effect. Therefore, he took it out and swallowed it. The effect was unexpected. Even the poison of the Divine Empress had disappeared without a trace. The third elder, the Divine Empress. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Xianer's face was also cold. She didn't expect that these people would want to kill her. In the past, she only thought that these people wanted to ostracize her and prevent her from becoming the saintess. However, it seemed that she was too naive. Next, we might have to change our methods. We don't have to hold back anymore. Chapter 4174. Lin Xian was completely enraged. Had these people tried to kill him? Then don't blame him for being merciless. What do you plan to do? Qin Xianer asked. Although she was a princess, she had to seek Lin Xian's opinion at this moment. Lin Xian said. It seemed like the lesson from last time wasn't enough. Since this was the case, there was no need for some people to exist. However, we can't take the initiative to do it. We have to let them do it. They set up a trap and we will go in and break it. Let's go out and take a walk. I think some people will be surprised. When the sun rose, Lin Xian and Qin Xianer walked out. There were indeed people keeping a close watch around the territory. When they saw the two of them coming out, their eyes almost popped out. What happened? Not good. Hurry up and report it. These people left quickly. In the palace, after the Divine Empress received the news, she suddenly stood up. The void behind her kept shattering. How could this be? Did you see it clearly? The guard kneeling on the ground said. I saw clearly that the two of them walked out alive. How could this be? The Divine Empress's face became extremely ugly. On the other side, after the third elder received the news, he suddenly stood up. He screamed in horror. Impossible! Even a saint venerable couldn't survive after being poisoned. Not to mention these two minor saints. Could it be that they weren't poisoned before? Investigate. Get to the bottom of this. He was completely flustered. Was it because they weren't poisoned or was it cured after being poisoned? If it was the first, they would be shocked. If it was the second, it would be unbelievable. Even the third elder didn't have the ability to cure this poison. Who could it be? Could it be that there was a hidden expert behind that young man? For a moment, the undercurrent surged. They all started to investigate. However, they couldn't find anything. The third elder had no choice but to contact the Divine Empress again. In the end, the two of them made a decision to set up a trap. Let the two of them come over. However, this time, it wasn't convenient for them to appear. They would let the younger generation do it. The Divine Empress had a daughter, the eldest princess. She would organize a gathering for the younger generation. First, they would find out what was going on. If it didn't work, they would kill the two of them at this banquet. Even if Qin Xianer didn't die, that human youth had to be eliminated. When Qin Xianer held another invitation card in her hand, she narrowed her eyes. It seemed like these people were still unwilling to give up. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Are they plotting again? Fine, let's go and see who's the unlucky one this time. This time, it was a gathering of the younger generation. The main participants were the princes and princesses of the imperial city, as well as the young geniuses of the large clans. To be honest, Although Lin Xian's side was outnumbered, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He was someone who had fought hundreds of battles and killed his way up. Although these people from the royal family had good cultivation and talent, their combat experience was incomparable. If they really fought, these people would not be able to withstand a single blow. Linglong Valley? This was a very special place in the imperial city. It was a place where young geniuses often gathered. This time, the eldest princess held a banquet in the Linglong Valley to invite these young talents. Soon, these people arrived and chatted together. At this time, one of the princesses said, "In my opinion, in terms of status, talent, and appeal, the eldest princess is definitely the strongest." "That's right, the saintess of our nine-tailed clan should be given to the eldest princess. What does that Qin Sienna have?" These people were all trying to curry favor with the eldest princess. After all, Qin Sienna was only the seventh princess, and not the daughter of the divine empress. She could not be compared at all. "I think they are giving face to the sacred city. Otherwise, how could she be the saintess?" Disdainful voices sounded. After hearing this, the eldest princess also raised her arrogant head. To be honest, she did not care about Qin Sienna. "Oh, is that so? If I'm not qualified to be the saintess, then you all can be." At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. The princesses below were stunned. At the same time, they looked up. They saw two figures in the sky, descending towards the valley below. "They're here!" many people exclaimed. Some people looked at Qin Sienna, but more people stared at Lin Xian. As expected, this human brat had also come. "Kid, you still dare to come?" Hu Donglai took the lead and walked out. Behind him, there were also some young geniuses. They were emitting killing intent that shrouded Lin Xian. "Oh, you still dare to attack me? Looks like the lesson I taught you was not enough." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Qin Sienna also frowned. "Is this the attitude you have when inviting people? All right, you can leave." The eldest princess spoke. Hu Donglai retreated hatefully. The eldest princess stood up and smiled. "Seventh sister, don't think too much. These sisters have no ill intentions. They are just casually chatting. Since you're here, sit down." Qin Sienna glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Then the two sat down. Soon, all kinds of delicacies were served. However, the two did not drink this time. They wouldn't eat anything. The poison last time had taught them a deep lesson. "What's wrong, seventh sister? Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking?" The sword maniac prince did not seem to like the food here either. "Humph, I'm afraid this kid has never seen such good food in his life. Of course, how could a country bumpkin know the preciousness of heavenly materials and earthly treasures?" The surrounding princes and princesses sneered. The wines they served were all made from top-grade spirit fruits, and the dishes were all made from precious ingredients. It could be said that a dish outside was enough to make countless saints jealous. When Lin Xian heard this, he smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I really don't have an appetite. Because what I usually eat is roasted golden crows, imperial pungs, and so on." "What?" When the people of Nine-Tailed Fox heard this, their eyes almost popped out. "Roasted golden crows and imperial pungs? Fuck! Will you die if you don't brag?" Although they also ate heavenly treasures, who had ever eaten a rare beast like the golden crow? Who would dare to eat it? This kid must be bragging. Qin Sienna knew that not only had Lin Xian eaten it, he had eaten more than one. So she also smiled and said, "Yes, I remember the last time I ate it. It was indeed delicious." The surrounding people were about to go crazy. Could it be that Qin Sienna had eaten it before? The eldest princess' face darkened. She did not believe such a thing. In her opinion, the other party was just provoking her. Immediately, her face darkened. But soon, she revealed a sneer. "It's meaningless to just chat like this. We're all people who pursue the martial Tao. Why don't we send someone to spar?" "I agree." When she said this, many princesses and princes nodded. Hu Donglia's eyes emitted a cold glint as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Chapter 4175. The other princes and princesses were also gloating. It seemed like they would have a good show to watch. Hudonglia's lips curled into a cold smile. He could finally take his revenge. However, he did not do it himself. Beside him, a man stood up and walked forward. Sword maniac, right? Looking at your title, you should be a swordsman. Why don't you compete with me? He waved the long sword in his hand. The surrounding people were stunned and then took a breath of cold air. They did not expect that the first one to come out would be him. This person was not ordinary. It could be said that he was quite famous in their king's city. Shadow Fox Sword, Hu Fei. His sword technique was very profound and mysterious. An ordinary small saint was not his opponent at all. This human would definitely not be able to block it. Hu Donglai also sneered. With Hu Fei taking action, it was guaranteed that nothing would go wrong. Although Hidden Fox had betrayed them, he did not think that it was Lin Xian's strength. In his opinion, it was very likely that Qin Sienna was the one who took action to subdue Hidden Fox. Otherwise, how could a mere human be able to do it? Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at the front. He did not expect that Hu Donglai had not taken action but sent another one. Shadow Fox Sword? He had no interest in it, so he shook his head indifferently. You are not qualified for me to take action. Let your master do it himself. Damn brat, are you looking down on me? Hu Fei's face turned gloomy. A shocking chill burst out from his eyes. Terrifying sword chi burst out from his body in all directions. This sword chi caused many people to exclaim. It seemed that Hu Fei's strength had increased again. A late small saint was probably not his opponent. If one wanted to fight against him, one would have to be at least a peak small saint. This human would probably not be able to block it. I think he is afraid, so he does not dare to take action. Cold laughter could be heard. After Hu Fei displayed his strength, his figure flashed, and he dashed forward. It was not up to you to decide whether to take action or not. If the other party did not dare to take action, then he would force the other party to take action. Anyway, he would not let the other party go today. Shadow Sword. The long sword in his hand stabbed out, drawing a dream-like sword light. It was impossible to tell which was the real killing move. These sword lights shrouded Lin Xian's location, shattering the void around him. When Qin Sienna and the rest saw this scene, they frowned as well. What a ruthless heart! His first move was a killing move. If he was slightly weaker, he would have been killed in one move. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't move, the surrounding princes and princesses laughed disdainfully. This human brat should be scared silly, right? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Competing with him in swordsmanship? The other party was really courting death. The long sword was already less than a meter away from him. It was obvious that he couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Great! When Hu Donglai saw this scene, he became complacent. As expected, the other party did not have any strength. It seemed that he had suffered too much of a loss in the hands of the other party. However, Hu Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he was able to get rid of his opponent. Previously, he was still a little worried that this was an expert. Now, it seemed that he was just a piece of trash, not worth mentioning at all. His sword was enough to end the battle. However, in the next moment, Hu Fei was stunned. His body even trembled. There was a huge fear rising from the bottom of his heart. In the next moment, he felt a shocking sword light in front of him suddenly appear and slash at his body. With a bang, he was sent flying. Crack! 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 Many cracks appeared on his body as blood dyed his body red. In the next moment, his body suddenly split open. Boom! The deep sound was still echoing. Everyone in the valley was stunned. Whether it was the princes and princesses or the descendants of the elders, all of them widened their eyes and were speechless. Damn it, what's going on? Hu Fei was blown apart. How is this possible? Someone screamed. The others also came back to their senses and gasped. Previously, they thought that the other party did not move because he was scared silly. Who would have thought that the other party was disdainful to make a move? They didn't even see how the other party injured Hu Fei. How could someone with such strength be weak? These princes and princesses began to re-examine this human youth. On the other side, Hu Donglia's pupils constricted. Impossible, his strength was actually so strong? To be honest, he was really shocked. Could it be that Hidden Fox's betrayal was really because of this kid's strength? Damn it, he didn't believe it! At this moment, Lin Xian said indifferently, I've already said that you're no match for me. But you still won't listen. At this point, his gaze looked in all directions. If you want to challenge me again, don't send such trash up. Damn it, he's too arrogant. Those princes and princesses' faces became incomparably cold. This was their territory, and they were actually scared by a human. It made them lose face. At this moment, the eldest princess began to transmigrate. She said, Hu Donglai, if you want to kill this kid, I can lend you someone. Hu Donglai was stunned when he heard this. Then, he looked at a figure in the distance. That person's body was surrounded by purple light. It was abnormally terrifying and mysterious. This person is. After he learned of the other party's identity, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Then, thank you, eldest princess. Hu Donglai nodded. Then, he said again, Kid, are you very powerful? However, you're underestimating the geniuses here. You definitely won't be able to defeat the next person. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were also surprised. The descendants of the other elders frowned slightly. Hu Donglia's words were too arrogant. They had all seen the performance of that young man before. Could it be that Hu Donglai was going to personally go up? They realized that Hu Donglai did not stand up. The one who stood up was a purple figure. As soon as he appeared, the aura of the entire valley instantly froze. Many people felt their bodies stiffen as if they couldn't breathe. This aura! How could it be so terrifying? Many people were shocked. When they saw that figure, they were stunned. Zilong, it turned out to be the other party. He was not a member of their nine-tailed clan. He was atop Heaven's Pride of Purple Sun Palace. Not only was the other party from Sacred City, but more importantly, he was a dragon. He was a Heaven's Pride of Dragons, an expert. Coupled with the divine ability of Sacred City, what was even more terrifying was that the other party was a peak minor saint. There were very few opponents for such a person. So he stood up. Everyone knew that the human youth was going to be in danger. Even Qin Xianer, Qian Bai, and the others frowned. Qin Xianer said, Be careful. This Zilong is not ordinary. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Zilong. He didn't expect that he would be the one to make a move. He had seen this person before. The other party was indeed very strong. Zilong stood up. There was a purple light flickering in his eyes. Like a high and mighty emperor, he looked at Lin Xian. His gaze was cold and carried a hint of disdain. He did have the right to be disdainful because whether it was cultivation or bloodline, he far surpassed the other party. Chapter 4176. He even felt that there was no need for him to make a move. Just the pressure from his body was enough to defeat his opponent. Sure enough, the purple light on his body turned into dragon shadows and rushed forward. They hovered above Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian shattered once more. The pressure was simply way too great. The others felt the aftershock of the aura and their faces changed. Under such pressure, even if they were peak minor saints, they would have to use all their strength to deal with it. After all, this was the aura of dragons. Everyone wanted to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. But there was also a biting cold aura surrounding Lin Xian. That was sword qi, covering his whole body, making him look like a sword god. It blocked those purple dragon shadows. It seemed that the aura did not cause much pressure on him. Was he not affected? The surrounding people were shocked. What was going on with this human youth? Zilong was also stunned. It seemed that the opponent's strength was beyond his expectation. In the next moment, a purple light burst out from his eyes. Like two purple divine spears, piercing towards Yishiwen. Although it was just a gaze, it was not weaker than the attack of a sacred tool. This was his method. And in Lin Xian's eyes there was also a biting cold sword chi bursting out. Their gazes collided in midair. Suddenly, a terrifying black hole appeared, covering the 9 heavens. So terrifying. Both of them were experts. The surrounding people were shocked. They had some strength. No wonder they were so arrogant. Zilong said coldly. Lin Xian laughed after hearing that. You're not bad. But it's a pity that you're working for Hudong Lai. Humph! You better take back your words. Otherwise, you'll know what regret is. Zilong was completely enraged. He slapped out a palm. The entire space kept shattering as if it was about to be destroyed. Purple sun palm. Along with the sound, a purple palm slapped out from the shattered void. There was a terrifying purple law on it, causing the entire valley to shake violently. It was like a purple sun, pressing towards Lin Xian. Buzz! The surrounding princes and princesses all opened their sacred domains to defend themselves. Even the entire Nimble Valley lit up with arrays. The eldest princess's eyes flickered. She was very confident in Zilong. There would definitely be no accidents in this battle. Lin Xian looked at the purple palm, a cold sword light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he pointed out with a finger, and a terrifying sword chi continued to revolve around him before slashing forward. The sword chime shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was as if a giant dragon had collided with the purple palm. Boom! Boom! A terrifying sound rang out as the laws filled the air. The surrounding space kept shattering. Luckily, the Linglong Valley was protected by a peerless defensive formation, which allowed it to remain intact. Otherwise, this attack would have turned the entire valley into ashes, and even the entire imperial city would cease to exist. Boom! Boom! As the laws danced in the sky, cracks appeared on the purple sun palm. Then, it exploded. The purple flames engulfed the sword aura and devoured it. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. It can't be, right? This guy can actually contend against Zilong? The surrounding people were all stunned. Even the eldest princess frowned slightly. Zilong's face darkened as well. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block his attack. Although this attack was just a casual attack from him. You're not that good either. Next, you can have a taste of my sword skills. Lin Xian walked out. The sword aura on his body kept flashing, and then turned into a sword domain that slashed forward. You're courting death, kid. You've completely angered me. Seeing that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack, Zilong was enraged. The blood in his body roared, and a dragon's roar rang out. Then, a terrifying purple dragon shadow flew out and charged into the sky. He carried with him the supreme laws and the aura of destruction as he charged over. Boom! Boom! The two of them engaged in a terrifying battle. Lin Xian did not use the 9 Sun Sword technique, nor did he use his divine body. After all, his body was too eye-catching. Once he used it, his opponent would recognize him immediately. He did not want to expose his identity yet. Previously on Mount Longhu, Lin Xian had browsed through many top-notch sword techniques and supernatural powers. At this moment, it was really easy for him to use them. Wind-slashing sword, sky-cleaving. Endless sword aura condensed in his hand, and then the huge sword shadow slashed forward. Under this sword, the entire void was distorted. Endless small cracks spread out, forming a wind sword domain that directly enveloped Zilong. This kid's sword technique was so powerful. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were shocked. The battle between the two was incomparable, and Zilong was completely enraged. Roar! With a roar, he fully activated his blood and secret techniques. At this point, he felt very angry. If he could not take down his opponent in 3 moves, he really would not have the face to stay here any longer. Behind him, a purple palace appeared. It kept bobbing up and down, and terrifying purple light flew out from it one after another. This was the Purple Void Temple's secret technique, and it was unparalleled. In the mysterious purple palace, the light that flew out from it was like a peerless immortal light. It was incomparable. At the same time, Purple Dragon transformed into a long dragon and charged at Yishiwen. After transforming into his true form, his strength became even stronger. In an instant, the dragon's supernatural powers and the sacred city's supernatural powers exploded together, causing everyone to be terrified. This was a fatal blow. It seemed that Zilong was completely enraged. The battle ended in an instant. Qian Bai, Qing Feng, and the others were nervous. They did not know if Lin Xian could block it. Even Qin Xian's palms were sweating. To be honest, she was not confident in her heart. Seeing that his opponent had used all his means, Lin Xian also stopped smiling. In the next moment, he used the dragon's ancient breathing technique. As he inhaled and exhaled, there was a special force. Boom! 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 Like a muffled thunder, everyone's expression changed. What was this? Zilong also felt like he was struck by lightning. He felt a huge suppression, and his body kept trembling. Puff! He spat out blood and flew out. Many cracks appeared on his body. The phantom of the purple void temple disappeared. He fell to the ground, and his face became incomparably pale. Was he defeated? The entire valley fell into silence again. No one dared to believe it. Such a terrifying supernatural power, perhaps no one could block it. But in the blink of an eye, Zilong was defeated. And they did not realize what the human boy had used. It seemed that he had only exhaled 2 breaths, and it was so terrifying? How could they know that this was the dragon's ancient breathing technique, and it was very mysterious? Lin Xian used all his strength to specifically target Zilong. This had a great suppressive effect on dragons. That was why Zilong was as if he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 4177. Zilong was extremely shocked by the mysterious power just now. He had a feeling that it was related to the dragons. However, he had never seen it before, so he could not figure it out. At this moment, he asked, "What divine ability did you use? You don't even understand what I used. You don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. You don't have the qualifications to make a fuss here. Hurry up and get lost. I don't want to kill you. However, if you continue to clamor, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Damn it. Zilong was mad with anger. He had always been high and mighty. Even when he came here, he was only willing to make a move when the eldest princess treated him with respect. But now, the other party was looking down on him. It made him feel like his lungs were about to explode. What? Do you still want to make a move? Lin Xian activated the dragon's breathing technique. Immediately, that terrifying power spread out again. Zilong was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. His face became incomparably pale. He gritted his teeth and did not dare to make a move. Eldest princess, thank you for your hospitality. However, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Zilong did not have the face to stay here, so he directly left the drum. The princes and princesses of the Nine-Tailed tribe were shocked. They did not expect that the powerful Zilong would be defeated. The eldest princess's expression also became extremely ugly. Damn it, this was equivalent to slapping her face. Qianbai, Qing Feng and the others were stunned. However, Qin Xian erased a smile. Didn't these people want to target them? It would not be so easy. On the opposite side, Hu Donglai was also gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn it, how could this kid be so strong? To be honest, he thought that Zilong was going to make a move. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. The next moment, he was even more stunned because he found that Lin Xian stood up and walked towards him. Damn it, what was this kid trying to do? Lin Xian walked out and arrived in front of Hu Donglai. Earlier, the eldest princess said that it was boring to just chat. Why don't we spar? This guy had attacked him time and time again. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Courting death. How bold. The people around Hu Donglai roared crazily. They all stood up. Who do you think you are? How dare you make a move against my young master? That's right, you want to attack, right? I'll kill you. Their bodies were overflowing with killing intent. Behind them were extremely terrifying tails that danced, as if they could destroy the world. Lin Xian didn't care about these people's threats and terrifying killing intent. His eyes were fixed on Hu Donglai. What? You don't even have the courage to attack me? You really are a piece of trash. What did you say? Hu Donglia's expression became incomparably malevolent. Tell me that again. When did he become trash? Why are you still refusing to admit that you're trash? If you're a man, come out and fight me one-on-one. Brat, do you think I'll fall for your trick? Hu Donglai sneered. The other party was so powerful, he was unwilling to make a move. At this moment, Qin Xianer, who was at the back, sighed out as well. Aya! She had thought that he was an unparalleled hero. But to think that he was just a coward! My future husband will definitely not be a coward. He will definitely be an indomitable expert. Sisters, don't you think so? Hu Donglai looked at the surrounding princesses and whispered to each other. To be honest, although they were unhappy with humans, they despised them for not daring to make a move after being provoked like this. That's right. They had thought that this Hu Donglai was a young genius, a future expert. But now, it seemed that he wasn't that great. It must have been an exaggeration in the rumors. Forget it, it's better to change the candidate in the future. Damn it. Hu Donglai was so angry that he vomited blood. Was his lifetime of brilliance going to be destroyed here? He would not allow it. The next moment, he suddenly stood up. Brat, I originally disdained to make a move against you. But since you're courting death, then don't blame me. From the looks of it, Hu Donglai wanted to make a move. Young master. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. They were really worried. However, the corner of Hu Donglia's mouth raised. Don't worry. Do you think I don't have a trump card? I've already brought that thing here. Is that true? The guards laughed after hearing that. Hu Donglai walked up and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I'll let you know that provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Qin Xianer frowned when she saw this scene. It was really out of her expectations. In her opinion, after Lin Xian displayed such powerful strength, this Hu Donglai would definitely not dare to come out. Now that the other party had come out, what was the other party relying on? In the next moment, her pupils shrank. Because she realized that Hu Donglai took out something with a flip of his hand. It was a small drum. It was exceptionally exquisite and exquisite. There were countless Tao patterns on it. White fox drum. Many people screamed. Even Qin Xianer's Tao heart turned cold. Damn it, Hu Donglai actually took out such a thing. She hurriedly said, be careful. This is the white fox drum. It's a very terrifying sacred artifact that has reached the sun level. She had two types of attacks. The front was a super powerful divine ability attack, and the back was a strange soul attack. It could be said that it was very dangerous and impossible to guard against. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing that. White fox drum. No wonder the other party dared to come out. It turned out that he had a powerful sacred artifact. The other princes and princesses were also extremely surprised. Obviously, they all knew the power of the white fox drum. Brat, I'll make you kneel in front of me and make you suffer a fate worse than death. At this point, he activated the white fox drum with all his strength. His palm landed on the drum's face. Dong! A low sound rang out. Then, an extremely terrifying storm of laws suddenly erupted in the entire valley. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. That was for sure. The white fox drum's attack was even stronger than the purple dragon from before. Unless that kid had a top-grade sacred artifact. Otherwise, there was no way he could resist it. Buzz! While everyone was discussing, the storm of laws that filled the sky was actually torn apart. A sword light shot out powerfully, illuminating the entire world. How is this possible? Hu Donglai screamed. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed drastically. The other party was actually able to rush out. It was really unbelievable. In the next moment, they saw the sword chi that filled the sky, charging towards them like a dragon. Hu Donglai roared. Scram! He did not dare to use his own strength. Instead, he activated the white fox drum with all his strength. Countless laws appeared between heaven and earth, forming a nine-tailed phantom that communicated with heaven and earth. This power was really too terrifying. At the same time, Hu Donglai struck the other side of the white fox drum. Dong! Dong! At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale. Not good. This was an extremely strange soul illusion attack. The first princess's expression also changed. She formed a seal with her palm and changed the array again. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the power of the white fox drum. After being enveloped by the array again, they heaved a sigh of relief and looked forward. This time, this kid should be dead. Hu Donglai revealed a ferocious expression. No matter how strong the other party was, so what? If his soul was killed, he would not be able to survive. Chapter 4178. Buzz. A strange soul attack spread between heaven and earth, capable of killing without a trace. Everyone could no longer see Lin Xian's figure because the world was distorted. However, they believed that when the storm ended, it would be the end of the battle. Buzz. However, at this moment, everyone's hearts were beating wildly. They felt that their souls were being suppressed again. It was as if there was an immortal king above the 9 heavens looking down on them. This feeling was too terrifying. Hu Donglai was even more so. He almost knelt on the ground, and the white fox drum in his hand almost fell. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. How was this possible? What kind of aura was this? He activated the white fox drum with all his might, and then came to resist this soul that was difficult to suppress. Then, he raised his head with difficulty, and saw a shocking scene. Above him, in the endless void, there was a pair of golden eyes looking down at him with incomparable coldness. Whose eyes were these? It was too terrifying. It was as if a god was looking down on the common people. Damn it, could it be that humans? How was this possible? With such eyes, how terrifying was the bloodline? No, I don't believe it. This is an illusion. Hu Donglai roared crazily. He was present and slapped the white fox drum. Psychic 9 kills. With a roar, both sides of the white fox drum trembled at the same time. A terrifying killing aura soared into the sky. At this moment, even Hu Donglai's face was pale, and he vomited blood. It was obvious that using such a divine ability was a huge burden on him. But he was going all out. Even if he was injured, he had to kill the other party this time. Buzz. I don't care if you are the eyes of a god or an immortal king. Everything will be destroyed. Hu Donglai roared towards the sky. He was extremely confident in the psychic 9 kills. However, he soon despaired. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. Because the pair of golden eyes in the sky did not change at all. They were still incomparably cold. The only change was that they were even more resplendent and mysterious. In those eyes there were countless runes that were constantly rotating. Every time they rotated, the power of the soul would become stronger. At the same time, Hu Donglai discovered that behind those golden eyes, a dragon's shadow had appeared. It was abnormally terrifying. That appearance was even more terrifying than when the purple dragon transformed. It was as if this was the true ancient dragon. What were the eyes of gods and the bodies of dragons? With a thud, Hu Donglai directly knelt on the ground. Ka ka ka! Endless cracks appeared on his hand that was holding the white fox drum, and in the next moment, it exploded. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, Hu Donglai vomited blood and flew backwards. Between heaven and earth, the terrifying storm was also torn into pieces. Has the outcome been decided? The surrounding people all widened their eyes and looked over carefully. Even Qin Xianer and the others were extremely nervous. After all, this was the White Fox drum. She was not confident that Lin Xian could win. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. He saw Lin Xian standing there with his hands behind his back, completely unharmed. His expression was even more calm. Opposite him, Hu Donglie's body was broken and shattered. He looked like he was seriously injured. How could this be? Hu Donglai was injured. Heavens, what happened just now? These people were all crazy. Because before, not only did he have an extremely powerful divine ability, but he also had an extremely strong divine ability. There was also the terrifying soul storm. So no one was able to investigate. Naturally, they could not see that terrifying scene. However, they really could not believe that Hu Donglai would actually be defeated. You are just SOSO. Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, I don't believe it. Men, kill him for me. Hu Donglai screamed crazily. He could not accept it. Behind him, the experts that he brought with him moved out one after another. In an instant, more than a dozen figures surrounded Lin Xian. Among them, there was no lack of peak minor saint existences. The sudden change caused the people in the valley to be surprised. Qin Xianer suddenly stood up and shouted, How dare you! Hu Donglai, don't go too far! Hu Donglai stood up and swallowed a pill. A ferocious expression appeared in his eyes. Why would I not dare? This kid injured me and committed a capital offense. Besides, this was the exquisite valley. The eldest princess had the final say. Eldest princess, is there anything wrong with my actions? The eldest princess said indifferently. I will not interfere in the matters between your elder family and humans. Thank you, eldest princess. Hu Donglai smiled. Qin Xianer's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, are these people going to shed all pretense of cordiality in public? You can try it. I can guarantee that your end will be very miserable. Qin Xianer also walked up. Qin Feng and Qin Xianer did the same. Seventh sister, let the elder family settle their own matters. It's better for us, the royal family, not to interfere. The eldest princess said indifferently. She waved her hand and immediately, the experts of the nine-tailed fox clan came out and stopped Qin Xianer and the others. Seventh princess, please go back. The aura of these people was also very terrifying. Seeing Qin Xianer and the others being stopped, Hu Donglai sneered again. Kid, let's see who can save you this time. Lin Xian also smiled. Do you think I need others to save me? Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. A cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Hu Donglai smiled proudly. Do you think you can still compete with me until now? I will make you realize the reality. Do it! With his order, more than a dozen terrifying figures around him exploded together. Between heaven and earth, a roar shook the 9 heavens. A terrifying aura instantly destroyed everything. Lin Xian was already prepared. How could he not have a countermeasure when he came here? So at this moment, he activated the void escape and teleported. At the same time, he sent out 10,000 green smoke, enveloping the entire valley. The entire process was very fast. No one noticed. When he appeared again, he was already behind Hu Donglai. With a sword, he cut off Hu Donglie's hand. At the same time, he sent out a terrifying sword chi, completely enveloping and sealing the white fox drum. The great dragon sword spirit isolated everything. Lin Xian grabbed Hu Donglie's neck with one hand and the death law instantly surged out. Hu Donglai still wanted to fight back, but he could not withstand the power of the death law. In an instant he was subdued. Damn kid, do you dare to touch me? Hu Donglai screamed crazily. The dozen or so experts in front originally thought that they had killed this human. However, when they heard their young master scream, they were all dumbfounded. Damn it, let go of our young master. If you dare to touch him, you're dead. Kid, think carefully. What is the consequence of offending our elder clan? These people roared crazily. Those from the royal family were also stunned. Chapter 4179. Hearing these people's threats, Lin Xian laughed. Could it be that if I let them go, they won't kill me? Previously, when I didn't threaten him, you didn't plan to let me go either. Since that's the case, why should I hold back? The surrounding people were silent. Indeed, since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, they shouldn't hold back. However, they really couldn't imagine that a single person would dare to fight against the top family. Hu Donglia's expression was also ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let me go and our grudges will be written off. Otherwise, you will suffer the wrath of my family. This is definitely not something you can contend against." Written off? Who do you think you are? How dare you tell me to write it off? Lin Xian was also angry. He had tried to kill him time and time again, and the third elder even used poison to assassinate him. How could it be written off? You think too highly of yourself. You think that because you are the young master of the third family, I won't dare to make a move against you. Unfortunately, you used the wrong trump card. Go to hell and repent. Lin Xian waved his hand and endless death laws erupted, directly taking away Hu Donglia's life force. Hu Donglia's body turned into a pile of bones. Even his soul didn't escape. At the same time, Lin Xian clasped his hand and endless dragon-shaped sword energy completely sealed the white fox drum. Then, he put it away. Hu Dongli fell. Until his death, he didn't believe that the other party would really dare to kill him. Was the other party not afraid of the wrath of their elder family? No! In the distance, the guards also roared crazily. Their eyes instantly turned red. If the other party really killed him, how would they explain it when they returned? The surrounding princes and princesses were also stunned. This scene felt like a dream. They had never seen such a daring person. Qin Xianer took a deep breath. Although the scene was shocking, since she had already decided to take this step, she naturally wouldn't back down. If there was any danger, she would bear it together with Lin Xian. Damn it, kill him! The guards of the third elder's family roared crazily, and instantly rushed over. The Grand Palace Master also secretly gave the order. There were even more terrifying experts approaching Lin Xian. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Buzz. Not good. Qin Xian's expression changed. She wanted to attack and even more wanted Lin Xian to leave. Because the situation was really too unfavorable for them. Lin Xian's expression was extremely cold. He took out a leaf and at the same time, a cold voice was heard. Everyone, please enter the dream. Buzz. As soon as he said that, the leaf in his hand suddenly rippled, and a terrifying nomological law shrouded the surroundings. Instantly, the entire Linglong. Everyone's body, and the scene in front of their eyes, they were no longer Linglong, but some other scenes. This place was like a land of immortals, incomparably illusory. What was this place? What was this place? Why were they be here? The surrounding that? Be discussed he, however, the elder clan's guards said with bloodshot eyes. No matter what you do, you will definitely die today. We're all teet. Teet they he. Teet they teet go what tea these people screamed crazily. All of a sudden, four dark shadows appeared behind Lin Xian's back, aiming for his vitals. However, the assassination attempt of the four was also shattered. The four of them were nailed in the air. Their silhouettes emerged. They were also four terrifying minor saints with black tails waving behind their backs. Their eyes were filled with infinite fear. The surrounding princes and princesses were all stunned. Even Qin Xianer and the rest were stunned. What kind of technique was this? Lin Xian smiled. His smile was radiant. Don't waste your energy. This is my world. In this place, I am the ruler. The dream leaf was a secret treasure given to him by the Qinshan Saint King. He could fight all kinds of battles in it. It also had another function, which was that the Qinshan Saint King had left 3 marks on it. These 3 marks could be used 3 times. Everyone, please enter the dream. Once someone was pulled in, they wouldn't be able to resist and could only accept Lin Xian's judgment. It could be said that this was a life-saving technique. Of course, the difference in cultivation couldn't be too big. Otherwise, the dream leaf wouldn't be able to withstand it. At present, those who were early-stage Saint Venerables and below couldn't resist at all. What? This is your world? Impossible! I don't believe it! Countless people screamed. The first princess snorted coldly, not knowing what was good for her. She flipped her hand, wanting to take out a saint weapon to break the formation. However, she found that the saint weapon in her hand didn't appear. This made her panic. What's going on? I said, this is my world. I'm the master. Lin Xian waved his hand and slapped the first princess's face. The first princess vomited blood and was sent flying. She screamed crazily. He dared to hit her. Damn it, I want you dead. As soon as she finished speaking, thousands of slaps landed on her face, smashing her face into mush. Moreover, this kind of attack was still going on. It probably wouldn't stop until Lin Xian shouted for it to stop. The first princess screamed crazily. The other princes and princesses looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Sword maniac, we have no fate with you. Why are you trapping us? That's right, let us go. We won't go against you. Normally, these people were high and mighty and didn't take Lin Xian seriously. But now, they were begging bitterly, looking timid and afraid. This huge difference was really ironic. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. These people had mocked and ridiculed him before. Now that they were in, how could he not let them suffer? Therefore, he smiled and said, Don't worry, I will settle your debts one by one. At this point, the princes and princesses' faces twisted in fear. They were being attacked by illusions. The 4 assassins behind Lin Xian were torn to shreds in an instant. Endless nomological swords fell. In front, the dozen or so guards of the third elder's family were in an even more miserable state. They were burned by the raging flames. The only ones who weren't affected were Qin Xianer, Qian Bai, and Qin Feng. When they saw this scene, their faces were also filled with shock. Your method is too strong. Qin Xianer came to Lin Xian's side, her face full of surprise. Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course, without a trump card, how could he fight them? Then what do you plan to do with them? Qin Xian asked. He had already killed Hu Donglai. If he killed all these people, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Lin Xian said that ordinary princes and princesses could be punished. However, he couldn't let off a single person from the third elder's family. The people brought by the first princess couldn't be let off either. As for the first princess, a cold look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. I will cripple her cultivation and make her a cripple for the rest of her life. Chapter 4180. Hearing this, Qian Bai and Qin Feng were excited. However, Qin Xianer still frowned. Wasn't it too risky? Lin Xian smiled. It's fine. Do you know this place? This is actually an illusory world. Those who enter are all souls. In this world I am the master. After I punish these people, I will change their soul memories. When they go out, they will not remember that it was us who did it. I will design that Hu Donglai coveted the first princess's beauty and wanted to secretly harm her. The first princess counterattacked, and both of them were injured. This way, we will have nothing to do. And I will also change the memories of others. This way, others can testify. As for those people outside, don't worry. I have already used the 1,000 blue smoke to block everything. Those people will not know what happened here. As expected, Lin Xian killed all the enemies. Then, he began to change their memories. At the same time, outside Linglong Valley, some guards' eyes flickered. After such a long time, why was there no sign of action in the valley? Should they go take a look? Someone asked. However, another person said, Forget it, let's wait for the first princess's signal. If we go in rashly, we will ruin the plan. If the first princess is angry, none of us can bear the consequences. These people did not go in. They did not know what was really happening in Linglong Valley. On the other side, Lin Xian changed all these people's memories. Then, he put away the dream leaf. In the next moment, everyone's soul returned to their bodies. Their bodies trembled, revealing a look of confusion. But soon, they began to scream. Hu Donglai was actually so bold. Kill him! First Princess, are you alright? Screams rang out one after another. Lin Xian also removed the 1,000 blue smoke. When those people outside heard it, they instantly rushed over. When they saw the scene in the valley, they were about to go crazy. The first princess seemed to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. And Hu Donglia's side was completely killed. Not a single person was alive. Damn it, what was going on? Third Elder's family also had many experts. Each of them roared at the sky. They stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn brat, you dare to kill our young master. We will fight it out with you. Eldest princess, the people here were even more crazy. What was going on? Could it be that this human kid was the one who did it? Why didn't they notice it before? However, 2 female princesses next to the first princess said, Quick, kill the 3 elders. They dare to touch the first princess. What? The surrounding people went crazy when they heard that. The first princess also opened her eyes. She was extremely weak. She said that my cultivation had been crippled and that I had been poisoned. It's all Hu Donglai, kill them for me. What's going on? Was it really Qin Xianer who did it? The guards were stunned at first, but after receiving the order, they immediately rushed over. They were fighting with the people from Third Elder's family. When the battle broke out, the movement here was very terrifying. In an instant, it alarmed other people in the imperial city. Quite a few elders rushed over. All of you stop. They suppressed everything. When they found out about this, their faces turned ugly. Hu Donglai was dead. The eldest princess had been crippled and poisoned. The matter had really blown up. Sure enough, the 3 elders had personally sent people over. An elder, with a supreme aura, enveloped the entire world. In an instant, he stared at Lin Xian and Qin Xianer. Lin Xian felt that his body had been penetrated. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword spirit in his body circulated to destroy this power. Who was it that killed my grandson? The 3 elders were about to go crazy. The experts behind him roared as well. Kill this human kid. They roared. Qin Xianer stood out. Third elder, have you gone senile? It was clearly Hu Donglai who plotted against my eldest sister, but he was killed instead. How can you blame it on us? A figure also came from the imperial city. He brought quite a few guards with him. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was the Divine Empress' younger brother, called Red Fox Saint. When he arrived, his face was also cold. What was going on? They began to ask. In the end, the princes, princesses, and the descendants of the other elders all said the same thing. After Hu Donglai drank, he was disrespectful to the first princess and even wanted to forcefully attack her. In the end, they fought. It caused the current scene. Impossible! After the Third Elder's family heard this, they screamed. They didn't believe it. This was completely different from what they had imagined. However, with so many princes and princesses as witnesses, they couldn't do anything. In the end, this matter reached the depths of the imperial palace. Even the Divine King and Divine Empress were alarmed. The situation became incomparably delicate. The Divine Empress was furious and prepared to attack. The 3 elders had no choice but to completely rely on the Divine King and plead for leniency. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. Humph, they still dared to plot against him. Now, with just a little trick, he could make these people miserable. Qin Xianer was also in a good mood. After returning, she was happy for 3 days. Then, she said, Next is the Qingqiu sacrificial ceremony. After entering, we don't have to hold back anymore. Because it was very dangerous inside, the probability of dying was very high. Finally, there was no need to hold back. Lin Xian's eyes also emitted a cold light. To be honest, he could have killed all these people before. However, there was a Divine Empress here after all. The terror of the divine king still made him feel a lingering fear. Therefore, he still had to hold back. But once he entered Qingqiu Cave, even the divine king would not be able to do anything. Next, it would be his battlefield. However, Lin Xian was a human. If he wanted to enter Qingqiu Cave, it would be very difficult. As expected, when Qin Xianer mentioned this matter, basically everyone was against it. No one supported it. Whether it was the princes and princesses of the imperial family or the 10 elders, all of them were against it. When Lin Xian heard this news, he frowned. Is there no other way? Qin Xianer said there was another way, but it was a little risky. That is to be the prince consort of the Qingqiu tribe. That way, he would be one of them. Being the prince consort? That's good too. Lin Xian smiled. I won't lose out anyway. Qin Xianer blushed. You've been thinking about this for a long time. Then, she made this request. The entire Qingqiu world was shocked. The young geniuses all went crazy. Qin Xianer had a sweetheart? Damn it, they couldn't accept this. One had to know that everyone wanted to marry Qin Xianer. That way, they could reach the top in one step. But now, it was done by a human? They couldn't accept it. In an instant, outside Qin Xianer's territory, there were people everywhere. Many people said that they wanted to kill Lin Xian. Chapter 4181. Those elders and experts also snorted coldly. Even those princesses sneered. This Qin Xianer is really a disgrace. She actually wants to marry a human. What a joke. She is a disgrace to the Fox clan. Cold laughter could be heard. Lin Xian also came out of seclusion. You want to challenge me? Come at me together. He immediately let the people outside out. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, these people were all sent flying while vomiting blood. They were all terrified. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you want to die, come on. However, he still underestimated these people. On the second day, a large group of young geniuses came. It was the same on the third day. This gave him a headache. Qin Xianer was very happy. How is it, Prince Consort? Now you know the pressure. Lin Xian smiled. It's all because of you. I have to think of a good idea. Let's spread the news that the next challenge will be a life and death battle. I have to see how crazy these people can be. As expected, when the news of the life and death battle spread, the world was in an uproar. Damn it. This kid is too arrogant. That's right. How dare he be so arrogant in our territory? Kill him. These people roared crazily. However, no one dared to accept the challenge. After all, Lin Xian had beaten too many people out. They also knew that he should be a genius. He was able to fight above his level. His strength was extraordinary. Humph, what genius! I'll kill him and marry the saintess. On this day, a man in a red robe released the news that he wanted to have a life and death battle with Lin Xian. It was actually the Red Fox young Marquis. Exclamations could be heard. Lin Xian laughed after hearing it. Someone is courting death. Qin Xianer frowned. The person who accepted the challenge was called Hong Tu Tian. His identity was not ordinary. His father was the Red Fox Saint, the younger brother of the Divine Empress. He was equivalent to the Divine Empress' nephew. Damn it! Those people want to marry me. Impossible! Since he was the Divine Empress' nephew, there was no need to hold back. When the news of the challenge spread, the world was in an uproar. On this day, an arena was set up outside the imperial city. People from all over the world came to watch the battle. After all, marrying a saintess was an event that would shock the entire world. They had no choice but to be cautious. Young warriors from all over the world had set off, and the experts from the imperial city had also arrived. Hong Tu Tian also arrived in a grandiose manner. He brought a long saber with him as he stepped onto the arena. His gaze swept around. Where was that human? He must be afraid of little Marquis's reputation. I guess he wouldn't dare to come. That's right, who does that brat think he is? How could he be a match for the young Marquis? The people around him began to fawn over him. Hong Tu Tian was very satisfied after hearing this. He raised his head and said, "Forget it, I will wait for him for half a day. If he didn't show up after half a day, he would automatically forfeit." In less than half a day, Lin Xian, Qin Xianer, and the others arrived an hour later. The two of them stood side by side like immortals descending from the sky, making countless people envious. Damn it, he actually got together with the holy maiden. Damn it, catch him and kill him. Their eyes turned red. Hong Tu Tian wore a green veil on his face today, which made him look even more mysterious. Hong Tu Tian's eyes also turned red after seeing this. He must win today's match. Thinking of this, his eyes exploded with an extremely cold, murderous intent. You must be that sword maniac, come and die. No hurry, it's a battle of life and death. First, sign the life and death contract, lest the residents of the saint act shamelessly. Lin Xian took out a scroll. Do you think I will lose? What a joke! Hong Tu Tian was very confident in himself. Then, he quickly signed the life and death contract. Lin Xian placed the life and death contract above the 9 heavens. In the battle of life and death were up to fate. This time, the judges were the elders of the imperial family. There were saint kings and saint empresses respectively. The two elders stood in the sky, and with a command, the battle began. Go to hell, brat! Watch my berserker saber technique. Hong Tu Tian sneered and unsheathed his long saber. Endless blood-colored laws danced between heaven and earth. This saber could kill a peak minor saint. As expected of the young Marquis, his strength was indeed strong. That was because, except for a few minor saints, no one was a match for the young Marquis. Cheers rang out one after another. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead for sure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he pulled out a battle sword and slashed forward. Sky Splitter Sword. It was also one of the top supernatural powers of Longhu Mountain. With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth fell apart. In the void, a large crack spread and directly penetrated Hong Tu Tian's body. Buzz! Lin Xian sheathed his long sword, and Hong Tu Tian's body was torn into pieces. Clang! The long saber fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Was he dead? Killed with a single slash? Impossible! The experts of the Saint Mansion instantly rushed up and found that Hong Tu Tian's astral soul had been destroyed, and there was no way to save him. Damn it, how dare you attack? How dare you kill the young Marquis? After killing him, many people rushed up in an instant. The others were also stunned. To be honest, they didn't believe it at all. One had to know that the saber could kill a peak minor saint, but he was still killed in an instant. What kind of strength did this person have? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with horror. Boom! In the sky, an elder waved his hand, and a ray of light shot down, blocking the people of the Saint Mansion. Lin Xian also sneered. What's wrong? Can't afford to lose? I've already guessed it. The life and death contract is still in the sky. Are you all blind? Damn it! You! The people of the Saint Mansion were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The news spread quickly. When the Red Fox Saint received the news, he immediately rushed over. Go to hell, kid! He didn't say anything and directly attacked Lin Xian. The elder sent out another saber. Red Fox Saint, you've crossed the line. The life and death contract is here. Don't be unreasonable. He was sent by the Saint Ruler, so he naturally had to side with Qin Xianer. What? Are you trying to deny it? The whole world is watching. How can you deny it? Lin Xian sneered. He had spread the news and invited all the geniuses to come and watch the battle just for this moment. As expected, the people around him started to discuss. Although I'm not happy with this human, he's not wrong. After the life and death contract is signed, it's up to fate. If you're not strong enough, you deserve to be killed. The Red Fox Saint is too overbearing. Does he only allow his son to win and not allow him to lose? Humph, if you're not strong enough, why did you sign the life and death contract? Discussions broke out one after another. The Red Fox Saint's face became extremely ferocious. Kid, just you wait. He roared and left with his people. However, he wouldn't let Lin Xian go. The news of Lin Xian killing Hong Tu Tian in an instant had spread across the world. Countless people were shocked. At this point, no one dared to provoke him anymore. After all, unless a Saint Venerable made a move, it would be difficult for anyone to defeat him. In the end, Lin Xian also received a spot in the Green Hill sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 4182. A human? Interesting. The ninth prince narrowed his eyes and smiled as he looked at the report in his hand. I didn't expect my seventh sister to be able to find such an interesting opponent. I really hope to meet him in Green Hill Cave. On the other side, the first prince, third prince, and sixth prince were gnashing their teeth. They gathered around the divine empress. Mother, don't worry. This brat doesn't know what's good for him. We'll deal with him personally when we get to Green Hill Cave. Uncle, don't worry too. We'll avenge our cousin. It was obvious that the divine empress was planning something. Once they entered, no one would be able to protect them. They could attack mercilessly. It was the same for the third elder. The other elders were also planning something. After all, this was too important to them. Especially the princes. Once they successfully returned, their strength would increase tremendously. They might even become the nine-tailed crown prince. Time flew by. Finally, the day of the Green Hill sacrificial ceremony arrived. At this moment, the entire Green Hill planet was excited. They burned incense and bathed in it. From the moment the sun rose, they kept praying towards the distance. At the same time, the imperial city of the Green Hill Star was even more lively, with all sorts of great Tao auras flying about. Dazzling lights flew between heaven and earth. The princes, imperial grandsons, and the descendants of the elders were all there. All of them had respectful expressions. It wasn't just the young disciples. The elders were there as well. Even the 10 elders and the elites of the royal family were there. The divine emperor and divine empress also had solemn expressions. Lin Xian, Qin Xiener, and the others stood in the crowd. Their eyes were shining. It's finally going to open. Lin Xian took a deep breath. I wonder what's so special about this legendary Green Hill Cave. The entire ceremony lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day, the divine emperor, divine empress, and the elders formed hand seals. They cut their fingers and dripped their blood onto the ground. Soon, the ground trembled and changed. A huge mountain rose in front of them, carrying with it a primordial aura. There was a cave there, shining with light. It looked extremely mysterious. Seeing this, the nine-tailed tribe was all excited. Green Hill Cave had finally appeared. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he attempted to investigate Qingqiu Cave. However, he discovered that the multicolored light above Green Hill Cave cut off all probing. Not to mention him, even the Sage King couldn't find out what was inside. Only by walking in would they know. Green Hill Cave had been opened. Those who are preparing to enter, step forward now. Following the sage ruler's command, countless young disciples stepped forward. This time, there were nearly 300 participants. It could be said that this was a very small number compared to the entire world. But thinking about it, those who could enter Green Hill Cave were the top geniuses of this world. Furthermore, his identity and bloodline were definitely extraordinary. There were very few people like Lin Xian who participated as a human. The Green Hill Cave is the birthplace of our nine-tailed tribe. It contains the secrets of our ancestors. Although it contained great opportunities, it was also extremely dangerous. If anyone wanted to withdraw now, it was still not too late. The Saint King asked again, but no one backed out. After all, this was a chance for them to advance by leaps and bounds. All right, since that was the case, then prepare to enter. After waiting for half an hour, the light in front of them gradually intertwined to form the illusion of a nine-tailed fox. Its tails danced in different directions, forming countless divine bridges that connected the ground and the cave. "All right, we can begin." Hearing this, those people moved. Lin Xian followed among them. He walked onto a divine bridge and then flew towards Green Hill Cave. Looking at the disappearing figures of those people, the Saint Empress smiled. It seemed that she was very confident this time. On the other side, the third elder's face was cold. The Red Fox Saint was also filled with killing intent. To be honest, they didn't believe what had happened in Linglong Valley. Therefore, they were very suspicious that it was done by Qin Xianer and that human. Previously, they couldn't do anything outside. But now that they were in Green Hill Cave, strength spoke for itself. The surrounding people were extremely excited. In just the blink of an eye, they realized that the surrounding light had dimmed. They were no longer in the Imperial City. Instead, they had arrived in a cave. This cave was much more spacious than they had imagined. It seemed like there was another world. There was a passageway in front of them. It was surrounded by mysterious laws. Thinking about it, this should be the entrance. With the prince leading the way, they moved quickly. "Let's go too." Lin Xian and Qin Sienna also walked forward. This time, Qian Bai and Qing Feng didn't enter. They were still young. The group moved quickly towards the passageway in front of them. However, at this moment, there was a tremor in front of them. The entire ground began to shake. Everyone couldn't stand steadily, and almost fell. How could it be? These people were extremely terrifying geniuses. Weaklings wouldn't be able to come here. However, the tremor made them so embarrassed. What was in front of them? The next moment, they saw a black figure walk over and block their path. How could it be? When they saw this scene, their eyeballs instantly popped out. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. The black figure that appeared in front of them was none other than a fox. However, its body was shriveled, as if it was just skin and bones. This wasn't the most shocking thing. What was shocking was that it had 8 tails behind it. That was simply too inconceivable. One must know that although they were all members of the Nine-Tailed clan, not everyone had 9 tails. Tails represented strength and talent. For example, Hudong Lai from before possessed 6 tails. That meant that his talent was extremely powerful. However, when compared to Qin Xianer, he was still somewhat lacking. That was because Qin Xianer possessed 7 tails. That was also the reason why Qin Xianer was able to become the saintess. Her talent and bloodline were simply too great. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be an issue for someone like her to become a saintess in the future. Generally, most princesses and princes would have 5 tails. The top ones would have 6 tails. Those with 7 tails could be said to be extremely rare. Yet, the fox before them actually had 8 tails. It was truly unbelievable. Exactly who was it when it was alive? Thinking about it, it was most definitely their ancestor. But why would it be there? Was it alive or dead? They didn't know any of that. The demon fox in front stood there. Suddenly, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The next moment, it raised its claws and extended them forward. Heaven and earth shattered. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.